NIP's home arena. For all they have now crashed out into Nirvana. Stadium's still going to give it a use here. We can use the riff we go. We must listen in to the Gyos. Gyos completed. Oh, they got a little bit of stone in the feet, which is hilarious because everything else is working. Heimerdinger turns up and says, quick, I'm fixing it in the background. Not seen that one before. Slight stutter in the feed from production end there. Let's look at our runes. Nothing super spicy. I'll note that both bot laners for AL running the Comet, so really annoying double poke. I think everything else is relatively standard. Trundle's gone for the PTA, very easy for him to proc with an auto Q auto. Can sometimes see something like a Conqueror for extended trades, but I think in this game, not necessarily the most likely. Not the tankiest team, really. And the Shen can be a bit of a question mark at points in terms of true tankiness. Thank you all for the follows, by the by. We are about 50 followers, 55 strictly, away from 11,000. Will be an amazing threshold for hit. So if you've not hit that follow button yet, please do consider doing so. Can this Shen win? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's also right. AL are the favorite team here, and Flondra has always been good at these kinds of matchups, so very much possible. I am imagining here with the Trundle and with the Renekton, they'll have a little bit more prio topside at the beginning of the game. The Varus and Nico likely going to get shoved into the Jhin Bard, though, just off raw virtue of double Comet. Shen could be very, very potent this game, especially with the Nocturne delivery system and the Rise. You are running triple global. AL, one of their strengths has been roaming around the map to follow and play around Tarzan and Kael over the years. Certainly got the tools to do that this game. I think if we do get to straight 5v5s, I think EDG will feel a little bit happier about their options. Very good range and pick between the Orianna Jhin and the Bard. AL are really going to want to abuse their globals, I think, to take control and arrest the momentum of this mid game.
Tarzan getting the double scuttle already. It's actually a very, very good start for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a problem there for Xiaohao. You know, one of the things which we were talking about is how important this jungle mid matchup is. I think one of the reasons why the Orianna gets through is because Sinian is playing. Now, if you're tuning into playoffs, first off, hi, how's it going? And EDG, of course, might be a team which you haven't seen for a little while. EDG haven't been in playoffs for a while now. Not Teleport, Taunt, on the throw there onto ZDZ. And the things that you need to know about this team is that, you know, they were playing with Angel, who was 2020 World Finalist, who was on Suning. But over the course of just the last few best-ofs in this split, Sinian, a player who's come up from LDL, was subbed into EDG. And initially I thought, well, he's not looking great. Maybe they're just trying to get him some game time just to see if Angel is, you know, contract stuff at the end of the year. You know, just these kind of off-the-rift kind of things. I'm trying to train up a new player. But no, lo and behold, in the 5-game series this NIP, he was playing as well. He was fine versus Care, which I thought was a lot better than he was doing in the regular season of Nirvana. And now we need to see what he's doing against Shanks here, because Shanks is another level completely to go into someone like Care, who, yes, he can spike up very high levels. Shanks is more consistently going to pressure you out in these kind of big scenarios. And now it's on stage, too, not the online games of the play-ins, the Knights rivals. And because that all kind of flows across the map, right? If you get shove in, like Shanks has right now, with ult, then the whole map needs to start being aware of that. So Sinian needs to do his job very, very well here to make sure that he can kind of keep that Rise in check for as long as possible.
That'll be the plan. Again, we have got the triple globals of Nocturne, Rise, and Shen to contend with in the mid-game, which sounds pretty good for AL as things go on. There's the Ghost pop there. A little preemptively from Shanks. Was a bit worried, I think, about a potential shockwave angle as he was trying to reset.
And yesterday, Game 1, JDG TT, so the first series of yesterday's games, if you didn't see that, I would actually go back and watch that one, folks. That one was very interesting because TT actually played very, very well against Honky's Twisted Fate, where they kind of, they'd push out a side lane, but not leave themselves exposed, and then they kind of draw back into a defensive position to make sure that TF didn't have any ultimate options, really. Now, against a triple global, you got to do that even more. So EDG, they better have their macro on point here in terms of being able to see off these globals. Otherwise, this is going to be very nasty, as you were saying. On the other side, from EDG, they really want to make sure that they can kind of lock down that first target with the Shockwave, the Jhin, the Bard CC, put the Trundle ult on them, and they die. Now, if Trundle ults the Shen and does manage to get a decent amount of resist off of that, the problem with this build is actually doesn't have that many resists, there's a lot of HP. But if you just ult the first target in, then you can be very, very happy and just going to tank up the first person. And if you get the kill on that first person, Trundle passive activates, they heal, and then effectively the fight's over. So this fight may well be about, the fights later into the game, may well be about who gets that first kill down. Because if it's Trundle, Trundle lives, or at least, or if it's EDG, the Trundle lives, but AL, on the other side of it, they can pull the trigger very, very hard, very, very quickly. You want to make sure that the Trundle doesn't get a chance to regen through.
Yeah, and again, by having that Shen ult on top of a Nocturne flying in as well, or a Nico, quite difficult to kill that first diver in, I think. A relatively tanky Nico in the grand scheme of things, purely because of that Stand United, or Nocturne for that matter as well, as we're kind of noting. We do get to those later stages, assuming the Ori and Jhin can keep at range and use their Trundle Pillar and Bard and everything else to try and zone people out. We play from a decent amount of range here on average, that'll be nice enough, but I do get a little nervous about the ability for AL to just say, yeah, your range doesn't matter at all, let's just press up.
CZ having his W blocked out by Flandre there. Has a good CS lead right now in top lane, kind of expected for Renekton in most matchups, but against the Shen, 20 CS up, that feels like a bit of an overperformance there, despite the fact that Shen is actually quite the strong champion in the lane himself. Renekton tends to be, no, I'm not going to go for an Australian accent. I thought about it, I really thought about it, but he's another kind of croc entirely. Struth indeed. Oh, Struth. Dragon's being started, Sam.
Now comes the deadly flourish and the piercing arrow and a magical journey away. And EDG go, nope, don't want anything to do with that. Xiao has to flash up, and now Sinion's in a 1v2. Gets a shockwave down, just about, but there's a spell shield. And unfortunately for the poor robot lady in mid lane, she ain't able to beat out the Nocturne.
No, ends up out of position. No one was on her side of the fight. Sinian gets jumped on by Tarzan, who flashes over. A potential play. Hope caught up by the ultimate Xiao House here. There's a flash on Hope, though.
Nice little flash away. Now, Dwayne might end up in a slight spot of bother. Will not be able to get turned around on. Hope didn't have the King to Corruption. That's the name of that ability. And so we'll not be able to turn that around, especially because Kyle rather is still level 5 and therefore not able to turn around the pop loss.
Is this double elimination? Yes, this is double elimination. The loser of this series will face the loser of next series, just like it was yesterday. So we'll have, from yesterday's games, TT versus LGD, so a Nirvana barn burner, but down there in the lower bracket, and then obviously upper bracket will have JDG versus Top Esports, which, hang on a second, ZDZ, buddy, you gotta be careful there. Taunt Flash would kill! Taunt Flash would indeed kill. ZDZ, a player who I've actually got a lot of time for, makes a huge mistake, because now Flandre gets himself a kill in lane, and Flandre, his weakness is he loses lane a lot, but he's great outside of that. Now, he has himself his lane lead, so he just got a solo kill.
He'll have another Shadow Dash available, so I don't actually think that Xiao is going to have that much option here. He gets taunted, and there's the pillar behind. Leaves turned up, that makes things a bit trickier. The steadfast presence buys some times, but Leave is going to be donated a second kill. Everyone did roam up for those grubs, but all the while, because they went to go kill Shen, they will not be able to take position on the grub. So I think actually Flandre is kind of okay with that.
Ish. Yeah, giving the kill over to the Jhin, not exactly what you wanted. Actually, Jhin opening up the curtain, seeing if he could steal one, I suppose. Not able to do so. Pulls out the ults. Doesn't manage to get Tarzan either. So EDG getting pressured quite heavily here. You know, Sinian's at 0-1. Not a great death from him in that last fight. ZDZ getting, solo kill. That's really not a good sign. No, ZDZ has been a like a mid to top tier not jungler, top laner before. If you think about 2024, when he was briefly on Weibo for a split with Xiaohao, it was the two of them. This is a duo which has stuck together since 2021 Rogue Warriors. That's when they first kind of paired up together, and they've stayed together largely ever since. Maybe like one split, I think it was ZDZ was on RNG and Xiaohao was elsewhere. But on the whole, over the last 5 years, they've stuck together. Yeah, ZDZ did have his low moments, but on the whole, felt like he was, you know, pretty good. Oh, Shockwave spell shield by Tarzan. Now he's going to just go back in with the Shen.
Oh boy, and the Realm Warp to follow. That makes things quite spicy as the Pot Blossom is delivered at first-class speed there. The postage stamp was well and truly on, and now Leave is left alone in this bot lane. Will cleanse away the Tangle Barbs, but out comes that Dusk Bringer. The Jin, though, able to just about jog rapidly away. He doesn't really sprint, does he? He just sort of gets a little bit of a...
Walks menacingly.
Yeah, speed walk.
And then, of course, when he's got that fourth shot charged up, he just starts spinning the gun and strutting. He is the fast. But yeah, Anyone's Legend really coming out swinging. EDG, they're definitely underdogs in this series, even though they have the name brand value. I see you over in YouTube chat, actually, Twisted Mind, talking about how, you know, Worlds 21, great event, and how, for many people, EDG lives on in a very soft spot for a lot of people. Of course, from the early years, you think about 2015, when they won the first ever MSI, beating Faker at the international events. First time the Faker had ever lost an international event, of course. In that finals. Great series. Go back and watch it. Very, very cool. But, you know, EDG over time have become a very, very special team to a lot of people, and they just haven't been that relevant in the LPL for the last few years. 2023 was the last year they were really relevant. Even then, that was on the waning era of them. After their World Championship win in 2021 was their real high point. They are underdogs here today. Now, it's impressive that they made it through to Ascend, given the fact that they'd failed a number of times before. EDG, we thought they were a team which probably deserved to be there, just taking a long time to get back up to that point. Whereas Anyone's Legend, they should be a top 3 team, realistically. Top 4 is where they're at right now. They were the best team in the LPL in 25. And, you know, this regular split, they've done some soul searching. If they come in on good form, they should be very heavy favorites here.
Yeah, EDG, of course. Known for a little bit of their, shall we say, hubris. To make a joke about Leave's first item here. In the later stage of the games, they've often been able to get early leads, snowball through Leave, in fact, most often. And then they kind of hit this point where, well, the closing out games becomes a problem. The late game objective decisions in terms of where they want to go, what they want to focus on, becomes a little indecisive, and that indecision tends to lead to them really fumbling around those clutch moments. They are quite anti-clutch team, or have been over the last few years, and that's really hurt them, their ability to just get over the edge and back into Group Ascent.
Which is a real shame, because actually these players are people I think should be up in Group Ascent. They should be, this group of players, and even the ones they had last year as well. Walking over towards the Dragon now, AL, they're first, poking off with the Varus. Teleport into the pit itself. Here comes the Renekton, and we might actually have a proper fight here, Sam.
Yes, we do. There's that shield available from ZDZ. He's got that Dominus rolling as well. Kyle will pop Blossom and buy a little bit of space and actually get Xiaohao's life. The Tempered Fate is a little too late, and they all find the kill. The Shockwave after is good onto Hope because of the flash, slice and dice ball delivery system. Dragon still goes the way of Tarzan, who managed to spell shield to buy a bit of time, but walks across a captive audience, and that means that they can magical journey and catch up the Nocturne. EDG do get 2 in return.
They do. The Bard ult, very funnily, was just onto the lone Renekton. It's like, haha, I picked off my own top laner. Managed to just about, you know, get the kills afterwards. 2 for 1 in the fight, but giving 2 dragons to Anyone's Legend, not exactly where EDG wants to be in this early game. I just realized I need to turn up the volume just a little bit, so we'll chuck it up to that point. That'll be fine. Dragon, yeah, I mean, the teleport angle was good. This is a good ward in the pit. How does Xiaohao die so quickly then? Well, he gets rised a little bit, and then Nico lands in. Shen gets the taunt afterwards, Nocturne flies through, and they just don't have an enchanter value for the healing, do they? I mean, there is the ultimate from Trundle. Did pull it early, and they do actually get onto Hope afterwards. But you can see the difference between playing the Trundle into someone like a Scion or a Cassante, as opposed to playing it into a Shen, who is actually a HP builder right now. Goes Titanic into Dusk and Dawn. He's not building big defensive items. I mean, you look at his items here now. He has the Dorm's Helm. It's not like he doesn't have base stats and it's not valuable there, but it's not actually the same as buying You know, it's buying yourself a lot of resists effectively with your ultimate and buying yourself a lot of time with that in the front line against a resist tank.
Yeah, again, you don't have, there's not even any, like, tier 2 boots, right? You don't have Merc Treads or Steel Caps or whatever either. It's just straight brown bags for now.
For the record, I'm actually not sure who he ulted in that fight, because I wasn't checking that, but it actually doesn't matter. Basically means no one has really good resist Rib to Steel, which I think is a bit unfortunate, especially because he's behind in the early game now. You pick him for 2 reasons. Ulting tanks, and I'm here for 2 reasons. I'm ulting tanks and winning level 1, and I'm all out of tanks.
Yes.
He's also not won the level 1, though,
I'm also no longer level 1.
Wow, this is really failing to be a bit.
My third pillar of my kit is, in fact, pillar.
Oh, God.
My identity is crumbling, Alex.
It's like the statue of, like, oh, not, wait, what's the, Ozymandias? You know,
Yes.
the great emperor whose statue has fallen to time. Behold my works and tremble.
I am Ozymandias, King of Kings. Behold my works and tremble.
That's
it
the
is
one.
Percy Shelley, so Mary Shelley's husband. Yeah.
Didn't it? So, am I right in saying that Mary Shelley wrote... Wait, who was the person that wrote Dracula? It was kind of like, not quite like a hit piece, but it was kind of like a diss track of the era. Harold's gonna go down to
So she wrote Frankenstein.
Right, yeah.
Bram Stoker's Dracula. But, so Frankenstein was basically the response to a narcotics-fueled Byron party.
What?
So we'll have a conversation about this a little later on, because as it stands, Renekton is having a very bad time, has a bit of a jaunt into the other world as Nocturne ults him and gets a nice kill with the assistance of Shen. Bot lane now jumped up.
It's a paranoia-fueled party, Sam. That's one on the top lane. As they do get the kill onto ZDZ, that solo kill in lane really set him back, didn't it? And now he's finding it very hard to survive. Teleport coming in from the Shen on the other side. Trundle great at killing towers, so he'll be able to take out most of that bot lane turret before Shen comes through. But Shen's come back in, has a Sheen, has a Titanic, so he's very happy wave clearing now.
The one. And again, the Shen is within touching distance of the Renekton, which means the Renekton's had a bad time, is generally speaking. Things. Right, finish up my Frankenstein conversation. Because why not?
Response to a party.
Yes, so it's where basically Byron, at this party, they're in some retreat in the Lake District, because of course they were. And Byron says, let's put a challenge down to write the scariest story we can, because basically people were reading Christabel, which is one of Samuel Taylor Coleridge's poems. A guy who wrote The Ancient Mariner, for anyone who likes your cool poetry.
Anyways, they're writing stories.
And Mary Shelley responded, because she was there and they didn't think the women could write.
What?
Kind of, and she did. And it came to her in a dream, and it's partly about her childhood experiences of abandonment and her mother dying in childbirth.
What?
And stuff.
Okay, yeah. Well, and that is the birth of the Gothic genre.
Yeah, but one of them,
That's one of the big things of it. Right, so we've had some tower trades. Oh, I say tower trades. No, it's just anyone's legend taking some towers across the place. They took the bot lane out of turret. Look at that. Look at that lead in mid jungle, though. 1,000 gold each. There's a question, chat. Why does Jhin keep getting so much priority? He's basically like Varus in the same way that it's very hard for Varus or Jhin to be kind of denied value because they're very long range. They have a strong laning phase. And in the case of Jhin as well, his W is quite a low cooldown, so you can use it to be weirdly quite hard engaged when you have just one other thing setting up for the Jhin W. Basically, nothing stops Jhin from being able to lane. The one thing is he's not great against hyper tanks. In this game, though, not that many tanky people to deal with.
Fun build here as well, actually, looking at this. He's gone Tuberous into Phantom Dance.
Sam, whenever Leave builds on, by the way, this is just a hard and true fact on the whole. Dragon is up. If Leave builds something, consider building it yourself. He is one of the best AD carries at figuring out new builds for champions. He had like a Shojin poke Varus build. It was more than that anyway. Tarzan's gonna put down the root here. Good damage onto Xiao Hao.
Yes, the curtain's getting called. Xiao needs to run away. Doesn't steal that much in the way of stats. Tarzan's left pretty low though, and that means ZDZ with the dominance rolling can jump onto the Nocturne. Tarzan sees him, gets ulted by the Shen, but the shield is immediately smoked by ZDZ's W. The ruthless predator, and the damage comes rolling on through from Edward Gaming. Trundle brings the club down on top of Rise's head, and that's a nice little flank from EDG.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Renekton W when it's empowered breaks shields, so the Stand United, it's more like fall apart. Dragon goes to EDG, stops the soul stacking, and ZDZ and Xiao Hao make a big play here. They end up trading a lot of their own HP at the start of it. I thought Xiao Hao might actually die towards the start of this, but they end up trading a lot of HP to get that chunk onto Tarzan and initially kill him, and now EDG start to claw back some of the gold that they were losing. They get themselves a bot lane out of turret. They get themselves 2 kills out of this too. Because initially, you know, whenever you see Ryze actually getting damage down, you think Ryze probably wins the fight, but they managed to disengage with the use of the Bard ult. Despite it not hitting anyone, it forces people to kind of just part ways. And ZDZ has another great teleport. This is the second good teleport of the game from him. A very important moment. GNW lands as well, of course, stops the Nocturne from getting out of the play. And it's a very good opportunistic pick there from EDG, which turns into a dragon.
Yeah, nice interrupt on the realm warp there with the flash and the pillar. Good work there from Xiaohao, and that just buys them a bit of time, doesn't it? The pillar comes up as well. Come on, guys, you've got to realize there's roadworks going on. You can't drive there, and the Herald gets pulled over by the traffic police.
Roadworks? I sure hope it does.
Why does that feel like super Duke Nukem?
Roadworks? I sure hope it does. That's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. I was never a Duke Nukem fan, but perhaps I could be convinced. That's an ultimate onto the bot. I think Dre's a little bit dead here. No Dre home for this one. He's dead again.
Well, again, Spider Bard goes wherever a Spider Bard does, which is an early grave, wherever the grey screen is.
That's what. Might have to workshop that one. Not sure I like that comic book run, Sam.
I mean, have you seen a lot of comic book runs? They get pretty dark, mate.
The Amazing Spider Bard. I would sign up to that. I'm not a Bard fan, but I would sign up to see what happens to the Amazing Spider Bard.
I mean, they've just released Spider Noir, right, with Nick Cage.
Spider Noir. Wait, is that a release?
Oh yeah, well, it's coming out, I think. But
well, Sam, release is in. It's out now. Hang on, there's an ult in towards top side. Let's go off again.
Talk about random extra shows going on because Shanks is murdering Trundle. ZDZ will slice and dice and try and get away with the Sterex proc. Should just about have enough effective HP to escape.
Dude, that's so much damage. Trundle is meant to be tankier than this. Puts down the ultimate, just gets destroyed. The Shen is doing absolute massive work. And look, Tarzan's making up for a poor last fight where he got picked off. Baron's now started. AL used the submarine of the Shen coming through on the Nocturne, kind of dive bombing onto the first target. Jin's going to start coming through. EDG want to contest.
Yeah, they want to keep this tour rolling. I don't know whether this curtain call will be enough. That bullet went through the Baron, but will not outsmite the Nocturne. Tarzan quick enough to pick that one up. The Rocky Belt into the pop. Lost one of the lead makes him feel a little bit more vulnerable. The health bars aren't superb here, but I think AL will be more than capable of disengaging and resetting.
Really scary shockwave. There was shockwave onto, what, 3 people there at low HP, shredded by the Baron. Even without the smite there was a chance that they could have turned that into something quite special. Can't quite manage it, though, and Anyone's Legend not only walk away with a bit more gold in hand, they've been denied a gold lead by that earlier fight which went against them in Dragon, but they managed to claim that back now, and of course they managed to get that Baron onto 4 people. That's a huge factor for them. If they start to break up in the map now, that's when EDG, I think that's when the team comp's going to really start to really fall apart to the likes of the Ryze scaling. I think there's just a lot of gold being put into the hands of quite scary players on Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. But especially now we're looking at things like the Shen build is online. Hope's actually at quite a strong point. We're nearly there with the Ryze. Well, got a couple more levels in that road to go, but it's kind of there. Worth noting, thank you by the way, Balash, and that Spider Noir indeed has recently released.
Sweet. I was like, I really want to watch that. I just hadn't checked the release window.
So, fun fact, one of my friends, fellow caster, Keg, who does a lot of Marvel Rivals stuff, is in Spider Noir.
That's so
he's
cool.
one of the extras in that one, doing some extra acting bits in there.
Oh, sweet. That's really cool. It's also released, I believe, in black and white and in color,
which is cool.
And the way that they've recorded it is basically, normally when you record black and white, you specifically have a different camera for black and white, and then you so it's quite hard to do color, then kind of put it back to it. So what they did instead is record it first in black and white, and then restore the color effectively, which is really cool. In a slightly different way, so it looks very different. Tower's getting traded here, inner turret for inner turret, which isn't bad against a Baron buff, actually. You know, if you're going to lose turrets anyway, may as well get one on the other side. This has been something that we've seen over the last couple of years, really, is that, well, if you're going to just sit there and lose your turrets, may as well, you know, get something for it instead.
Yeah, getting some gold is better than none, especially if you're kind of losing those turrets anyway, and the map control can matter in the grand scheme of things.
We're pushing up this mid lane. Not really much to be said about bot lane in the early game this time around. Like, typically, you know, Varus, Nico, Jhin, Bard, they can actually go head-to-head quite evenly. And they have done, but I think...
thought they were going to face check that. They kind of do. Got a little bit dicey with the Dragon up. This might be an important fight. I think Xiaohao could have been left a little low, but now comes that deadly flourish. Hang on. Can't get a massive shield. They get the poppers, but I think the Nico still dies. Check Tarzan in the backline, though. He's jumped onto the Jin, who was isolated. Gets a big heal. Now Tarzan's isolated. AL's team fighting falls apart. Oh, no, 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 no. Speaking of budget, it's Obsession all over again. They make a wish, and it's granted in the worst kinds of ways.
Tarzan jumps on to leave and he loses his life. I don't know what Tarzan's doing there. Flandra's shield is not enough to survive, help Kyle survive, and that's going to be another dragon fight going poorly from Anyone's Legend, despite the fact that they had the Baron, despite the fact that it felt like they were pulling ahead with, you know, Shanks getting the 3 items, with Hope in a really good spot where it doesn't feel like anyone's really threatening him. EDG still managed to win the front to back. They're still killing the first target very well. This time it's Kyle. They're going to get themselves 2 dragons back to back. And, you know, there were questions in chat earlier saying, is EDG really good enough to be anyone's legend? And there's not that much data to call it convincingly, right? This first figure indicator of it. They're actually picking anyone's legend off around objectives. And of our top teams, I think that anyone's legend perhaps are our worst objective team. They were last year, even when they were better, very, very good. Objectives could fall away from them because, you know, something like Tarzan on the Nocturne would fly a little too far. Something that we've seen this year too in Split 1. That's a big mistake to make, and now EDG get to breathe a sigh of relief. They've evened up the Dragon score and the gold pretty much.
And again, I have less issue with Tarzan's play there, jump onto the isolated Jin, than I do. Kyle had flash there, could have gotten out of that W, didn't. And again, you look at the Jin build, it is Hubris and LDR, right? Like this Nico will get popped. She's incredibly squishy to this kind of damage, and her dying that easily is kind of awkward. It forces Flandra to ult not on the Nocturne, and also Shanks got caught between the blue buff and the fight on both sides. He kind of put a Q in one way and E in another, did very little, got trapped over the wall, didn't want to flash in.
Yeah, and he needs to do more because he scales so well in this game and is so much of the damage. He can shred through the Trundle. You know, a good point from Zerkram in chat, which I completely agree with too. We've talked about this a lot on this stream, is that anyone's Legends Dragon setups, even last year when they were very good, did have some issues. They were this team where I kind of actually apply it felt more like a Counter-Strike or like a Valorant kind of tactical shooter thing, where they would prefer to retake the site rather than sit on it and control it. Now you can do that in you can do that in tactical shooters. You can give up an area of the map and then try to look for a better angle rather than just kind of like hold on to it and kind of lose in the initial standoff. Anyone's Legend, though, it feels like around Dragons, they've tried to do this whole like, oh, we're gonna go like onto the objective, then we're gonna peel off of it like they did there. Like, we're just gonna stand off the objective and try and take a fight away from it. And they've sometimes been punished for that. Not quite the same as their failings in Split 1 and last year in this particular example. But yeah, Dragon fights in general haven't always been anyone's Legend's favorite place to be.
Yeah, because again, they had all the wards in the world, they had position in the river, they had the Trundle coming through an awkward angle. You'd think that should have been relatively simple.
Yeah. But anyone's Legend, I mean, they've lost Tabe this year. That's the big story for them. They lost their coach, and that might have changed their strategy a little bit too. Teleport back out onto the map. From Hope, he's got himself 3.5 items. Leave also has 3 items as well. He has himself the Lord Dominic's Regards Third, so now he has lethality and the percent pen, and he's got some crit in there from the Phantom Dice Dancer as well. Probably will be that Infedge 4th. And there's a fun build going around right now where you can actually go Titanic later on into the game on Jin for an auto attack reset to very quickly get a 4th shot. So there is actually a chance where you go at like 4th or 5th item, Jin can get Titanic Hydra to randomly one-shot you. And if anyone's gonna build it, it is Leave. So just saying that's a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, sudden 3 and 4.
Yeah, it is a 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's change this tempo up a little bit. Bit of damage there onto Xiaohao. Just need to be careful of the rise. That's the scary champion from anyone's Legend.
When am I getting my
Your what,
J.K. Simmons, not quite my tempo Jin skin?
Good question.
Quite my tempo.
Yeah, I could imagine Jin being that kind of guy. The whip, he would be a jazz guy, wouldn't he? He's so pretentious.
Oh, yeah.
He's so pretentious. He'd be a jazz guy.
Actually, he's a Baroque guy, to be quite frank. But there we go.
I know, but he could also be a jazz guy, Sam.
Do you know how? Speaking of Baroque, I've got a fun fact. I don't want to save. Do you know what? I'll save it for the next time someone reads the fun fact. It's about Beethoven.
Okay, I'll wait until that too then, I guess. Fourth item's, of course, a little way off for all of these players. Third item's for most people in. Sinian is down 1,000 gold, does have a Seekers. Had one good shockwave at the Baron, but Sinian, as we've been saying, an LDL mid laner who's come up to play for EDG in place of Angel, who seemingly is not playing for EDG anymore. We haven't seen him for a little while now. Didn't play in the last best of 5. Not listed here today as well. Might come in, I guess, in a pinch if Sinian starts to really suffer. But he's got himself that Seekers. And one shockwave now, even, you know, it's level 16. Gets himself that shockwave onto what is not a crazy tanky team. That shockwave could be game-changing.
It could very well be. AL will find themselves into the river again. Dragon is up, Baron is up. EDG managed to claim 2 in a row here. Shanks has to rocket belt away from the deadly flourishes, which have been very problematic at the starts of many of these fights.
Curtain Call being used, not loving that early. ZDZ taunted up, gets the Dominus down.
There's the Sterix, gets saved by the Tempered Fate briefly. Now going to try and turn onto Flondra, but he has to flash away. Flondra still really annoyed with that. Dusk and Dawn, and Shanks gets to unload. On the other side of the fight's not looking much better either. They've lost the Trundle, the Shockwave to try and disengage. The Realm Warp to follow the poor Orianna, and needs to quickly change courses and should just about be able to retreat. But the problem is the damage is well and truly done. Top jungle dead, and AL with the format with the man advantage.
Flondra just one-shot the Renekton. Flondra just went into the backline and said, I am the carry now. The Shen has damage. This build, which was kind of shown by Broken Blade a number of months ago now, that the zombie Shen in top lane does ridiculous damage with the double proc of the Titanic off of Dusk and Dawn. That's going to be the Dragon and the Baron from anyone's Legend, most likely. They're actually going to leave the Dragon initially, go for the Baron first and foremost, then go towards the Dragon after a quick reset. Anyone's Legend, a much better Dragon fight from them this time. After the last 2, it kind of went away from them. So what went wrong here? Protobelt away from the W, so I don't think Jhin expected that, so the Jhin ultimate gets a little bit low value. It doesn't really get that much. The Protobelt legitimately saving a lot of heartbreak. And then ZDZ just goes a little bit too far. Great CC combo. You see the shape of the team fight from EDG. It's just a little bit off. They're not quite there in range to help out ZDZ. They're not quite there in range afterwards to help Xiaohao as caught out after, because he goes in a little bit late. Then Leave it left sadly in a 1vX scenario, really. He can't survive the play.
And the flash on him means that Leave trying to clear out that wave desperately does just get jumped on there. The flash still available. Does mean that the Dragon took a little bit longer to go down, but they've managed to pick up the Baron beforehand, and now AL find themselves very convincingly back in control of this game. There has been a couple stutters from the feed where we see the Heimerdinger once or twice. A little hard to see that on a regular basis, but there it is. Worth noting as well, hope at this point, 4 items on the Varus is going to be actually very obnoxious amounts of damage.
I mean, Flondra's my player of the game, though. Oh my word, the Shen's been crazy. Solo kill and lane, great damage in team fights. We're in the TPA Shen as well. Appreciate that one with the little glow sticks, the thunder sticks, which break down that tower. AL did lose a team fight or 2 in this game, but it has largely still been dominant from their side. EDG, the last 2 dragons before this one, gave us some hope for them. Anyone's Legend, pushing in now across multiple lanes with the Baron. The clean feed just taking... What is happening there?
We have recalled back into earlier in the game to watch poor ZDZ die once more.
Yeah, me too, chat. Me too. Okay. Wow, let's
look at Tarzan's face.
Look at those eye movements. Look at that. That's incredible. We had a fight. We're in a fight.
Well, no one's dead. Okay, so we're all right.
Yeah, but look at the amount of ults just used for EDG. EDG just used Shockwave and... Okay. They used 3. I'm just one person with a lot of...
Beethoven fun fact.
Yeah, do know. What's your Beethoven fun fact?
Well, no, brilliant. We don't have to fun fact. You have to hold on, guys.
Yeah, you'll have to hold on to that fun fact. Okay, back out. 3 ultimates we used for EDG. You can see them on cooldown. Xiaohao does manage to get that red buff, I believe.
It's not. It is, in fact, on top of someone else because he doesn't have a red buff aura around him.
Yeah. Why do I feel like this was a pause for the observers rather than the players? Well, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
Because, yeah, you never want the game to be paused for out-of-game reasons, but is what it is. Leave getting quite close towards that Infinity Edge. Once he gets that Jhin is going to be scary again. And perhaps Leave can do some bit of heavy lifting here. He's done that in playoffs before. Last time he was in playoffs was with NIP. Did some... Hang on a second. That's a big catch on Strafe.
He needs to get through that magical journey and run away. He does get the binding onto the wall, but the Pop Blossom, rather the Blooming Burst, will be enough to bring him down. Now the Paranoia gets procced and the Black Sabbath tunes begin to rumble through our eardrums. They won't use it to go in here. It'll just be a tease. Instead, they'll look at this tier 3 left very low, immediate realm. Rune President, rather, over the wall. Still conflating the abilities of R and W1 Rise like everyone else around, and Tarzan brings down that tier 3. Still blame Nymaera for bringing that bad juju on top of my head.
Could you imagine if you know, you get Paranoia, famous Black Sabbath song, and it just goes, I am Iron Player. Oh, rip to Ozzy. Yeah, you would have loved playing League of Legends, Ozzy. All right,
Sharon, I need help, bot.
push it. Sharon, my jungler's in me. Anyway, Anyone's Legends. Baron Buff's run out now. They'll take the mid in him, push it across the map, drag it in 2 minutes, and they'll have a chance of Infernal Soul.
Oh boy. Right, well there goes EDG. Just finds way out to Flodra. I don't know how much fun they necessarily have with the 2-level advantage on the Shen, who has got Protoplasm Harness now to give him a 4th item to work with. Thank you, Ghost, for the resub again, guys. We are getting closer to part of the plus here. We're at about like 60 out of 100. So for those who have yet to potentially resubscribe,
Continue subscriptions even if you have to one.
and especially because there have been a number of very generous gifts in chat. It's been very lovely of you guys. Thank you very much. But for those of you going, you know what? I've got an extra $5 this month. Just resubscribing for a month, 2 months would really help our ability to get to Partner Plus, because then we get more money from subs, which means we're more financially solvent, which would be very nice.
You know, I've got a fun fact about Black Sabbath for you in chat. I said this on the stream before, but the guitarist of Black Sabbath, so all of Black Sabbath used to work in factories and stuff, and the guitarist actually lost the tips of his fingers in a factory accident. So he melted down some fairy liquid bottles and then melted them to be his new fingertips. And he invented a new way to play guitar, which is drop D tuning, to make it easier to play guitar. So he became one of the greatest guitarists of all time without fingertips. Fun fact for you: people can overcome a great many things to achieve things if you put your mind to it. Paranoid comes through, coming in with the submarine.
There we go. They find their way into the back line, trying to threaten out all of these poor squishy members. Leave does just that. The Pop Blossom after means that the attempt at full contact team fighting goes very wrong. Those backliners have teeth, and they sink them deep into EDG's flanks. Only ZDZ survived, but the base, I fear, will not.
No, it won't. ZDZ, the last member alive, and he is far too late to the party. Anyone's Legend have a point to prove that they are still at the top of the LPL. They will shut down EDG in game 1 and go 1-up in the series.
Anyone's Legend will not follow suit with a number of our other Ascend teams and drop games to our Nirvana squads. Back to the drawing board for Edward Gaming.
Messes up, just gets ulted by you anyway. You don't tend to run something like a cleanse, it can be a huge problem. Of course, with the Lissandra Lee Sin and TF Lee Sin, those are both crazy combos too. All right, let's get into game.
Ghost, I've seen you wanted a compliment. It's probably going to have to wait till after the game at this point. I can only apologise on that front. Maybe if we get a bit of downtime or a pause, but remind me once the game is done. What I do want to note as well, the last time we saw this, Fizz Mid was Yagao playing it in 2018. It has been 8 years, 2,908 days.
That is a hell of a change, Sam. It is a hell of a change. Shanks is picking the Ignite. I think he's aware that actually Lissandra is a good matchup into the Fizz. He picked this, right? He saw the Fizz and it's like, okay, it was a quick lock-in too. That's the thing which really convinces me on it. It's a quick lock-in. Flondra happy to lock the TF top. You know, hang on. Ooh, good hop over. Leave actually dodges the volley.
Nice. And actually gets on top of Hope, so it's a lot of damage down. Of course, with the lethal tempo stack, things get a bit dicey, but then Kyle just says, no, right, I'm full sending at the AD carry, forces the flash. Flashing forwards themselves. They get the kill. It's an oversend. The route after, they tried to get that around from Tarzan, and it gets a little bit dicey.
Well, it goes a 1-for-1. It's the dice has come up. Snake Eyes there for Hope. Dies anyway at the end of it. But Leave, body blocked by Kyle, means that it's not the initial crazy 2v2 we thought would come out of the Ezreal Seraphine at the start of that play. You know, initially when Leave had hopped over the volley, I thought, well, this is a crazy one trade. They'll just run away with this now. See here in the mid lane, look, this is why the Fizz hates playing into Lissandra. You have to use your E defensively. If you use your E on top of Lissandra, she WQs you, you lose the trade anyway, unless you have a few levels in it. and even then, it's not great. But even when you're just kind of playing around minions, if there's a minion between you and her, she just gets to use her ranged versus melee matchup here. Lissandra, if she ever outranges someone, feels awful to play against.
She's very impressive in that game state. And again, you notice it's the Ignite, it's the exhaust top from Twisted Fate as well. There was a joke the other day saying, oh my days, the teleport meta is back, Varus is running it bot, we're seeing it on supports with the spellbook. No teleport to be seen from anyone's legend. That's what I'm talking about. That's real League of Legends right there.
Yeah, well, they're getting part of that top lane role quest, you know. So they technically have one, and they did, but the Twisted Fate is your budget teleport, isn't it? I miss when we didn't have teleports, or had so much less of them. But ever since, like, well, 2014 is when teleports became kind of mandatory, and then it was really, oh god, she's actually potentially dead here. Ignite goes down, Senior will have to recall early.
Does indeed. He's got the TP at the very least. A bit of a conversation. And hello, I love ads. Good to see you around again. The name always makes me smile. Asking, you know, surely it wasn't blind picked into the Lissandra. No, it was locked into the Twisted Fate, and then it got flexed top Twisted Fate specifically, and the Lissandra was then put in to respond to the response, basically.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of flex picks over the last few days. If people have not caught LPL, we've seen Vayne be flexed into mid lane. We have seen Jace flexed into jungle. We saw Skarner flexed into support. Over the last 3 best of 3s now, including this one you're watching right now, we've seen a lot of flex picks. Now, one of the downfalls of Fearless, and you know, I'm a pretty heavy critic of the Fearless draft. One of the downfalls is that teams just don't value flex picks anymore, and this is a problem of the teams. So technically, it's a criticism of teams, not the flex pick itself, the Fearless itself. But teams don't want to put in that time to put in the effort to develop these picks in multiple roles. Sinian is going to try and dive the TF here.
They're gonna try and make this happen. There's the gold card. Flash forward with the Trickster, and they get the kill. You might not be laning into it. You can still look for the kills.
That's such a bull. Okay, all right, that's so... What do you mean he can just teleport mid, leave lane immediately again, and just kill top lane? He's lost the way for this. He is going to be down to 36. This is real Season 3 Fizz gameplay. What is a lane? I just want to kill people. Champions, not minions. You know, farm the champions.
To be fair, if you're playing the Fizz as a horrible matchup, do you really want to sit there in lane? You may as well get value elsewhere, because you ain't doing it from lane.
No, and I understand that. But the problem is he dropped too much CS. He dropped too much experience, and you're just out of the game anyway. As you'll notice already, he's down almost half a level on Shanks. Shanks is going to be at an earlier level of power, and this is actually one of the things that we learned early on in League. So this is like a learning from 13 years ago. So a reminder if we go way back into the past here, because no, Sam brings up a very good point. Why don't you just leave lane and do all these things? Because eventually you get so far behind in XP and gold, even if you do get kills, the XP is such a killer that you lose out like 1,000 gold or whatever per level, and you can't really play the game if you're 2 levels behind, can you?
Well, now about to get jumped on bot lane. There's the heal and the volley to slow leave down who's potentially coming on in. They can't find anything there, of course. Not seen a lot from Tarzan's Lee Sin so far. Tried to bait out that bot lane play by safeguarding to Hope, who was pretending to be vulnerable, but unfortunately that feigned vulnerability proved a little bit too real when they fell down in that 1-for-1 bot lane. Otherwise, have been relatively quiet since then. Sinian's now got level 6 himself, and he's only down 50 or so gold, if that. That early kill been quite helpful. And in some ways, assuming the Fizz gets to level 6 and not fall too much behind from laning phase and get active on the map, then maybe you're okay with these choices.
All it takes is one misstep though. Gold card, Lissandra ult. Things go wrong. Now, of course, you can go E through that gold card, and Blunders gets the shortest range stealth, whatever. Kick into the wall, gold card in there. CDC, no flash. Likely dead, but lives, has enough shielding.
Yeah, has enough shielding, has enough mobility between the lacerates and the Drakehound steps to get out of there. All the while, they do see the reset come on forwards, and so the first ult of the game from the Twisted Fate doesn't lead to all that much. They can turn onto the Dragon here instead and look to bonk that down in relatively short order. Tarzan can maybe look mid. They're looking to fight potentially actually around this. They're down a couple big ults to make this happen.
Okay, so do we get our first big Fizz ult of the game? If it goes on to the Sandra, they'll just ult themselves. Hope is very vulnerable to this. I think they see the Fizz on the flank and they say, you know what? We've got a bigger fish to fry. Boo. I thought that was pretty good. Couldn't have done any better than that.
Oh, you need to go back to the basement after that one. That's not being allowed out. Put this person in their place.
Yeah.
You need monkfish like mental to deal with casting with Nymaera on a regular basis.
Yeah, I know, I'm singing a bit out of the tuna right now.
the one?
Swordfish.
Guilty.
Guilty. I guarantee it.
Oh, maybe this will finally be over.
We're on the tail end of the minute. Right, Shout taking the red buff. And not about, look, getting that early dragon feels good for EDG. No, because later on, if you do manage to hold a good flank angle, then Sinian's going to feel pretty good because, you know, as we noted earlier, the gold card's not going to be effective versus versus the Fizz because he just ease through it, just goes into the Trickster. And it's really, really annoying for Flandre to then hold the flank versus Sinian. He will die in the 1v1. He's gone for steel caps against the Ambassador. That doesn't help versus the Fizz that much. It does help technically versus the Blitzbane, but not nearly enough, Sam. Not nearly enough.
No, it doesn't. Shanks over towards these grubs with Tarzan is going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. No first items quite completed anywhere as yet, but there are some decent part completes. Whether anyone wants to come fight around these grubs, worth noting that despite Flandre's death, still have about 700 gold because ranged into melee and also TF stacked deck passive.
Yep, you're just going to print gold, don't you? And he also didn't die when the wave was at tower. This is a smite away from Xiaohao, actually going for the fight, and the Fizz ult lands.
And the Crescent Guard comes on down. Out comes that Frozen 2, trying to flash forward. The Polymorph after, not enough to kill off Xiaohao. Now, actually, they're a little bit deep. The public execution is a little slow these days. The wheels of justice move a little too slow. Now, Lee trying to land a few more of those Mystic shots. The beat drop just shy, and Lissandra decides she's not interested in the top of the pops.
Tarzan dying quite early on in that fight. Sinian landing the ult, and Shanks not getting any value out of a second round of summoners plus his ultimate. Sam, now I start to get worried. Because now Sinian has 2 kills, and the grubs went the way of EDG, and you're starting to blow summoners and starting to put some deaths onto the enemy team. Watch Sinian's ult here as he ends up getting it just really just right on target. Shanks can't body block it. He's punted out of the way by the Crescent Guard, and despite the fact that he does get good damage onto Xiaohao, Sinian's done even more to Tarzan.
Yeah, and of course, Xiaohao just about escapes despite the Polymorph coming on down, and then things just got a bit frustrating for AL from this point. And Sinian, the player we expected to be the weakest link in the game, coming away with a 2-0 early Fizz game, despite being into the counter matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, as you said, Sam, he's just left the matchup. Now, as we said, there is a problem where if you leave lane and you don't get anything, you're just down XP and you feel awful. You're still down, half a level or so, which could potentially be an issue as we go later on into the game, not into the series. Called XP doesn't stay between. Could you imagine if XP stayed between games?
That would be not great.
Chovy up 1 million levels by game 4, Oh god, but yeah, Sinian really scary. Still down that CS. Still going to be a little bit afraid of Shanks. He's likely going to be going towards Protobelt first on Lissandra. That was a lot of the Lissandra meta was about Everfrost and then Protobelt. Those are the 2 items which really kind of broke that champion for a while. There was a brief amount of GLP as well, where you kind of went for the, the ice hose build and things like that. Flandre trying to get the best out of his top lane matchup too. Fizz is coming up though, and he'll have to ult away, using that very effectively there. If he didn't use that, he would have died to the fish again.
Yeah, it does potentially give AL opportunity to make a move on the bot side of the map. The Fizz elsewhere, Tarzan goes in with the Sonic Wave, the Crescent Card comes on down, and the Bunny Rabbit is spawned where Xiaohao was. The flash encore makes things a bit spicy, but the kick away means that Xiaohao can't finish off Kyle. But look out, the Chom's Waters is turned around with the Frozen 2. Now Sinian's in a difficult spot. Does he have that ability to get on top of the Trickster's pole? Flashes over, men try and slide away, gets that E slide through, but the W active will not be enough. The Seastone Trident bleed is nowhere near the damage required to bring down Tarzan's HP bar.
Initially, I thought that was okay for EDG, trading the Ash ult for the Shinzo ult. I thought, well, okay, it's fine. Yeah, the Ash ult's still a pretty big cooldown to take, but the Crescent Guard, whatever, about the same. But then Sinian ends up going for the all-in, and I think that's a mistake there, Sam. Lissandra was already on the way, does get ulted, does that Fizz, gets locked up, and what the hell is Sinian going for? He's going for a Blackfire Torch build. He's got a Faded Ash to inventory. I've not seen a slow burn Fizz. I'm very interested to see what he's building.
Season 6 tank Fizz is returning, Alex.
Well, if you remember, Season 5 Fizz was the Swordfish variety, where you go Blade Triforce. He actually built a lot less tank than the other top laners of that era, because he wasn't an Iceborne Gauntlet builder as much as the others. Like, you had, like, Poppy, Trundle, and Echo, who were like your Iceborne Sunfire top lane. Whereas Fizz was actually way more about Triforce and Blade at that point. He was bucked the meta just a little bit. Remember players like
Season 6 he was still Iceborne Sunfire, I'm fairly certain. I mean, so would be the one, obviously Season 5 a little different, I agree. you remember Season 6, he was another one of those tank options in top once upon a time.
He was still a Triforce builder. He was still a Triforce builder. I'm telling you, man, I remember this Swordfish because I played it a lot. Is the thing. And I remember Marin playing it.
Yes.
Now, of course, you go tank a little bit later when you build something like the Spirit's Visage, something like that, but he wasn't really an Iceborne Gauntlet builder. He was a Triforce builder. Either way, look, the idea is Sheen items were really good on him. You pretty much always wanted that Sheen item.
Sunfire first on the far left. We'll head over towards this dragon with EDG. Gonna stick that one up. Maybe their second one was a little bit of a fight in the river there. Of course, the thing is, because the health bar's got a little bit low, didn't really turn it into... Ooh, arrow lands onto... Remember, Xiaohao not going to be turned into. They didn't want to dive into that banana, but should have been a little bit faster. The dragon we go to. Shanks now into that pit. We'll get the Ring of Frost down. Sinian threatening there. Can maybe look to go on top of that Trickster's pole. The Chum of the Waters comes on down. Xiaohao is turned into a frozen tomb, at least for 30 seconds or so. And Flandre just gets to keep autoing. As the public execution comes on down, they'll get another one. As Tarzan eventually drops, but I think the damage is kind of done.
EDG can't get enough damage from the Fizz out, and he's gone for the Blackfire build here. Again, it's not the Sheen build or something more bursty. I wonder if that's a mistake, Sam. I do wonder. I think he needs to be really bursty, because you can see the problem is with Cine is that he gets like one rotation off in a fight. Pretty much. Right there, the second E, I believe, was used to get out of the play. Of course, ended up dying for that too. Shanks is doing a really good job of just making the melee dive in such an impossibility. Look at Sinian here. He kind of just gets locked up. Doesn't get that much damage down. You know, he does have his ultimate. Doesn't get a long-range one off in the fight. Leave now caught out in mid lane.
There's the gold card that's immediately cleansed. Good Captain Jack. The problem is the damage is still really obnoxious and just gets autoed down. You can't cleanse those.
Leave just pushed up way too far there. AL much better at playing around their own pick potential. Flandre, real credit to him. Flandre is the kind of player who is very good at kind of taking everything in his stride in a game. He is one of the scientists, so if you have a random build on the map, or if you have a random matchup, Flandre probably thinks through it better than most other people. He was the person that invented tank Jace, top lane Rek'Sai. Top lane TF was a big champion for him too back in 2024 when he came back onto JDG after his time. You know, of course, he was on the EDG World's winning lineup. He was he's now facing off against his old team here. But Flandre is a very good, like, thinking person's League of Legends player.
Yes.
And so when you throw him into, like, okay, we're just going to give you the TF to avoid the Fizz and stuff like that, and try and work his way around the game, he's done a good job here. You're giving up that first kill, yes, but he's done a good job of limiting it to just that.
Kyle gets jumped on. The public execution makes things tricky. Gonna try and turn on the other side, though. Home and Leave being traded onto. They will murder that Ezreal, and Kyle actually escapes on the other side. There goes Xiaohao jumping onto Hope, who cannot escape the power that was put into him. Tarzan still got that frozen tomb to buy a little bit of time, and all the while Tarzan gets to keep cycling through those autos, the safeguards, the Sonic Wave. Xiaohao with the Crescent Guard, but he's in a 1 versus 4, and this ain't Gladiator. You don't win those odds.
It's such a meat grinder. Given the fact there are so many ranged champions on the side of AL, because they got the double range solo laners, it's only the Lee Sin, they're doing a great job of just grinding down EDG in the low range fights where the Fizz goes into melee range, even with a good encore. The extra CC of the gold card, the Ring of Frost, is too much, and Tarzan can clean up. I like the Fizz pick. It's not been great into the Lissandra though. I'm just happy to see the champion again. It's a fun champion to watch him play. Playing against him solo queue, different problem. That's definitely not something I support in the same way. I've got that good ult onto Ezreal. Ezreal can't play that, has no cleanse, gets completely destroyed by both Ashe, Lissandra, and the Lee Sin. So even though, you know, the Lulu's forced out of the fight early and has to use a lot of their cooldowns, it's still a good turnaround from anyone's legend to pick up the split fight.
Once again, it looked like Kyle was about to get picked up, and we just love some full contact team fighting here in the LPL.
That we do.
While Xiaohao, though, he nearly gets to the Sandra back, but the shields, oh man, that's so frustrating. Down about 20 HP, I think I saw there. Very, very obnoxious. Flandre's got Hex Optic second here, not the Yuntal. Sometimes we see if TF snowball really hard, they can afford Yuntal second to get more attack speed for your attack speed to cycle through your passive autos. EDG will at least cross map here with their bot and top lanes to pick up some stuff. There's a look at the replay. It looks like Fizz got jumped on. To flash from the Sonic Wave. I think the playful Trickster was down.
Yeah, he would have used that for wave clear. One of the issues with Fizz, and look, it's the thing which balances him as a champion, is like, if Fizz wants to do anything, he probably needs to use E. So if he needs to use it offensively or defensively, it's a problem. Ult used by Shanks, buying a lot of time under turret.
He does, and that's actually a gold con to ZDC, and it's all going wrong. The frozen thralls are out. The iceborne subjugation is here. Bow to your queen. Lissandra picks up a few new subjects.
2 versus 3, Flandra and Shanks outplay EDG under the bot lane in a turret, and the composition's all gone wrong, Sam. They needed something more out of this Fizz. They needed some more gold in the early game. Anyone's Legend took that one death in top lane, and they just said, all right, we're just going to shut up shop. You're not going to get enough out of this matchup. Shanks has been so disastrous for EDG to deal with. They've not found a good answer to the Lissandra.
One can say it fizzled.
That's wonderful, Sam. That's
You
great.
guys didn't see this, but I did like the fake sunglasses back onto my face.
He made
thing.
sure like I was fully paying attention for that. You know, reminds me of that time where Rats Tyrell had his whole family come to watch him at the Boonarive Classic, and then he died in a fire explosion.
Genuinely, it's one of those kind of scenes that's like genuinely horrifying in Star Wars, where you see his family in tears walking away from the
his
arena.
whole family's here to support him. See, George Lucas is a visionary in all the right and wrong ways, Sam. It's just, what a... You know, there's a fun bit of extended universe stuff, is that apparently, so there's one, I think it's now like, it's not canon anymore, but there was like one moment in time where it's like, yeah, the Boonarive Classic, like, pod racing isn't normally this dangerous. That was just like the worst event of all events in pod racing history. It's normally quite as dangerous, but it's not that bad, folks.
It was an omen of things to come.
But I do find it really interesting. By the way, this is some people like shooting at the races, and just no one reacts that much. It's like, oh, this is a normal occurrence.
Yeah.
Although, if you ever played Episode 1 Racer, there was like a racetrack in an asteroid, which is an active prison facility.
Yes.
Absolutely insane. Like, Episode 1 Racer, if you haven't gone and played that, it actually holds up very well over time. It's a very hard game, very sensitive controls. Even when it was on GameCube
with an old school joystick. One of the first games, I think possibly the first game I ever do remember playing.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh man, I kind of miss when peripherals were different. One of the things which has made me appreciate consoles a bit more now is haptics and working out. I mean, so I don't have enough money for a VR setup. I'd love a VR setup for like the Elite Dangerous or Flight Sims. And then joysticks and stuff like that too, they go crazy.
One of the reasons why I quite like a Switch, just because the control surfaces are just that little bit different.
Yeah, they use them differently, right? Where you hold them in different ways. Like 1-2 Switch is a very good example of how many different ways you can use it. Right, so AL do get themselves Dragon. It's a very late second Dragon. We've been fighting too much. No one's been taking Dragons because we're killing each other so much.
Feels a bit rude, that really. EDG going to try and cross-map here, but that means the mid-lane play happens. Leave does manage to Arcane Shift, but has to cleanse after because he was hit by, I believe, the arrow. Got baited out by the Durex advert, because clearly Leave needed the protection as he was hit by that arrow, and that'll be the end of that one. Flandra will throw down some wild cards and begin to auto-out these minions.
Yeah, should have taken Uzi's advice, obviously. Flandra.
Woo!
Third item in for Flandra. Very, very strong on the TF here. Of course, Prince Gold, the Hex Optics, nasty as hell. Can't call for the Ambassador.
That's just a blind Ambassador. No assistance required. ZDZ now going to have to start dashing away with that Drake Hound step. In they come. The Encore is there, but not that effective. Although it's effective enough to bring down the Lissandra, who's CC'd for long enough to be unable to get her Frozen Tomb down.
Okay, so EDG, great pick off ZDZ on the Ambassador, making something work. Kyle lives again somehow, but at the cost of his teammate there this time. Flandra on Vision. Tarzan currently recalling. EDG want to make an extended pickoff. They know that Flandra is out of position. They have Vision very deep in the lane to pick him off.
He is likely dead here. Sinian starts rolling at him. We'll start going forwards to get that Urchin strike. The Chum, the Waters, and a playful Trickster leads Twisted Fate to a watery grave.
EDG, credit to them. I mean, in both last game and this one, they're finding creative plays to pick people off at important moments. They're trying to find, you know, what they can with some random vision just littered across the map. Not every team does this when they're behind, but this is something which I think RNG did incredibly well back in like 2022. I think T1 started doing it well after getting beaten by them at MSI 22, actually. Funnily enough, that's a separate conversation. I think T1 actually owe a lot to RNG and their loss to them in 22 MSI to the way that they play now. I think it evolved their style. Shanks went in for a big play, but of course, ends up getting locked down and dying. The Encore was exceptional from Dway, but yeah, putting down Vision in unexpected spots, so it's not spotting. So you know that ward by Raptors there in the bush. That's a common place to put a ward. That's likely to get swept. You go put wards in places you know that people don't expect it to be, because it doesn't give you that much information, but it gives you just enough sometimes to make a play, and it's less likely to get swept. So sometimes our LPL teams do like to play around that, and EDG do get a bit of a bonus off that. It's not enough to save the game here, but it does give them one winning play in a situation where they were behind.
Need something. And again, they're still down 4,000 gold, but they were down about 7, if memory serves. It was quite an extended gold lead. Though I will say, I'm saying it was about 7, and I say that with a certain amount of trepidation, because I can't actively remember saying it. So perhaps I'm hallucinating, always possible. But it does give them a little bit of something. Sinion's now got the Lich Bane to go alongside that Blackfire Torch, so mixing and matching here. See what they go to afterwards. I think the Arm Guard probably wise this game, as the Fizz will need as many ways to go invulnerable and buy time as possible. ZDZ dashing around to threaten Tarzan there, who's been pretty good on the Lee Sin, with the exception of that one unfortunate failure to save Hope in that bot lane.
The Tarzan's been really benefiting from the fact that he has 3 setup lanes. Yeah. Now, so this is, of all the Lee Sin games which Tarzan's played over his career, this is not one which I'm going to hold up and say, yes, this is the one, because he's been set up for by 3 hard CC champions into a team which is in the meat grinder. So Tarzan probably should be doing some pretty mad work, and he has been doing so far. He's been doing a lot of single target damage. One of the problems with both of these compositions, there's no true tank, so when you have someone like a Lee Sin, they actually scale well into the late game, because they one-shot you all game long. It's not like you're going into a Scion or whatever, which, of course, anyone's legend of course, they banned it out in this game.
Yeah,
they banned it out themselves, despite the fact that they are a very good Scion team themselves. Right, Dragon's up in a minute. This has been a very scrappy series. Both of these teams are willing to fight off of objective timers. We do have a Seekers coming in through from Sinion. Very big on Fizz, allows you to survive through to your second E a lot of the time. So if you can use that well in this fight, perhaps he can make a mess of things. Has a lot of golden pocket.
Yeah, and again, look where the gold is. Like, the entire gold lead is in the Twisted Fate, which, you know, happens with Twisted Fate. So in some ways, I think this game is perhaps a little more even than sometimes the gold might imply. Baron's been started by anyone's legend. EDG currently don't know.
No, they don't. They don't have a Twisted Fate ult themselves. This is a good sneak. EDG are not coming to check. This is going to be a very easy Baron takeaway. They're holding the Fog of War very well. Too much hard CC. EDG can't walk up. Baron for free.
Just get that one. It's their second Baron of the game, I believe.
Yeah, but anyone's legend. Look, the reason why EDG don't push up and aggressively check that, they have no one that can face check. Because as we were just saying before that, no one's really tanky here. There's a lot of setup. If you just walk into Fog of War and there's a Lissandra there, you die and potentially lose the game off of that. Now there's a Dragon in 10 seconds. If they win the Dragon fight, perhaps they can deny the Baron buff too.
Sinian trying to get over here, of course. The thing is, because AL took that Baron and put all their vision down there, means their vision around the Dragon's not superb. Hang on, that's not about Arrow though. The kick after! Goodbye, Xiaohao. Your jungler is absolutely destroyed there. Tarzan continues to follow with another resonating strike. The public execution is invalidated by the Ring of Frost and the Frozen Tombs. Wave flashes away. The encore is decent enough. The problem is that everyone else is somewhat dead in the water. Leave on top of a wall. Tries to get some damage down. Does have the Endless Hunger. Gives them some opportunities to twist the Tempered Fate. Sorry, not the Tempered Fate. The Arcane Barrage.
True Shot Barrage.
Oh, my days. I can't remember the name of it. Took me a second or two there. Thank you to my fellow caster for correcting me there. Will not be enough to find the damage they're looking for.
Dragon's alive. Anyone's legend could take that quite easily. It's a very late Dragon game because we've been fighting so much, so we're not taking Dragons on cooldown, and these teams have been fighting off of the Dragon timer. Great play from Tarzan. Xiaohao had nothing to say about that. And look, sadly, Xiaohao has just kind of been... I don't even think Xiao has played that badly, by the way. I just think he's been playing into it. What's up, Sam?
No, I was trying to think how I ended up with Arcane Barrage after Tempered Fate.
Arcane Shift?
Yeah, and I think because of T became which we... Anyway, we've got the replay happening.
Yeah, Tarzan ends up getting a great kick in there, and they got the Dragon afterwards from this. And yeah, Tarzan's just becoming a huge threat. I mean, the Lee Sin with so much setup on his team does an incredible amount of damage because, you know, as we said, there's no true tank to survive that kind of play. And Tarzan can just kind of keep rolling through the regular cooldowns, and he has a ton of damage to bring.
Towards this bot lane we look now with the Baron still rolling, the arrow just wide onto ZDZ, who S-keys well there. The problem is the gold card still follows, and now Shanks is looking for a Ring of Frost and some damage to follow. Immediate McHale's keeps ZDZ alive as the Frozen Tomb was placed around the Ambassador, but she's broken out from her prison.
Ezreal coming back out onto the map. I mean, typically, and Ezreal loves this kind of game too, but he's been struggling to get down damage while the rest of the EDG dies so quickly. He doesn't get that much time to keep spamming those Qs out. Gold card ignored. There we go.
Shout goes in, but the flash away from Fondra keeps him alive for a second or two. The encore comes on down, but not too much avail, really. The kick is okay. The turnaround gets a bit interesting as Hope brings down ZDZ whenever the public gets used to it. It's a triple kill to Hope, who might be looking for a little bit more. Leave, trying to trade out. It's a quadra kill. It will not be the full penta because the Twisted Fate takes his cut of the deal, but it will still be anyone's legend, moving to 2-0 in the series.
A 4-man Ring of Frost stops the engage in its tracks, and anyone's legend brawl their way through a 1 kill a minute game to go 2-0 in the series.
Well, folks, hello. Welcome to the channel to those of you who've not been. Raft, Olaf, TF, the Rek'Sai, that flexibility in the off-kilter picks, giving them a lot of fun stuff in these drafts so far. I think EDG will find themselves in a tricky spot. We'll listen to the Gyos potentially for the last time today. EDG backs against the wall.
Before the second series, we'll hear him again.
For this series. Pedant.
We have 2 best of 5s. You pedant, you said last time today. What do you mean last time today?
For this series!
Yeah, last time for this series then, not last time today. Oh, God's sake. Right, both jungle, let's go from top side to bot side. Some shallow visions to try and stop some invades going across the river here on both sides.
Storm Raider Surge for the Galio, who does in fairness get to proc that relatively free. The way they say Rise struggles a little bit more, has to get through, particularly early on, a few more rotations to guarantee that proc. Against something like the Cassiopeia, very easy to get that kind of EQ auto runaway kind of angle.
Already see that Shanks struggling against the Cassiopeia early. We saw Chovy get solo killed by, was it BDD's Cassiopeia the other day? You know, the Galio is not safe into the Cassiopeia all the time. You still need to be very respectful. Now, later on, you can end up, of course, giving the Jarvan Galio combo, which was the 2017 combo, and then kind of lasted ever since then, really. Been a very scary combo throughout League history. It kind of disappeared for a little while, came back again over points, and we remember eventually, oh yeah, hang on, giving a Vector for Galio to go into the enemy team with the ultimate is kind of disgusting.
Lock on my coordinates, and in fairness, Shanks was playing the Shen to do something similar earlier on. Feels like that's been a bit of a compositional stratagem from AL. Problem is the Twin Fang's still very dangerous. Shanks with the Storm Raider Surge able to dodge out of that noxious blast. There's that up blast. CDZ debating going on forwards. Fonda though with that important shield will not go down there. Got a little bit dicey, but the undertows enough to get a slow as well.
But already in that mid lane, you can see that Shanks can very much be killed by Sinian. Lost the cannon minion for that trade there, actually. So we went for a heavy trade, activated the Storm Raiders, walked away from that. Of course, Storm Raiders a lot harder to proc now than Phase Rush was, because there's a lot of cooldown. The trading between the bot lane working out here. Level 3 on leave helps, but they're on a 3v2.
Heavy barrier dropped. Tarzan here has got the flash, the flag and drag available, but no one wants to go forward. The Shao House also turned up. That Skarner comes out of the woods. A wild Skarner wants to battle.
Skarner. You know, I think he still has that voice line. He used to have it with the old skin.
It was great.
You know, on stream yesterday, I was asked, which rework would I revert? Skarner is actually up there, weirdly.
Really?
Because Skarner feels so unsatisfying for so many players to watch now, to play, rather. He's actually to below pre-rework, like, play rate. Or he's around the same amount, which was obviously not very high in the first place.
Part of the problem is that in solo queue, he doesn't feel that great because he got so pro-jailed.
He did, and well, not that old Skarner didn't really. I at least preferred the old lore of Skarner. The new one of being like this Guardian of Ishtal is just so different from how they were. Justinian having to flash away from Shanks.
They didn't really have that many champions for Ishtalers.
Yeah, it's just more like it felt like it was kind of trying to retcon Seraphine thing. That was the thing which felt like, okay, hang on, there's like a whole natural resources thing going on with the Bracken, and
I mean, I don't think it was particularly great lore. Well, not particularly well executed lore is the problem.
No, and that's the thing, right? It wasn't, but I thought that the Skarner side of it, kind of like being the last bastion of a dead people, was actually quite cool. I thought there was a nugget of something cool in there, whereas now it's just like, they've changed the word the champion so much that they may as well just win the champion at that point.
Oh, Leave does manage to step forward out of that Aqua Prison. The Hope now caught in the Make It Rain. The flash forward from Hope gets that kill, but it becomes a 1-for-1. The problem is who got the kill. It's Hope versus the Nautilus, but Kyle now does have to be a bit careful on when this next hook comes on. Forward flash for the staggering blow. Will not get out of range of this hook, I think, so we'll need to be a little aware on these cooldowns. Dway,
he doesn't
out
have mana.
of mana, though, cannot dredge line.
He's coming back up soon. He gets it there. I wonder whether he could have just flashed the next bubble rather than flashing for the auto attack straight up. Dre, I think, had a kill angle, loses his flash. Clearly not as keyed into supportal combat as our great support Beryl, over in the LCK. And many others which have come before and after him. Leave not getting that kill, though. You're absolutely right. Does end up impacting this bot lane. However, Leave does get himself that, or rather, he did have that cull beforehand. Has a bit of a investment going on. Pushing in that mid lane. Shanks actually up a significant amount of CS now on Sinian, who's dropped a wave. We were worried about this mid lane matchup, really. Xiaohao versus Tarzan, the other matchup we were very interested in. I think that Sinian, across this series, he's not been a loss condition, but he's definitely been struggling to activate win conditions on the other side. You think about game 1 on the Orianna, had the one good shockwave at Baron, but that was really it. He was ulting into Nocturne, Spell, Shield. He was struggling to get into position. Game 2... not had the easiest laning phase, has he? In game 3 now, he's got a matchup which is supposedly meant to be ahead of that Galio. Yes, it was technically counterpicked by Shanks, but Sinian on that Cassiopeia should have a matchup which is first picked, first pick on that Cassiopeia. Should have been more than fine to walk away in that laning phase. Not nearly been as easy as potentially would have hoped, though. Xiaohao now going towards top lane to try and visit Flandre on the Olaf, who has the level 6 now, but no summoners. A little bit afraid, though. Now, potentially, if Shanks ulting into that top lane, of course, that's the scary point now. Olaf Galio used to be a very good combo in the past, too.
No summoners. That's because they got removed from the lore, Alex.
Yeah, true.
Potential angle towards bot lane. ZDZ goes to the skies and then thundering blows behind. Tarzan looking at this dragon pit. Doesn't go in, though, and Shanks just trying to justice punch in. The Shield of Durand comes out.
I missed being able to build anything on Skarner. Yeah, he was like AP, AD, and tank and everything else, wasn't he? Tarzan, Art Vision, potentially jumping bot lane, no flash on Leave.
Flag and drag into the Cataclysm. Leave does get knocked up and will go down just as swiftly. Nice drop, and now Dway's in the 1v4. And we've talked about this one before. There's no Dway home, no Spider Naught to be found here. And he will fall. MJ, save me.
Tarzan, great ganking towards that bot lane. The big thing which I'm noticing from this, though, is that Sinian can't keep Shanks in lane. You think about game 1 with the Orianna versus the Ryze, similar things happened there, where Sinian lost his flash to the early jungle, ult blown by Flandre, actually, to go unstoppable here. ZDC takes a good trade. But yeah, Sinian not being able to stop Shanks going bot lane because he lost that flash and not being able to get lane dominance means that bot lane pays the price. A lot of this comes through from that flash blown earlier by Shanks and Tarzan onto the Cassiopeia, because EDG can't balance the map anymore. The Jarvan Galio, we don't see it that much anymore, but 2017 watchers will know the power of that one. Both Faker and other people playing so well on that champion back in that year after the rework made him into that tanky bruiser, but also very, very strong at the damage too at the same time. So a whole mess of stats, that Galio champion.
Yeah, kind of has been, hasn't he? Shanks had a decent point of power here. Got the early Dark Seal stacks. Got himself a Spectre's Cowl. Feeling pretty happy about things as they run. Hope and Kyle have a lane swap to top to get a bit of shove and then turn up towards these grubs. Dragon will be traded on it. They do get the hook here onto Shanks. The miasma behind him, I think, is going to get driven towards the enemy turret. Will not have an opportunity to flash out the impale, though he does. The problem is the Twin Fangers that keep landing. Tries to Justice Punch away. Not sure whether the flash was worth it there, mate.
Yeah, you want that to have that backline access. EDG, credit to them all the way through this series, which is, heading towards a AL victory, and they've had a very dominant first 2 games. EDG have done quite well to creatively get out of some spots in these games. Right, they found some not miracle plays, but they found some plays against the run of play. Find something in anyone's Legends window of power. Also, another thing across this series, which I think we should really touch on now as well. Hope has been criticized an awful lot from anyone's Legend. If you go onto like Reddit post-match threads or onto other social media, Hope is probably the person you see criticized the most from anyone's Legend. And I do think that, particularly over 2025 and points of Split 1 as well, yeah, Hope did deserve a lot of that criticism. I'm not going to say that's invalid. However, I think the criticism has gone a little too far at points, particularly when we come around to the second half of the split, and now the games are seeing this series. Hope has not been diffed by Leave particularly. Hope's been solid. Has he been anything particularly special? Perhaps not on that, going that far on its own way. But I think that Hope has very much held his own here. He's having a decent series. He's had a decent back half of the split too. Hope, definitely someone you need to keep your eyes on to see if he can keep up this run of form and, you know, shake off the haters a little bit.
Yeah, because it feels like actually what AL have been doing well is actually just coming in with very good game plans and very solid drafts each game. And I think EDG, it's not like they've come in without their own moments of good playmaking, but I do think they've been kind of outsmarted in the draft phase, which has then hurt them as the game's gone on. And AL's occasional propensity to fumble around dragon fights and exactly how they want to play out the extended scenario still comes to haunt them here and there, but I do think the early games have been good from them, which has not always been a guarantee, and that's been coupled with some really clever flex picks and just that little extra spice in the mixture has been giving them a lot of additional firepower.
AL, if they win this series, they go on to face a likely BLG. They face against WE in the matchup after this. Of course, WE could do the unthinkable and do something there, of course, but anyone's Legend will have to be thinking ahead in the bracket. They're on the opposite side of the bracket from Top East was JDG, one of our great matchups there from recent League of Legends in the LPL 2 finals matchup over 2020 to 2022. Very important matchup coming up in the next few days on that front. But yeah, anyone's Legend, you know, they have to be looking ahead to the rest of the bracket to some extent. You know, the top 4 teams kind of side-eyeing each other in the way that, you know, chess players do at tournament. You're watching their game, not necessarily just your own at the same time. And in this series, you know, AL, they've shown a good amount of thinking on the fly.
Just cancel his reset. I wonder if that might be leading to a play of some sort, but no, he's just going to stick here and get the wave.
I think the reason he cancelled his back is he thought he was getting ganked, and he thought he might be in a bit of trouble. So that's why he cancelled his recall, because of course he wants to be a little bit closer towards the tower, had flash and ult and ghost, so he likely would have been able to make his way out of there anyway. Shanks actually able to cancel the recall of Sinian there.
Uses the shielded ram, which does, of course, give you those extra resists while it's channeling to interrupt Sinian rather than using the Q or whatever, because then the turnaround can get a bit annoying. I'm happy enough with that. If you do catch them with the taunt, you can turn that into a combo quite nicely. Doesn't happen there, though.
Yeah, I really like playing the double slam Galio, where if you lead off with the taunt or the E, you can slam first with the passive, hit with your other 2 remaining abilities, and then your passive comes off of cooldown. They changed that for a little while, where it was just like a flat cooldown reduced by cooldown reduction was your passive. I much prefer this version, which was the initial rework Galio as well, which is when you hit an enemy champion with an ability, you reduce 4 seconds off the 8-second cooldown. Yeah. So if you hit them with 2 abilities, it comes off cooldown. Also, if you smash, hit a Q onto 2 different champions, you can smash again immediately, and then taunt 2 people, you can do it immediately. So you can get like triple smash combos in bigger team fights too. Which you don't get to see that much of, because let's be honest, Galio doesn't really do that much damage anymore. But hey, it's always reminds you of Hot Fuzz.
That's what it's for.
It does, yeah. Yeah, Galio can actually have some hidden depth to him, despite the fact that often he's going to pigeonhole into, oh, you're just going to ult to the person going in.
Fun fact, the actor that plays the guy who goes Yarp and Narp is going to be the guy replacing Balin's actor for Asuka.
Well, yeah, he's the Hound in Game of Thrones.
Indeed.
Yeah, so he's actually a very famous actor there. And yes, sadly, Ray Stevenson passed on after recording Asuka Season 1.
Right,
He's good in that. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like that series, but I liked him in that series. You know, I thought that, like, he deserved a lot of credit for that. And what was very interesting, too, is that when he was doing interviews for his character in that, which is Balin's Skull, was he really understood his point of view, and, well, it's technically, you know, a flawed point of view. This guy is just still a Sith, pretty much, right? Hang on, the ult's in the bot side, he can Galio again, double flashes away.
We do manage that one, indeed. The Cataclysm comes on down, the Impale flashed away from, they're going to jump back forwards, the Bullet Storm there, the Tidal Wave buying time, Xiaohao falls. Now we're asking Xiao Wai, leave in danger, the Conqueror stack, but in comes Olaf! The Reckless swings and the Undertows, drags them underwater. Olaf the Viking continues to try and hunt for Valhalla. It's the turret that doesn't deliver him to the other side. ZDZ's finally turned up, tries to get on top of Shank with a flash away to the skies, and instead he finds himself remarkably grounded. Has to flash away, goes back to the skies, he's over the wall. Not bad turnaround. Dway's here, it's getting a bit messier, I think, for AL than they expected. Kyle buys just enough time to get away on next to no HP. And AL, despite the heroics of ZDZ, come out on top.
Oh, Flandre and ZDZ both try to outdo each other in that fight. The Olaf gets into the backline, uses every summoner he has to go wild in the fight, and anyone's Legend pull themselves now to a 2,500 gold lead. EDG, they almost had the bullet time which they really needed, just didn't quite hit the targets in the right angle. You can see the threat which the Misfortune has onto this team if they're actually allowed to free fire. Even with that, EDG don't get away with it. They don't get away with it. Tarzan goes in for the dunk. onto the front line here. Has the Galio, forces double flash away. I thought this might be a bit too far at this point, though. A lot of their cancels were then down, and Leave has a full tri-brush to just go say, all right, I can go for a big ultimate. Doesn't hit that many people, but you can see the threat in that. Tarzan plays this fight out very well with the Thunder Sky to get maximum healing, and it buys just enough time, and of course does enough damage to make sure that Olaf can just rip into the 2 carries behind them.
And again, the attempt to get the Cassiopeia ult up, the Petrifying Gaze is immune by the Ragnarok. And Dway finds himself, well, this is where it got a bit spicy, right? Because AL actually trying to stick around and take the turret, but then ZDZ manages to do a lot of work because he dodges away from the Justice.
Now, Shanks, I actually think was in range to do a back E there. I think it was pretty close. I think he might have been able to do a back E and be able to very quickly knock him up, so it would have had the CC duration. So maybe a bit of a mechanical mistake from Shanks there. Even if he'd gotten the back E distance wrong, he could have gotten out there with the E taking him out of the play.
Yeah, instead the Herald's not going to go down towards AL as we come back to life. We've already picked up most of the grubs and the dragon. In fact, the scoreboard updated a little early, so perhaps a touch ahead of the actual gameplay there.
Yeah, sometimes when the observer client, the UI client, the heads-up display client and stuff, because a bit ahead of the gameplay can spoil you at times. Like, oh, what do you mean someone died? And then someone dies the second after. I can tell you that sometimes. All right, Tarzan on the top side. Galliot is here with level 11, has the extended range and the increased damage. Tarzan putting in the Battle Herald. Does he use it for the knockup?
Maybe look for it down. Red Sign doesn't quite land. The Flag and Drag does, though, and now the tidal wave comes careening forward. The ships at full mast. The Ragnarok and roll. A cataclysm after it is the end of days. And goodbye, EDG's top jungle.
Flandra just about lives. I actually think Na'Vi could have gotten Flandra killed by taking that Herald accidentally there, but it works out. Anyone's Legend reclaim a bit of that gold they just lost. They take the turret and topside charge it into the inner turret here. Tarzan's having a magnificent game on the Jarvan, but realistically, I think player of the game again is going to be Flandra for me. I think Flandra's going to walk away with 3 players of the game. I think this guy has been, again, somewhat misjudged by the LPL community, because I think a lot of people analyzing the region just look at the laning phase, because we have players like Bin, and I'm not saying that's a mistake, by the way. Flandra definitely has some foibles in laning phase, but I think many players people who analyze the region, who look up to Bin, Breathe, the Shy, these great laning top laners, then overlook Flandra's contributions on the map, in terms of him being a cerebral player and figuring out matchups and builds, and then impact in team fights too. Flandra is still one of the best team fighting top laners in the league. In Split 1, I actually voted Flandra as my first All-Pro, I think it was, in Split 1, just because even though he'd lose lane, he'd have so much value outside of that. Dre doesn't have a flash. He's been caught out by Shanks. He is going to die in this top river here. Just takes a question. It's a question of how long. Not very long. That Hope picks up the kill. Another solid game from him on the Corki 2.
About 3,000 gold at this point. Thank you, by the way, for the follows and the resub, Shady. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks
Your legacy of subscriptions has been noted.
Yeah, thank you for the follow there as well, Dion as well. And yeah, I think Flandra's teamfight impact is sometimes overlooked in favor of the very visible deaths he has in lane. And of course, he's been solo killing ZDZ in this series, but yeah, Flandra definitely a player I think some people need to take a bit of nuance with. I agree that his laning phase has been a bit of an issue over time. It was last year too. Flandra has kind of gone away from, that 2015 self of being all lane all the time, one of the best carry players in the LPL from that top lane. Matured over time, won worlds playing, the Negan Graves build where you just kind of build full lifesteal and pushed in top lane over time, and he kind of, lost some of his variety. Came back, of course, onto JDG a couple of years after that point, was playing the Rek'Sai top lane, was playing the Jace tank top lane. He's the one that developed them too. He wasn't the one that was following trends. He developed them himself. And now we come into, the last 2 years of play where it feels like Flandra has still retained that flexibility in top lane champion pool. He played Neferi top lane, remember? He was the first player in the world to really play that one, and then has gone on to be the best team fighting top laner on average over the last 2 years from LPL, with of course Bin starting to pick up some slack in the last half a year or so again after a down 2025. Flandra's definitely a player who's had a very long history. I can't encapsulate it in even just a couple of minutes of yapping, but definitely a player I love to praise for sticking it out for such a long run and still being top tier after all this time. Dragon up in less than a minute, pushing towards the mid lane in a turret. Flandra just hovering over on the side, waiting for another Olaf angle.
That's the plan. Their Raptors, they look. DDZ. Around, just going up to that vision of that turret now falling. That's the third of the game for AL. still only 19 minutes. Dragon in 20 seconds. Be second for either team, so nowhere near sole point. But I think we might still want to consider fighting Shanks off vision, though. This gets spicy. Shielded Durand into Dway, who doesn't get the aftershock till a little late there. Has to flash and dredge line away, but there's a flag and drag into the Cataclysm. And Tarzan goes absolutely miles. May die for it, but I think the damage in many ways is done. Flash for the taunt, flash out from ZDZ. The ground slams Sinian on the snake, trying to survive as Leaf gets a bullet time down, but really the time is short. And the hours grow with them. Fondre does go down. Hang on, that makes things a bit spicier. As ZDZ does actually manage to turn things around a little bit there on the Jace in a way I was a little unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, the bullet time from Leave wasn't great, but the initial engage from Anyone's Legend does miss the longer range carries of the Misfortune and the Jace. It's still a one fight from Anyone's Legend, but they lose Flondra at the back end of that too, partly because Shanks messes up another E, actually. He's had a couple of mechanical misplays on the Justice Punch in this game so far. Again, largely been okay, but just following with the ultimate. But there have been a couple of times where I feel like he's actually thrown his team to the wolves a little bit. No, it's a good engage from Tarzan. A very good engage from Tarzan as he gets basically a 4-man ultimate for the Galio through that. Shanks doesn't have flash now, though. See if he can get onto the back line again.
There's a lot of flashes down from EDG as well. Their whole top side without them could be pretty significant here. Skarner wins the smite fight. Porto does come on down. That's a knock from the Zhao. How is about to go dropping down. The Excel's impact means very little. The Winds of War flying way also dropped. There's the acceleration gate to run away. The undertow just wide. But now Tarzan is looking for Sinian, who's split from the team. And this Serpent is looking more and more like a pair of boots to me.
Gets the Q for the movement speed. Now, the thing is, if he takes a long time to die, it means that Anyone's Legend can't rush Baron, which is the goal here. I think he may die in such a slow fashion that AL can't get Baron afterwards, which is actually not bad for EDG. They lose the fight. They will get the Dragon, though, and I think they just about stop the Baron with Sinian taking a long time to die.
Yeah, 10 seconds on Xiaohao could have been a bit dicey, of course. With no teleport on Sinian, maybe you still take that 5v4, but decide against it for now. A little bit too risky. AL still in a good position this game, but losing that smite fight somewhat frustrating. Does delay another potential win condition and gives ADG rather another angle into this game. And Dark Seal stats.
Again, now Baron is the object of the next kind of play coming out on the map, right? You have Galio's ultimate backup, Tarzan's got his ultimate backup, and when you have fights which are so explosive like that, of course everyone's flashing, so now everyone but Leave on EDG has lost their flash, so Tarzan will be looking for a big angle somewhere, and 2 items going towards the Tabi as his boots hasn't completed them just yet. Anyone's Legend, they'll look for an explosive engage. They don't get themselves that last dragon, which does remove a bit of a win condition for them. Credit to EDG, they've actually done quite well at making sure that Anyone's Legend don't get completely clean dragon fights, which has been one of the historic issues as a roster, those dragon fights, but still Anyone's Legend finding good engages. EDG in this series yet to find real strategic victories. They've taken small wins here and there, but not enough to actually turn the fate of the game. And now against Hope, who's really strong on the Corki, against this combo of the Jarvan and Galio starting fights so well against largely quite a mobile team as well. EDG are running out of options. Baron now started as a 2-man, but it will get spotted out by Control.
Indeed it is. Do we keep going regardless? AL thinking about the Hope that Corki, you noted, very, very potent right now. That could be problematic. The problem is the other side of this is that Jace beginning to hurt a little bit as Tarzan goes in, trying to force the play, the tidal wave, the bullet time. They've lost the Jarvan. Can they make the fight after look good? Regardless, Xiaohao does get traded jungler for jungler. Dway now in danger as well. They get another.
That's 2 for 1. Tarzan goes down. Bullet time was a good response from Leaf, but Leaf loses his flash, and that is a huge win from Anyone's Legend, even with the 2 for 1. Kind of like being the bigger immediate win. Actually, the flash off of Leave might be more important in the long run. Means that the next time those ultimates come up, and they'll get lower cooldown as the game goes on, as higher levels are achieved and more cooldown reduction is built up. Leave good counterplay for now, but needs to be afraid on the next go around.
Sinian's getting real fast. Look at the Noxious Blast. Can't find it onto Carlos. The move speed wasn't there, despite, of course, the base levels just giving you extra move speed there. Damage back from Corki is pretty damn disgusting because he's 10 kills deep. I remember a time when Hope's Corki was a meme. Not today.
Yeah, if you go back to 2025, Hope's Corki was one of his least successful champions. You remember him even in Worlds, right? I think it was game 2 versus T1 in the quarterfinals, or maybe game 3 when he was playing the Corki, he went something like 1-7, something like that. Now, he was against a hard engaged, I think it was against a Vi Galio in that game or something like that too, actually. It was a very hard composition for him to play into. But, you know, across that year, Hope had a number of games on the Corki, which we just felt as an LPL community, yeah, let's just not see him on this champion anymore. Credit to him, he's redeemed himself on this pick. Now he's 10-1, having a great game here. Shanks has also got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal and has a Seekers. He'll be powerful in the next fight. ZDZ is the only real power point for EDG right now. Maybe the Jace can get some good poke down. We've seen some okay shot blasts coming out before this, but it needs to be such an ungodly amount of poke now, I think, to turn the tables against what looks like just a better composition of Reach in the backline with a summoner advantage because Leave doesn't have that flash, and just a good gold lead to put on top of that.
You are at least red side Jason Misfortunes. Your ability to threaten around the Baron is still very strong from over the wall. Accelerated shot blast, bullet times on shredded targets, courtesy of the Baron. Sounds pretty dangerous to me.
Dragon up in 30 seconds. There's no sole point for anyone's Legend. If EDG do manage to sneak that away, maybe we can see the first actual strategic victory for them. That's the thing which we've been talking about for EDG. They've taken small victories. They haven't really taken a big one so far. Leave on the Misfortune with no flash. Quite hard to imagine a fight he can really get a free play in. I think anyone's Legend will just save the combo for him. Flandra as well, also now at 2.5 items. Doran's Helmet as well, actually a very good scaling starting item too. I saw some people talking about how Doran's Helmet was just going to be worse than Doran's Shield. What we've actually found, the reality of it is, no, it's not actually worse than Doran's Shield in all situations. It's very good. If you hold on to it beyond laning phase, it's better than that Doran's Shield, especially the amount of resist it gives you for a very cheap.
Hope looking to interrupt some backs as a TP out from ZDZ.
He was way too far up, and especially with both objectives up, you can't afford to die there. You can't afford to die. I understand the teleport out. Definitely sucks losing the global, though, on your most fed member.
It's kind of Caulfield, so had a fair amount of gold in inventory, and I get that you kind of do need to try and get some priority somewhere. Not simple. At the very least, with the Hex Gates, gets a little bit harder, and EDG saying, look, we got the second dragon. We can afford to give this one up. And Kyle, don't face check the Skarner gets the ward down. I got very nervous there.
Yeah, look, it's the Fog of War which is the problem there, right? Because if it's a Nautilus hook into a bullet time, maybe kills him. Thing is, EDG can't really waste their cooldowns onto Kyle. They can't. They need to save it onto someone like Tarzan or Flandra, or Hope is the big player now with a fully stacked, pretty much the fully stacked Greaves. He's got the healing boots, by the way, and he has an Infinity Edge in as well. So if EDG manage to catch the Corki, great. If they don't, I think they just de facto lose the fight.
Tinian trading out here with the Olaf. Bit of a weird matchup. The Olaf into the Cassiopeia. Your ability to poke up the Olaf is good, but the problem is if Olaf just gets on top of you, you don't really have a lot of tools to deal with him. You can run relatively fast, but so can he.
So you have to out-DPS him. Now, that's why sometimes Misfortune, after many nerfs came through to Olaf over time, was okay. Because Olaf would run at you, and you'd kill him before he reached you. The bullet time was strong enough, especially if you had a second good DPS. Don't quite get that. ZDZ has flash, trying to DPS Tarzan. Not bad there.
Tarzan, the point is a TP behind, and look, Shanks is here. ZDZ just managed to backstep briefly, looking for someone in the Tri-Brush, doesn't find it, and Flandra gets that kill. Fed member dead.
CDC didn't want to use that flash. I don't think it saves him there anyway. Good response from anyone's Legend. Good teleport from Shanks to cut him off at the pass. But EDG just too slow. Too slow to make something of that happen. Of course, Tarzan pops out a Fog of War, unexpectedly coming around to contest that Void Scuttle Crab, which he did end up smiting away, actually. If ZDZ had gotten that, would have given them a nice amount of vision to work around the bot side of the map. You understand why ZDZ looks for those kind of plays, but it sucks when he dies, because now it opens up something like the Baron. ZDZ is a big part of EDG's damage. Anyone's Legend, knowing that he's down, can start the Baron.
They do indeed, looking for that 4v5, no TP reminder because of that top lane play. Of course, it's Hex Gates, so there are ways over. Showhouse, speaking of, has to flash away and drives away with the Ixtal's impact. Without the flash and without that, they can keep going on the Baron. It's still going to be a significant amount of time before he can get into the damn pit. Going to try and go through the river. The bullet time gets dangerous. Got down to potential smite contest range, but they just can't turn it into anything. The Impale does land onto the Galio. Damage on the Tarzan is decent, but he's got a GA. We'll find the flag and drag as things get spicy. Lead got dropped desperately low because Hope is a monster. The Gatling goes rat-a-tat-tat. ZDZ is here, but misses that shock blast. Tarzan gets the Cataclysm down on his second death, flashes in with a thundering blow. Does ZDZ, but still dies.
For a second, that looked really good for EDG. They kill 3 people, Sam. That's not a bad fight, given the game state for EDG, but it's still going to be a dominant AL fight. Because Hope lives. Hope just managed to stick around. He has 11 kills now, and as you rightfully said, just the Gatling gun just keeps shredding the resist. The next Foss bomb, the next rocket comes through, and this could actually be the game. Xiaohao and Jue, if they get caught, Hope could just kill them outright.
They got 4 kills. They got the G on Tarzan as well, if you count that one. So, you know, they got him twice.
So it's still 3 actual champion deaths. That's a fair point. Taking the GA away, that is an important extra addendum to add in. So the bullet time was used just to try and go for like, well, it's good damage for one, but also try and look for a cheeky steal as well. If there was an earlier panicked smite, perhaps that would have made a difference. Sinian, spectator bug aside, actually a very good ult for him. He's not had the best series. That's a good ult though, and it does lead to the Nami going down, stops a lot of the enchanting value coming through from anyone's legend. It means that Hope has to go it on his own. He does have 4 items though, he's late game Corki, so yes, quite impactful on that one. I think often Corki is misread as a poor scaling champion. That doesn't look like a poor scaling champion to me. The crit items are through. He hurts a hell of a lot now.
Yeah, that's some good damage. In fairness, good from Leave as well. Both AD carries putting out some serious damage there. Shout out to Tarzan actually for getting that Cataclysm as he died, so ZDZ was trapped in there, couldn't run away, even with the Storm Raiders and the Ghost Blades.
Yeah, Sinian pushing out the top lane now. Classic kind of, if you're going to lose towers to the Baron, try and trade them elsewhere. Can you get a good enough trade though? Not really sure. They're losing the base. They're going to lose double inhibs as both solo laners are still out on the map.
AL missing pinging the J. She's actually cleared out the way of the Olaf, still taking that inhibitor regardless of the lack of minions. So ZDZ will try and take the start. Whether that gets him another item. He was already halfway there. If he can reset and get back, he can get something here. Doesn't have a wave to shove into anything more. He's actually still going. Oh my days, he wants to try and trade for an inhibitor at the very least.
Well, he needs to get back, Sam. He might have to teleport to a minion or something, because this is going to be a full Baron Nexus push from Anyone's Legend. Here comes the Cataclysm.
It is into the hero's entrance as well. The bullet time is decent, but realistically nowhere near enough damage to stop the fall of multiple members. ZDZ is here, but Hope again with the phosphorus bomb. He's committing a few war crimes as he drops the payload and annihilates what remains of EDG's health bars. ZDZ though, still kind of scary. It's only Shanks and Kyle here. Gets a little bit dicey. The problem is the CC chain. Pretty scary. Continue to try and flash for that last auto. He gets to the fountain and survives. That makes things a bit spicy. The Gen G emote from Shanks. They should be able to knock down the Nexus turrets, and I just don't think they have enough.
ZDZ just panic bought. He ends up living there because he flick buys an elixir of iron to get the healing on the Nexus. That's how he lives. He goes to the Nexus, and now he can heal outside of this too. Trying to go onto Shanks. He can 1v2 this. The bubble misses.
Oh no! No
mana. Have the damage.
There's no mana from Shanks, and now the blast cone doesn't knock ZDZ away. Now Kyle's in danger. The dragon's up, and I think ZDZ can jump onto this fish who's got nothing to work with and pick up some sushi.
I have never seen someone dip back into the fountain to buy an elixir to live. That legitimately gets both the 2 kills afterwards. It gets Shanks and Kyle. ZDZ. That is a very niche play, but it might just save the game.
It certainly stalls it. Still down 5,000 gold, 2 inhibitors in both Nexus turrets and half your Nexus HP buff.
Watch this again. All right, so initially, look, we think that the bullet time's not great, or it's not enough rather, but Leave isn't hit by it. He ends up getting a bullet time, at least for a little bit, before the tidal wave cancels him, onto decent members. And then the Nexus turret starts to do a lot of damage. You think, well, I mean, ZDZ is still alive. Hope goes in for a dive, but Leave, credit to him, gets a very good trade back. Misfortune. Good damage there with the taps coming through. But then Nexus turret still alive. ZDZ still full HP. But watch what happens on the Nexus just after this. Because he goes so low. He goes back into range of the shop and he buys an elixir of iron as he's about to die to the Aerie. That saves his life, gives him the HP, and allows him to fight back against the other 2. Heals up a little bit more and realizes, look, yeah, I've got tenacity now as well. The panic buy of the elixir ends up saving his life and allows him to fight back.
Oh, so nice. And even gets that hypercharger on before he gets to melee form to really start swinging that hammer around and causing all the damage you could ask for. Again, the game is still desperately out of hand for EDG. Their base is in shambles. They're down soul point. They're down 4,500 gold. But if there was a way back in, maybe it will be through the heroics of ZDZ, who's making this chase look very scary.
Anyone's Legend not done a great job of stacking dragons in this series. This means that the game might go late here. Another 4 minutes until the dragon spawns. Hope is a GA now. Big item built for him. Means that he can have that second life to work around. EDG behind 4,000 gold. It's EDG with the GA himself now. Perhaps that can be the play he can work around, try and dive onto one-person trade. Technically 1-for-1, but he has a GA and they don't.
I mean, the problem is I'm looking at AL, as you said, and look, Tarzan's GA, Hope's GA, Shanks' Zhonya's. There's just so much extra life to get through, so many extra panic buttons that make things very challenging. Hell, Kyle's got an arm guard.
Yeah, that's actually really important. It allows him to Zhonya's through something like a Skarner ultimate or the Nautilus ultimate too. Bullet time. So it allows him to position more aggressively. You very rarely get to see items like that anymore. We used to see stopwatch. We used to see a little bit of that coming through. Hang on a second. Xiaohao actually takes a lot of damage from the Corki. Tarzan over the wall. Spotted that.
The wall put down was very prescient there. Dragon 3 minutes away. Baron is up, and the game is just getting that little bit later. I don't normally favor EDG at these stages, but Flandra's going to start up this Baron and just say, I can probably just solo this. I am a late game Olaf. Xiaohao did not enjoy that damage. Out comes the Aqua Prison. Do not pass go. Do not pick up 350 gold. The Protoplasm Harness. Just about enough to keep him in one piece, but without the flash and without the drive-through, I'll have no ability to get into this Baron pit.
Yeah, 14 kill Corki will do that to you, Sam. It'll do that. It's a full build Corki, level 17, and yeah, while there's a Randuin's coming in from Xiaohao at some point, not nearly close enough to completion to shrug off that. Baron taken without contest from anyone's legend. They will get themselves full 5-man Baron. EDG, they're trying to hunker down, batten down the hatches. Can they survive the next few minutes of siege?
Hope has actually not bothered with an LDR. He's just got raw damage here. Wonder whether that collector eventually gets sold out for a Lord Doms or a Mortal Reminder. Those tend to be the better late game option.
Yeah, if he Valkyries into a rapid fire cannon auto now, he's still taking half the HP off of a carry. Kyle, good damage there onto him from ZDZ.
Yeah.
One hidden inhib down again, looking for the second one here on the push. It's a full 5-man clump, no one pushing in a second lane. I think everyone realizes if you split, there might be a snap engage, and that might be the death of you.
Again, ZDZ looking for these accelerated shot blasts at the max range. Just shy on that big explosion that time. Split apart well to AL. Second inhibitor being jumped at. Hope down the Valkyrie.
Level 17 now, though, so he's starting to get some cooldown in. ZDZ, it's a rapid fire auto, and yep, that's the damage there. You might need to go back and regen. Yeah, level 17, your Valkyrie starts to get a little bit lower cooldown now, so we can play around that a little bit more liberally.
Nexus turret's just about respawn, but structurally unstable, down to about a third HP each. Shanks eats a shot blast, but he's pretty tanky. The thing is, look at that minion wave topside. ZDZ guys to go handle it. That means when ZDZ goes towards that turret, they can jump on the front line. The tidal wave comes screaming forwards. The ghost ship looking to pick up a few more crew members. Sinian is taken apart, skinned and turned into boots. Corki gets knocked up by the depth charge, but the GA's proc. Flash for a big one. ZDZ desperate to run away. A quadra kill again. Half one in game one might be donated. The pentakill. Leave will throw down the 20 gun salute for his own death as Hope celebrates all 5 pentakill for anyone Legends AD carry as they win their series.
3-0 to anyone's legend as they await the winner of BLG versus WE. Was that a rocket or a firecracker? I'm not sure. Here too. Right, into our draft very early on here, BLG. Wow, we're into... What the hell? Oh yeah, of course we are. Right back into it. Let's get into it. I missed the ads there. Whoopsies, so I got a bit jump scared by that.
Go. There we go. It is a very full house. Mike's peaking there a little bit. They turned it up very slowly, a little nervous for what the volume was going to be, and I don't blame them. Let's look at our runes. Nothing super surprising there. Lethal Tempo for the Civet, who does love to get through those ricochets. The Electrocute on the LeBlanc, not exactly a surprise either. And of course, Grasp Scion, that again can sometimes be a little variable if he's into slightly more challenging matchups, but that will not be the case here right now. Thank you for that subscription, by the way, Trash Can Panda. As we noted, we are trying to push towards Partner Plus. We are actually pretty damn close. So if a few of you who've been gifted subs can get away with it by subscribing individually, that'd be very helpful.
You can already see Knight getting the shove in very early. We've got opposite jungle paths, so Vi going top to bot, Neferi going bot to top. Viper shoving in very hard with the first ricochets on helping the push there. Of course, on... You good there, Seb?
I'm just tweeting out that Bondra thing.
Oh yeah, I already got the clip out. It's a really fun one there, folks. Again, for those of you who missed the introduction of Knight to the stage, he was put on that chair, which has those, in esports particularly, that picture of like the player on the chair. It is the Bonjour from Korean StarCraft, which is, again, the definition is basically you got to be the best in the world, but it's not as simple as that. You're meant to be like just kind of this inimitable force, which is kind of unbeatable in some ways. And I think Knights, and I don't know, to qualify for that kind of title, you got to stand above the rest. And in a team game, very, very hard to do that, as you're meant to be the one changing everything, really. Monkey going on towards Bin. He actually might kill him here. I'm not sure they track the jungle pathing very well. Bin might just get ran down by the Neferi. He's going to have to try and teleport out. He's going to get very close.
Oh!
Will make it out towards base. Monkey will not get first blood here.
Nice attempt from Monkey, but unsuccessful. Does get the TP out of Bin, though, and that's going to give Cube a bit of freedom, because he was getting shoved in a little bit there. We'll get this wave crash, can probably get a plate and then reset and feel pretty happy about this first back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big win there for Cube particularly, because it means that Bin can't just control the lane in the way that he wants to. Yes, it can be quite a hard lane to get the most out of. Nice there from Viper, the way to spell shield the W, which meant that the E fizzled as well. Cube's going to get himself a plate from this. Bin, starting with that Doran's Helm, has a bit more resist, gone for the magic resist. Null Magic Mantle now as well. Okay, Shun has completed his first clear, gone for his first recall. Neferi a little bit delayed on that because, of course, went towards Bin, then had to go back towards his Krug. So he's going to be about 20 seconds behind on his next play on the map. Did, of course, stop Bin from having much control in top side. Scuttle Crab taken on either side. Good charm there from Karis. Pretty good trade back from Knight. Using the Mistletoe skin. Used to be a favorite of Goong. Used to play a lot of this skin. I used to play that skin a lot too. Fun one. Hang on. Ur's out on the map early too. Bin does have flash, doesn't have ult. They're really gunning for this top lane matchup, Sam.
They definitely are, as in comes Monkey flying around with Bin. He's got no flash, no teleport, and no way home except via the grey screen. Nice pickup, and Cube gets first blood.
Very early roam from Urha. Ends up getting good value there. Bin blows the flash, and the kill goes to Cube. Now, Cube is a player on WE who we've very often, over the last couple of years, criticized as someone that shouldn't really be playing volatile matchups, should be on tank duty, because he's not really good enough for carries. Although the last few weeks, so the play-in series, which was a tight run thing versus LNG, and then the last week or so of regular season, Cube's been doing quite admirably. I mean, credit to him. He has actually been doing pretty okay in a lot of the more volatile matchups, and doing some good work even on things like, not just the Cassante or the Sion, but also things like the Ambassador, or in this case, the Rumble as well. Giving him gold. I mean, yes, it is against Bin, but Bin's on Sion, and if the Rumble gets ahead, I mean, the Rumble's equalizer is never something you can deny.
Shun is going to go over the wall here and try and find Monkey. He decides against it. Thought there might be a Q angle over there, but decides that might be a touch too far. But the repeat gank works top, and as you were noting, Cube been on a pretty decent one. Honestly, I think he's had a decent split. I think the rest of the team has crumbled. Cube, even when things were really dire at the beginning of the split, was one of the few players that felt like actually managed to do something. Although again, I know about an era perhaps with the other part of that where things got a bit dicey. We are looking at some players bot lane that we'll have to hold on this conversation a little later because Monkey's around. So is Shun. Actually, it'll just be ships in the night, nobody willing to pull the trigger bot.
Yeah, it's a difficult question with WRX. They did go, what, 0-16,
yes.
0-8 in terms of series before they picked up their first one, fighting over the Scuttle, which would get them level, well, not quite level 6, here comes Knight.
That's going to be a lot of damage. Monkey gets hit with the Vault Breaker, level 6 for the Ari. Karis need to run away. He's got one more charge to work with the Spirit Rush, but may need to get away on home real fast there. Not great from WE.
No, and they do get this. Wait, did they get the Skull Crab? No, they don't. Well, I think it's actually quite helpful for that fact then that neither Shun nor Monkey were on optimum farm pathing timing, so they neither of them hit level 6 off of that play. Potential kill there. The Ignite's dropped.
Gets charmed, will likely get out from under the turret. Gets the kill, gets out. The On is there as well to help turn things around. The Ethereal Chain won't be stuck around for. Knight just knows his limits.
If Knight had died there, Karis gets the passive and he lives. Knight knew down to the individual HP that he was likely going to live. Flashes out to make sure the last auto attack doesn't kill him. Great solo kill for Knight over Karis. No, Karis so often been one of the key playmakers for WE. The mid jungle, when WE are on form, is their real engine, and then they kind of pass the pass the baton onto Cube, and about to do a little bit more in the team fights after the playmaking. If Karis is shut down, the Ahri starts to lose a lot of that power, inability to lane, inability to burst out the first target in a fight. Great kill from Knight, and this is why when it was locked in, we said, that's a problem for WE. You have a squishy composition, and Knight is playing an assassin. Whether it was going to be the Akali or the LeBlanc or something even like the Syndra of the Burst Mage, you were going to have issues. They would be able to just burst you out time after time on fighting for vision. Here comes Monkey.
Here we go. Call the pack. Hound's pursuit on is turned off, and now Viper gets jumped on as well, trying to defang the snake. Flash away, buy some time. The turret shot not going to be enough. It is just about. I thought that heal was going to be just a touch too much, but it's heated up, and Viper at least gets one back.
I mean, credit to Monkey. We did say that Monkey needed to have good early games for W to stand a chance. He gets 2 kills in bot lane. Big plays from him, gets himself a lot of gold. BLG needs to be aware that Monkey is really coming to play.
Knight on the roam. That means they're going to try and jump a cube here. Sion pulls the ult. Cube goes down the river. It means he's a long way from the turret and safety. He could try for a flash. Gets hit for the decimating smash. The ethereal chains not going to be broken. Knight holding his moment before he distorts it in, and the cross map is successful. 3-3. WE throwing punches, but it's not leading to the gold lead they've grown used to over the last few weeks, because BLG do not play the early game quietly.
So that's the second Hunter stack for Knight. I'm not actually sure which one he's running. I didn't catch that. It's not always the ultimate Hunter. For the LeBlanc, you can do a hell of a lot of different options with it, but he's got 2 of them now, and he has 2 Dark Seal stacks. Knight not just getting the kill gold, but stacking up in other ways that matter too. Very powerful LeBlanc game, as we said. If this guy gets snowballed, and it is Knight, I don't think there's anyone on W which can survive that burst. Maybe the Neferi can outplay with W and assassinate back. There's a chance, but it's quite a low percentage.
Viper gets jumped on, the spell shield comes out. We'll be able to heal up at least a little through some of those skill shots again. One of the issues you do run into with the Sivir into the Ezreal is like everything skill shots. So you can spell shield some of it, but it's not like you're getting rid of just the one major cooldown with the spell shield. Say like it's like a Thresh Hook or a what's another good one to block? Blitzcrank Hook or whatever.
Yeah. The ones which are like, you get hit by this, you just immediately die.
And they're on really long cooldown. So it's like, aha, got 12 seconds to play.
Sure,
like, you get 2 seconds versus Ezreal.
You know, typically that's why you tend to use it against ultimates, but against basic abilities, yeah, something like that W can actually be really nice, actually, because it stops the E being able to auto target onto you as well. Now, this is an interesting game for BLG, because, of course, Viper, a bit more in the main carry seat again in this kind of game. The Sion shouldn't really be getting that much attention. Should be the, you know, the Civic Armor providing pressure, and then Shun playing around Knight, and then Viper kind of having that late game insurance. Looks like they're gangling towards bot again. On still doesn't have flash. They're jumping onto him again. On caught out on vision in the same place 2 times in a row. Credit to WE. They have a note. They have really identified that On will be looking aggressively for that vision, and BLG are not responding particularly well to it.
It's not like he was feeling like he was miles away from safety. He's only in his own tri-bush.
But you're against the Neferi with ultimate. You died to this exact same play pattern about a minute ago. Like, if it happened the first time, like, okay, it's whatever. There's a magical journey, there's the ultimate, you can get caught out. Doing it twice in the same way, though, you've got to understand that there's a threat there, and BLG have to move to protect him. A little bit disrespectful there from On of Monkey and Erha causing threat.
Yeah, they've jumped really good. I think it's also just how quick it was, because actually Shun was on the same screen just coming off Krugs. Viper was by his turret on screen, so it's not like he was that far away from stuff, and you do need to be able to look to put wards down. You can't necessarily just avoid doing it, but the punish is swift and strong. You really won't complain too much in that sense. On now got this roam off his death, though, to look top lane. Gonna have a potential dive here onto Cube.
LeBlanc still in mid lane. Ahri teleporting there too. The jungle support from WE being very active on the map. Again, just getting a little bit of the better of BLG's jungle support themselves. Shun yet to make a big play. He's farming well, but he's yet to make a big play. It's really been Knight who's kind of been the jungler for BLG so far. And again, Shun, once he gets pulling that ultimate, will be a big factor. We're waiting for that first ult of the game. If he does that in range of a Luden's first LeBlanc with 2 Dark Seal stacks on top of it too, yeah, someone's dying.
Trying to see whether we can catch Ahri there briefly. Won't. Got that Sundered Sky up and rolling, but Monkey's also got the Voltaic Cyclo swords.
Oh, here we go. Potential jump on towards the Ahri. Has flash, has ult.
Oh, lovely. That's an unfortunate moment from Garrett, who went back the wrong direction and got, well, headshot.
He flashes forwards. He panics. That's a massive panic play. Knight gets himself the assist. Shun gets the kill. We were waiting for that first ult of the game to come through from him. Look, BLG, when anything kind of starts going wrong for this team, one of the biggest ways they've had to kind of recover that is through this mid-jungle combination. Now, Knight's kind of been doing that himself most of this game so far, but Shun and Knight on burst combos are one of the most terrifying duos in the world, not even just the LPL. Of course, they're international champions now. Our BLG took them a long time to get themselves that international tournament. Good trade there again from Knight. Someone's hanging out on the turret there. Poor about takes about a third of his HP from just the ult distort with a sigil on top of it as well, I believe. Yeah, BLG, you know, it took them several years of being at the top of the LPL to get themselves their first international title. I mean, most regions in the world, even if they have a top team, won't find that international title because that's so often been reserved just for the best Korean teams in the world. BLG bucking the trend, first time since 2023, which of course was another Knight team who was really centric around him. Magical Journey coming through here, Viper Spell Shields.
He's still got the inner resolve there, buys a bit of time. Monkey just gets the murder, and the turret's turned off to potentially buy a bit of time. Needs to flash away though as Shun was around, but they do get the kill.
Okay, About is ignited in mid lane. What? Wow, they've really sent the Ezreal against the LeBlanc instead of the Ahri, haven't they? Knight using the flash there too, a barrier used by About. Very close to the kill. I guess Knight was maybe one skill shot off of that chain maybe onto About to kill him. But yeah, WE have been attacking this bot lane very well. BLG tend to leave bot lane on an island. And even when they have got a Scion in top lane and they have the Civic on, which you assume to have a fair amount of pressure onto them, they're going bot lane instead.
Karras has got his ult up, but no flash. See whether he can run away fast enough. There's the roar of the Slayer for the slow. Karras ults away, but it's away from his turret. He's trying to go towards Ura, I think. Does manage to get out to safety, but the ult is now down. Might be able to look for something more here. Don't know whether they actually will be able to, so Sion will instead just delay Ari's reset. Doesn't have the turret, and they can look for this first turret in its entirety, actually.
Look, at least Karras has the Malignance, just a lower cooldown ult, but the fact that Karras has been hit so many times is a big problem for W as well. Now, they're getting gold through bot lane, and that's definitely a factor for them. Monkey is getting very, very fed, and their theory might be able to catch out the Sivir just by themselves in a team fight, or the LeBlanc. Perhaps Monkey can be the carriage WE need him to be, but it has been at the cost of this Ahri really being defanged. Turrets are going down now. BLG took that first one in bot side. Knight's going into the enemy jungle. He's got a sweeper as well, and LeBlanc is uniquely good at using sweepers and trinkets because you can use that W walk very deep into the jungle and flip back immediately. Get yourself back into position. Getting great vision control. He knows he's basically got an entirely unwarded jungle to play around bot side.
Yeah, of course. Monkey now having been able to get into Shun's jungle, has been able to pick up some of that farm that he had dropped earlier on in the game. Now, actually, a very scary point of power. Monkey very capable of trying to take over and carry this game. There is no gold lead right now, which is kind of a weird one in the sense that BLG would like one, of course, to play around this next dragon in 20 seconds, but WE as well, used to having the gold lead over the last few weeks, actually. It's been the mid-games where things have gone wrong, and they don't have the gold lead when the mid-game is here.
And this is what we need to see from BLG, is a continuation of that regular split in terms of, like, early games or whatever in some cases, or rather, BLG should showcase the fact that even if an early game is not in their favor, or if it's even gone against them, they can just out-team fight, because that's how WE often fall apart. BLG, reminder, they picked WE out of all 4 teams available between TT, LGD, EDG, and Team WE as well. They chose WE as their opponents, and typically when they face against WE, yeah, they can get rocked a little bit early, then the team fights roll around, and BLG just do unthinkable things. Knight with the pen boots built up, very happy with the Spellslinger's shoes. 3 Dark Seal stacks, doesn't have the ignite just yet, going on to On, but they don't quite hit him with the ultimate. About is just E'd forwards.
Ooh, boy, that got a bit dicey. Had to flash back out. That was a bit much.
He was. Knight still working his way to the play, but now flash down on the Ezreal. Much harder to drag the Vi out of position if she puts the ult on you.
Cube, upside. Trying to clear this wave out in the face of Bin, who has been donated quite a lot of attention, actually, over the last 5 minutes so. TP support bot lane for that turret, all that kind of jazz. Herald's up. Shun will be taking bot side dragons, so Bin just have to be a little bit aware that there is a rather fair doggo top side who would like to murder him.
Yeah, I think once you've used the Bard ult, and once the Ezreal flashes down, you're already heading in towards quite scary team fights against the Scion that can drag himself into position. Knight who might just one-shot someone at the start of the fight. You call it off. Now, do they stand and fight around the Herald? Better positioning for them. Knight not at the play yet.
Monkey have to back away from the Decimated Smash to get the Herald, but here comes that Vault Breaker. Karis jumped on one final rush and does get out to safety with the flash onto it. Viper being very low. His Cube has gotten on top of him somehow, some way. But here comes the Inner Flame. The reset from the call of the pack and the Hound's pursuit. The Darkened Daggers. And Knight goes down as well. WE out fighting the river.
WE managed to survive the LeBlanc combo as Viper gets caught out by Monkey and the DPS goes with it. Knight basically takes R off the table but can't do anything more than that. BLG, we were just saying, look, WE, typically, you know, they get out team fought by BLG. Knight goes down early, loses the Dark Seal stacks. BLG, not the best first 5v5 of the game.
And Monkey's now 6-1, by the way. This Neferi will blow up. Everybody not named someone. Have a look at this again because it's BLG who pulled the trigger onto Karis, and it looks like not a bad pick-off, but look at Cube who just gets on top of Viper. There's no one to defend him.
Knight can't quite get the kill onto Karis, so it's not like they get, you know, him completely off the board either. Viper just getting left alone in the backline is just terrifying for BLG, and now the problem is you're giving so much damage over to the Neferi. Neferi will carry a team fight on her own now.
And the LeBlanc actually just couldn't get far enough away, right? She got stunned into the wall by Bard and then tried to jump away. But at that point, Monkey's got his ult reset. The Hound's Pursuit is very long range, and the LeBlanc at that point has no real way of stopping the burst from that Neferi R2.
Real credit to her as well, by the way. Great wall stuns in that fight. You know, his ultimate did just miss at the Dragon fight before that point, but his roams have been critical. Now, Weibo used to do this with him, and this is the thing which really galls me about the move of her away from Weibo. This is what they were doing with him. You know, like playing these quick plays around the map. Her looking for quick pickoffs. Trent potentially looking for Monkey diving into mid lane now. And now he has himself such a mobile champion. He's providing a lot of value versus BLG on the Bard.
WE, I think at this point, if this was nameplates off, you just make the assumption it's them who will be winning the game from here. They're in such a good position to play through this mid-game power spike that they have got with the 2 items on the likes of the Neferi, not far off on the likes of Cube and Karis, and the Ezreal about to have that Muramana transformation as well, just to add insult to injury. This is about as potent as this team gets, and they are already with a 4,000 gold lead. They can really turn the screws from here, and if this turns into another Dragon, a Baron, something along those lines, it could get very challenging, I think, for BLG to hold the line.
Someone in Onivia's just saying, how can you lose to Cube? Look, Cube definitely over the last couple of years has earned himself a poor reputation. I think, hang on a second, Karis has ult, he might need to use it.
They missed the chains. They're going to try and keep jumping there with a Vault Breaker. Monkey's here. That makes things a bit dicey. They do get the kill, and Shun will look to try and reset. Will likely get at least something back. And Monkey now with the R2 available will try to jump on tonight. Flash forwards for that. The damage is obscene as the Darkened Daggers 1 and 2 land and take LeBlanc's head off.
Shun doesn't quite perma CC Karis in front of him. He's allowed to ult out, and it allows Monkey into the play. What an exceptional Neferi game. We said, look, WE, it's really all on Monkey. Monkey has to do something special for them to beat BLG. He's a very volatile player with a very high ceiling. The ceiling is starting to come through here, Sam. 8-1, just killed the enemy mid-jungle of Shun and Knight, who are perhaps our best jungle support over the last few years of play in the LPL. Definitely right now. Monkey's just doing it all himself, though. Despite the fact that Karis has kind of been just eating bad play after bad play, Monkey's been picking up the pieces after getting fed off of bot lane.
In fairness, they've only killed him 3 times, considering how many attempts they've tried on to Ahri now. They've had a few attempts which have failed, right? They've not been clean about it. It's not been on repeat killing Ahri for free, and that is now costing them because the counter punch has cost them that Herald fight, cost them a kill here as well too.
Because, yeah, gosh, yeah, no, it is, yes, it doesn't have to do that. Back into game now, though. Pause over. W with a 5k lead. 3.5k of that is on Monkey. Knight has been the real carry here for BLG. As top lane kind of misjudged the map. Bot lane has been ganked on repeat, and now Shun has started to get picked off by Monkey as well. I think Shun has got to be so much more aware that he needs to perma CC someone in front of him. That last play where he pulled the ult a little bit late, allowing Monkey into the play. That can't happen again. You're either playing a very quick pick, perma CC, not toying around, or you're going straight onto Monkey and hoping you can outplay his W.
Part of the problem is the percentage plays are dropping here. You can start looking for them, but you've got to find good matchups where you can. At least Karis being behind is something to work with, but I think the Ahri is sort of like, look, I can still be useful follow-up. I don't have to be the carry here. Everyone else on the team is doing just fine.
It'd be magnificent bait.
Exactly, just be bait.
Just be bait. Make sure that Shun is ulting you instead of someone else.
There's some truth to that, though.
Now, Shun is a player who I typically trust from playing from behind in terms of our junglers in the LPL, but you just don't want it to be that case here, really. It's Knight looking for a chunk onto Cube, get something there. It's absorbed mainly by the shield, though. Knight's job has become a lot harder now that he has to be so respectful of Monkey, and the vision control started to go the way of WE. Again, BLG, I think they've taken WE for granted a little bit here. Dragon's going to go their way. It'll be their second of the game.
Indeed it is, and I think BLG understandably say, look, we're not that interested. We're going to get some vision control around this Baron and try and shove up top side instead. You do not have to play for this Dragon. Buy a bit of time. Viper's got 2 items. He's getting to a point where eventually the Sivir will be a little bit scarier. If this third item comes online, you'll be a lot happier again.
However, just for Sivir to actually auto-attack, you need to not be being roasted by Cube. You need to not be killed by Monkey straight out. It's quite a hard game now. They've just given so much gold over to an Assassin. And Assassins in games like this, where they actually have target access and not much CC against them, become a really, really big issue.
Yeah, because Monkey doesn't necessarily need that much CC this game, because the hardest CC is death, and you have just got the ability to get to people, and that's more than enough a lot of times.
And there's no CC into him. Trying to jump onto Monkey, does he ult onto him? He does. He might just kill him.
Yeah, he's going to try for it, Knight's dead. There's no way out. The turret gets turned off, and Monkey just turns it around. The problem of trying to put picks onto a Fed Assassin. They can pick you right back.
Exactly. LeBlanc into the Neferi. If you misuse your W, you are just instantly dead. Knight goes down, and even on his famous LeBlanc, who's saying, look, this guy is so good at this. Perhaps the best LeBlanc in the world right now. BLG have allowed the Neferi to snowball far too much. Bin is not going to be able to carry on the Scion, not easily anyway. And Viper is going to be primary assassination target as well. Knight has been trying to look for these kind of freak plays, and you understand why. The game's starting to fall apart. You need to be the one to make the difference. But then when you double down and lose like that, it just ends up digging the hole a little bit deeper. On the roam again. Real credit to him. I think it's been a jungle support game from WE. Whereas that got Neferi fed off a bot lane who were very disrespectful of what could happen with a magical journey and that first ult. You know, the first time you can forgive, the second time, probably not. I look back at the replay, no teammates were really close enough to help him there. It felt like that second one was just a little bit too far. And then, you know, you make those plays and then suddenly it's like, well, okay, the Neferi's fed. Now what counterplay do we have? You have to snowball against them in the first place.
I think also you can call it out. They're going to try and jump onto Cube here, trying to make this cross map while everyone's bot. I understand the decision making. We'll see whether this one works out. Shun does get a decent CC. Gen and Cube does die. Not bad.
Okay, so that's a kill there. Kill over to Shun. Knight watching the rest of the map kind of be pushed in by WE. Just jumping away from about who's coming over the wall. Monkey, again, has already showcased he can one-shot the LeBlanc. Will be willing and ready to do that again. Tower taken in both in mid lane and potentially bot lane here too. I think there'll be enough wave clear there as Viper trading for the top lane outer.
Yeah, they get something there, which is decent. Who got that kill? It was Shun.
Yeah, Shun.
Okay. The end of the world. You can get to GA, buys a bit of time at the very least. We've got Dragon in a couple minutes. Resets will come on through, and at least BLG aren't going down without fighting. I think, again, a little bit nervous about Knight and Shun at this point is the problem, because again, the onus was on them to make the plays, and I think they fumbled a few too many times from this mid game for my money.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Knight. He was really making the plays on his own. Again, just looking back at the clips, Shun not perma-CCing the person in front of Knight really ended up hurting their duo, and we've often said that their duo burst combos has been so good. I think this game has actually been a little bit off. Not the synchronization, not quite there for the first game of playoffs. Now, BLG in the past were known as a little bit of a game one oopsie team. They would give up game one of a series pretty much all the time in 2024, despite their overall dominance in that year. Perhaps it'd be the same here. Be a shame to see that kind of hallmark of their play return, sadly. Viper at that 2 items, as you were saying, Sam, going towards a third, went towards the Infinity Edge rather than the Flicker Blade. Second, just wanted the raw AD for burst. I think potential ability to, you know, try and shut down Monkey as he walks in with a quick auto-attack reset. But he's got himself a Black Cleave. He's got himself a G. It's a 4-item Neferi. That is disgusting. This is the kind of thing you see in solo queue. You know, when you're in scrims, this is the kind of game which you just FF, right? Even about on 3 items, the Endless Hunger, they're a threat. There's a Seekers on cube. It's not even just like Monkey is the sole recipient of the gold, which of course he is very far ahead, don't get me wrong, but the rest of the team is also ready to fight. And this is a great statement series for W to say, look, we definitely sucked in Ascend. We did. It was not an easy time for them, going 0-16, but it's not like they're out of fight just yet. Minute now until Dragon, as we've continued to yap, as BLG, you know, they would have loved to find another kill on the LeBlanc, find themselves a way to kind of reopen the snowball. But every time they're on the map now, they just have to be so afraid of the Neferi outplaying them. Just jumping onto one of these targets as well. Bin can survive the Neferi for a little bit longer, but doesn't feel like he's really in position to contest that kind of fight. Dragon down 30 seconds. The timer ticks down. How does Ari have more damage than more gold than LeBlanc? And tower kills. Got themselves most of that bot lane tower. I think they were present for the mid lane turret as well. Tower kills will do that for you.
Farm as well, to be fair, is up about 10 to 15 at this point as well. So just a little bit of additional CS on top of it all. And yeah, team gold is starting to add up fairly significantly. I think at this point, BLG just have to give up this dragon, right? You can't afford to play this one as indeed Monkey. There's the skill order. As Max Q is at the fully leveled ultimate as well at level 16 is pretty damn scary.
And he's also heading towards this Hextech Dragon. Hex Soul on the board later in the game. WE claiming their third dragon right now, which means that BLG have a 5-minute timer after this dragon, which is you must find a fight or a way to deny the dragon within 5 minutes, or this game is kind of over. I think Hex Soul with a bunch of these champions can be very, very scary. And then Fury just being slowed in front of her is, I mean, she's already doing too much damage, but then being slowed so the damage is more consistent to land, pretty much instant death.
If you can pop this Neferi, maybe you got an option. The problem is with the GA, it's just getting harder and harder and harder. Viper did just pick up Flicker Blades. He's got the cloak towards what will likely be, I'd imagine, either a Mortal Reminder or a Lord Dominic's for that 4th item. And, you know, the Sivir is getting to the point where she is critical massing. The problem is whether the front line will be enough to allow her the opportunity to get those ricochets down, and whether she will survive the opening salvo of a fight.
And BLG, it's not like they have a crazy amount of snap engage. They've got the Vi and they've got the Scion occasionally, but the Scion's quite hard to land in the right moments. We haven't really seen the Scion be a factor at all, have we?
They tried to play around it early, and I think that might have been a mistake.
And that's the thing. I really feel like they just had to send an extra member bot lane to just hang off of that lane. The fact that they didn't cover bot lane well enough, so jumping on towards the Rumble.
They've turned their gaze from the Ari to the Rumble, who goes golden twice, courtesy of Tempered Fate and an Arm Guard. Monkey goes in, doesn't get quite what he's looking for. His Vampire goes on the hunt and survives for now. Out comes the Equalizer, and Knight has to hop away. Shun with the GA active. Just about survives the burn, but Ura comes over. That's a little deep. The shield's down. Shun gets over the wall briefly, but is still stunned. Look at Karis on the other side, trying to keep people interested as Shun goes down to the GA. The jungler at threat of dying, does not have flash, does not be able to get over the wall with the Q, and that means with the jungler dead, they can turn to Baron.
WE turn around a pick that was meant to be onto Cube. They don't lose the Rumble, and Baron will be theirs after Shun dies. BLG simply too far behind. Seekers was used from Cube. They are going to head over again. Viper at such low HP, and Monkey doesn't have ult, but he's still very scary.
I wanted to see whether anybody would be too low. They weren't, and now BLG, I think, have overstepped. The decimating smash lands onto a lot. Knight comes in. That's decent damage back. They kill off at least the Bard. Remember, Cube doesn't have that arm guard anymore. The massive distortion ended up bringing down 2 members. The true shot barrage is just shy on, but does tag onto Viper. Where's Monkey? How long until his ult? Does he want to step past Bin? He can't.
Great Scion Q. WE overchase into the CC, allows a full distort to come through from Knight onto like 4 people, and WE lose enough HP to lose 2 members. It's their top lane, it's their support, it's a couple of kills over towards BLG. Knight got one of them, I think the other one went to Viper, so they get some gold in there. I suppose that means that some of these roles are actually even in gold now, actually, but Knight again actually a little bit ahead, has gone for the Banshee's Veil to make sure he's got a bit more magic resist and the ability to shrug off burst ability. We'll watch this again though as the look, WE overchase. They see Viper being really low HP. Great bait from On leads into a 4-man Scion Q, allows for a 4-man distort after. Even the ultimate from the Scion hits 3 people, and the Boomerang Blade 2. Very good AoE combo from BLG after a bait from On.
Nearly got Garrus as well. The true shot barrage just shy as On's able to speed his way out. Viper lost about another third of his HP bar to the true shot barrage. In fact, you can see most of that's from that and that 2,000, 3,000 damage from Viper. Viper from about was at the end of that play with that. Monkey gonna try and jump onto Scion, who does need to ult away, doesn't want to sit there in the face of 3 members. Minute and a half until Dragon, worth noting that a lot of flashes from WE were burned in that play, and that means they will not be up for this Dragon.
Alright, WE. Can they close this game out? That's the big thing. You know, you have a great gold lead, you've got great advantages. Monkey's been playing a hell of a game. BLG perhaps overlooking a lot of what could happen around bot lane. I think if you review this game, the big takeaway will be BLG needed to cover bot lane better, and On could not afford to stray so far away from safety. Was not aware of how much damage the Neferi and even the Bard would do early game. That's where the snowball started, and BLG have not been really able to stop it ever since. But can WE actually see this out? BLG have a bunch of very, very strong playmakers in terms of name brand, right? Perhaps Shun. even from the 5k deficit, can make himself a big play. Doesn't have the flash just yet and won't have it for this dragon. It's a hard ask, Sam. WE, can they close it out?
They had a monstrous line of control wards right the way down from blue side through the red side jungle. They just lost one of them to WE, but they have basically got a giant line that BLG are struggling to cross. Found a way into the wrap, looking to think about going over that wall, but about not alone. Monkey was there defending. You can't afford to go in there too deep. Cube has bought the Zhonya, so we'll have that available. The GA still active on Monkey. Shun's not up, but you have got 4 items on Vampire. He's got the Mortal Reminder that I think is probably quite wise here into the likes of the Neferi, and even this Endless Hunger on about, actually be able to ricochet to get that value on through fairly reliably.
Okay, how much work can Bin do? Bin's got to do a lot of work on this side. He's the only tank in this game. If he stays in the front line, he will die. They've lost a lot of vision. WE, good vision control right now. Karis on the flank, Charm onto Shun, onto Knight. Could be the end of it.
Karis looking to see whether he can interrupt this. Vi, who just get jumped on, finds the Ahri. They're going to try and jump onto her, who does ult away for now. Dragon started, 6,000 HP. They're trying to keep this Vi low. Bin steps forward, forces a number of members back. Karis does not get the blank he's looking for entirely. Down to 2,000 HP. It's taken by Vi. That's huge. Cease and desist to the backline. Onto the side of someone. Can't see exactly who it is on the other side. The reset begin to roar for Monkey, who has got that Hound's Pursuit, and the dogs have been unleashed. Someone call up Julius Caesar, cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war.
WE, I think, will just end the game off of this. It'll be an inhibitor at worst. They don't get the soul, but they get themselves the team fight. Monkey has too much gold. Viper could barely play the team fights the entire game. BLG, they tried to snowball through their LeBlanc. The LeBlanc did a lot of the dirty work, but the rest of the map fell apart. Monkey, an incredible 12-1 Neferi carry performance.
And WE will take the first game against the reigning international champions and do it convincingly. This series will not be a whitewash. Expectations fully subverted.
BLG dropping game 1 of the series. They used to do that in years past. WE, though, a team which went winless for so much of Group Ascend, only finishing with a single series win across the regular season. This is not a matchup you'd expect BLG to be dropping games in. They're scaling pretty well. The Ornn gives you that front to back. The Xin Zhao should be able to see off the Lee Sin. Into game we go. Oh, Flash is already put in. Monkey going low. BLG needed the early snowball. And they're going to get just that. Flash away from Karis. The summoners down from both solo laners of BLG, but they get Monkey's flash and his life. And because Camp spawns so much earlier now, jungle is actually going to be delayed. So not only is Monkey going to die, giving the kill over to Knight, he's also going to be about, well, let's see how long it takes him to get to his first camp, because normally he started at about 50 seconds, right? He's going to be about 20 seconds late to his clear. 20 seconds late. Now, it's cost the flash of both BLG solo lanes, but they got the same out of WE. They got the flash out of mid jungle from WE. On had a good double E to make sure that that was that was the threat. Now he started the E, which means that you can't use that Q for lane pressure. I got to lock in, see you, Monkey. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Brad Sen. I appreciate everyone for tuning in today. Another double E going wide. Getting some good Blitzer Lances back. Bot lane's actually going in favor of WE now, and they hit the level 2. Help picks likely coming out from On. Glitter Lance coming through, lands onto Viper. Good lane pressure there. Now, Annie's pushing in the Rise. Don't think Annie's been able to go back to base to spend anything yet. No, indeed they haven't. So despite getting that first kill, can't get everything for early lane. However, Karis had to flash away early too. Bin would have quite liked... Well, he's got grass there, interestingly, as well. Oh, well, no, it's not interesting. He just goes to that normally now. You don't really get Phase Rush on Jace anymore, while Phase Rush is gone, but the Storm Raid is quite hard to play into those tanks. Hypercharger on the tower. Cube having to eat the pushing lane now. Now the problem is, the Xin Zhao is just not going to be able to bail you out nearly as effectively. Knight 5-0 on the Annie, this split. Shun 1-0 on the Annie, on the Lee Sin, this split too. Need to see when Knight gets himself his first recall. That extra, what, 400 gold in inventory from First Blood? Ooh, Lee Sin coming down towards bot side. Barrier put through, about rooted up. Lee Sin is down here on good timing, and Shin's out not only is pathing away, also is much stronger. The Q lines onto a minion, gets the slow. Does have flash, is not going to be able to use it though. Flash away from about as the support dies. Viper on the board. BLG, presumably quite angry at what Monkey did to them in game 1. Immediately punish him at the start of game 2. No more dog for you. About, no flash, no Barry. Stayed under turret, no one can help him. Just needs to get the E slow in. Gets the Q, very dead. Turret shots tanked up by On. Great tower juggling. And Shun gets himself a kill as well. 3 kills to none. Just over the 3-minute mark. Monkey was looking for a respawn potentially. Knights now come back in with a lost chapter. Root coming through. Monkey doesn't have the flash. Don't think he can get much done here. Knock up. Actually, this is getting pretty close. You have a safeguard. Kill to Shun. Karras gets one back, but he dies to the turret shot. Great counter gank by Shun, who gets Knight a kill and an assist. Shun 2-0-3. He hasn't recalled yet. He's got a back for like, I mean, if I were Lee Sin, I'd back for a Hydra now. You know, that's the kind of thought process. Tunneler plus the longsword. Oh god, the early game from BLG is so much better this time around. So even though they get the kill onto Karras, it ends up being like a double buff transfer. They still lose. Sam, you've missed 6 kills in 4 minutes. 6 kills in 4 minutes. Level 1, BLG, blue 2 flashes to kill Monkey. But of course, Monkey also flashed, as did Karras. Karras is now roaming down towards bot side after dying in mid lane after another 2v2 happened there.
Okay, everyone's going to... You can see BLG trying to keep this wave out from under turret, so the dive is a lot harder to pull off. Monkey's now coming. Viper a little low. They are trying to play this one out best they can. There's the cleanse. Misfortune down that little bit of CC reduction, but Knight now on the roam as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash. He's putting a ward down just in case there was a W from out of Fog of War from Monkey. Flash not quite back up. Will be coming up very soon, though. Shun has been the hero this early game. 2-0-3 on the Lee Sin. Helped in that early kill. Went bot lane, killed them, and then ended up counter-ganking in mid lane. So while Karras got a kill onto Knight, tower shots got involved, Shun got involved, ended up being a 2-for-1 in mid lane.
Good damage there onto Karras. The Incinerate, Disintegrate combo, just taking another little bit of a chunk there. The Deathfire Touch stacking it again. BLG drafted for lane demolition. This is not about getting to 5v5. It's not about mid-game. It is take the lanes. It is take the early clears and absolutely traumatize WE. They have done so successfully. Every lane is ahead. They are 2,500 gold up at 5 minutes. This pace needs to continue, though, because if they slow down, it ain't going to be easy.
Yeah, Knight actually using the Molten Shield to block out that minion there and make sure Karras takes an damage from the tech on Annie is you go... well, you got Deathfire Touch, right? But you have Scorch as well, so if you damage them with a Molten Shield, you end up giving Scorch and Deathfire Touch when they attack used. It's basically Thorns, even from spells, because Annie's Molten Shield has Spell Thorns on it too, rather than Thorn Mail, which is just on auto attacks. Potential play towards top side. The Ornn's coming through. The flash is there from Jace.
Does flash that recall on the Horn, and so we'll be down that, sees what's coming up. And again, nice play from Cube, good response from Bin. Not too bad, but the problem is with them all making those plays top, that puts Era and About in a horrible position. The beat dropped, the kick forwards doesn't quite land onto About, but Shun will ward up forwards as Viper backs away. Knight now coming on him as well, and About's been hit by the Sonic Wave. Karras is here, we go back in. They're going to try and trade damage for this. The turret resets, they get the kill, and they're going to get out.
The turret aggro juggling was so good. Shun just making sure he lands the Q and says, I can wait a second for a cooldown. I can wait for my safeguard to come back up. Monkey's going to get a rub buff, but it is a small, slim silver lining for Monkey, who's been shut out of this game. 1,000 gold lead to Shun. You know, we did say BLG, look, the comp is hard to play. It's probably just a worse composition than WE's, but they do have early game potential. Well, BLG take that soul win condition and they run with it in a sprint. 3-0-4 on Shun, who's got he's got a 7-minute Sundered Sky. That's like normally you get Sundered Sky at about 10 to 11 minutes. That tends to be the timer. He's got it about 4 minutes early. Knight's going to jump down towards bot side. No Merc Treads on Karras just yet. Just the full combo onto Rise. Deathfire Touch continuing to burn there as well. But Shun is on an absolute tear here. The first pick Lee Sin working wonders for BLG. What a great game from the early game. BLG's jungler.
Towards the jungle we look. Towards this Raptor camp we look. Era is here. Just don't know how much easier it's going to get. Dragon has spawned. Monkey has got a 3-tower strike stacked over the wall. Just go in, gets the knock up the Crescent Guard. That's good onto On. But now the Realm Warp as well following on. No flash does Bao burn it, sorry. As that's when he burns the flash. And they'll get the beat drop. The Realm Warp was a little bit scary. They go back in.
And he's coming.
Monkey does not have that ult anymore. They get the kill onto On, but it's a 1-for-1 right now. Here is Annie. Karis left low. Era over the wall. The little Lulu, the squid, the good, the bullet. Time's going to force a flash out of Karis, but Knight comes over. Looks for the Incinerate. Doesn't have the combo. A little too far there from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shun might have been able to hold on to his W. He's going to die here anyway. Knight committing that flash for reasons beyond me, really. Wanted to get a safeguard over the wall, I suppose. Has a flash. I don't think there's much you can do about this, though. Lands a Glitter Lance, will not be able to survive through the onslaught, though. Knight being gifted the kill, even. Really want the Annie to be bursty.
I guess that might get her towards her first item. We'll see if she's got Malignance on back. That would be my suspicion. We'll see where things are at after this reset, but it's a good kill to be giving up, especially as Knight ends up burning quite a lot, and indeed is Malignance on the reset.
It basically gives him, like, again, these are very early items for BLG. Typically expect first item around somewhere the 10 to 12 minute mark. Shun and Knight are so fed from the early game, as is Viper now too, who's also likely getting towards the Bloodthirster, which is even more expensive item. Very, very early, about 4 minutes even beyond before what you'd expect for them, especially when you normally stop off a boot, sometimes 2. Grubs are going to go to the side of WE. Monkey's been trying to farm up how he can do, but he's also 0-3 from the early game. There's only so much he can do in terms of farming because he's been dead for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, he has. Not a particularly comfortable position to be in, and again the CS leads are beginning to build, and it's all well and good having a comp that looks good in the skirmish and the team fights, but you've got to get there, guys. And ever since that level 1 and the early onslaught from BLG, what they drafted for, it's what they've delivered. This does not look like game 1 in the slightest.
Waiting for the first items to come in for the rest of BLG now. Viper's still stacking up his cult. Almost out to the Bloodthirster already, though, even with boots and a cull brought up. First Dragon went over to BLG. They'll be stacking those up as the game goes through. And reminder, you know, we said this in the last game, but BLG are a team which used to have a bit of a game 1 curse. It felt like they were somewhat lazy. Not going to say lazy, but they just couldn't lock in for game 1. They took a little bit of a wake-up call for them. And that happened in 2024, and it happened a bit in 2025. As well, although in 25 I think their form just overall just dropped. Very good double up there as Zoha takes the full damage of that with the auto crit from the Q. It crits when you kill the target, right? Basically auto crits the second target with an extra bit of AD on it, which means if you kill first target, the second target just takes not only what your regular auto attack would do, but more.
Yeah, it means that actually one of the big ways of like it's the reason why Misfortune's very annoying in lanes, because when you walk up to CS, she's got that capacity to trade off particularly those caster minions to just ping you for quite a lot of damage.
I think basically what it is, I mean, yeah, I was just wondering what the calculation was on it. The thing about Misfortune in lane is that if she forces you off the wave, the approach to the wave then becomes so much harder because she just keeps the low health minions in the back line alive. And you're sat there, it's like, oh, go on, go walk up to auto attack range. If you're low range AD carry, you just get slaughtered by that. So your job is effectively all in her before the wave gets low enough to be a threat. And that's easier said than done, really.
Ooh, the root into the bullet time, into the on-call that has to be flashed. A heal to split the uprights on the arrow. Monkey goes in. We'll likely get the knock up here onto On. The Crescent Guard, but the double beat drop means things are a bit tricky, but they've called everyone down here. Cube's here as well. Viper flashes to buy some time. Trying to trade back, does at least get one.
Great teleport, though, from Cube, who comes in. Makes the difference for himself. I mean, actually, might not even with the teleport. He's got the Ignite in inventory. Anyway, Cube ends up at the play. Somehow, some way. Gets them 2 kills in bot side. An unforeseen rotation. BLG have not been great at tracking WE as a team. Remember in game 1, they lost a lot of kills through bot slide. That's going to be a double teleport even. Here come the solo laners.
And goes Shun, looking to get on top of Era, who does have the flash. The Sonic Wave lands, though. Resonating strike is interrupted somewhat by the wild growth. Era going to continue trying to run away as Cube is trapped under the turret. Shun, ward hop in, does not get the Sonic Wave, trying to find a dangerous angle there, but a sidestep into the Krug pit denies it, and the double teleport leads to nothing.
Yeah, about to say, that's a lot of summoners invested. It's not like they were resetting. They'll have to back again now. They get the flash, the heal, and the ult out of her, but it's not a great prize, is it? No, Shun, good flash predict, but the wild growth still keeps them safe. Now there's a realm up. They're just pulling it again. WE are doing so many untracked plays. Great global usage. BLG are not tracking WE well enough to spot these snap plays, either in game 1 or now in game 2.
And that's really good news. Again, it's not like BLG aren't in the lead, but they were at 3,500 gold up. They've now been prevented from having that snowball further. It's costing them a lot of farm, though, for W. That's like 2-3 waves in 2 lanes they've dropped for this.
It is, and that is an important thing to note. So the XP bars are likely going to be suffering a little bit from WE comparative to them. A big game to watch from that standpoint, by the way, is to remember that really famous Team Liquid versus SKT or T1 game at 23 Worlds, where it felt like Team Liquid were doing so well in the early game, and you realize they're just not farming 2 waves pretty much the entire game. It meant that they lost out on a lot of XP. That can very much be a loss for you. Looking across the entire map, though, Shun's a level up because of the farm difference. Knight is a bit of XP up, even against the Rod of Ages builder of Rise. That leaving up a little bit later. Viper a little bit ahead in bot lane. It's not much for now, but if it continues that way, then W will be losing out on a fair amount for that extra gold and that extra power of an extra ability point.
Yeah, JMond in chat as well going, how is there a game score win in WE's column there? What's going on? I missed game 1, and that's a relatively understandable bit of perplexion, because what happened is BLG and WE were even in the early game, but the problem was the way they were even was by making lots of plays individually, and the person who got a lot of gold was Monkeys Neferi, who then just took apart everyone. Took apart everyone.
Now, basically, what's been happening in this game, in some ways, happened in last game too, where BLG are not tracking where Monkey, or in this case, actually the solo laners are on the map. Karis walking up decent trade on tonight, but is losing it overall because of the death by touch value. Flash forward for the stun, fight in the mid lane at the same time. Shun gonna get countered though by another great run from Cube.
Flash, the encore doesn't lead to all that much, and a lot of summoners burned there, but no one dies. Good roam from Cube, but it's gonna give Bin a lot of time on the spot lane.
Yeah, so plays like that where Cube just kind of comes out of nowhere and pulls an ultimate. That was basically happening with Monkey and Urhurt towards on over pushed quite a lot in game 1. It got the Neferi very fed actually, and meant that BLG just we're not seeing the next play on the map happening very confidently.
They're going to give up a dragon for that set of summoners traded in the mid lane. The thing is, BLG have gotten pretty much every play on the planet Earth here from these first few turrets. They've just got to actually bring them down. But they are very, very ahead in that front. But again, the snowball has been stymied. And this now becomes a little bit more of an interesting conversation, because BLG do need to put their foot back on the gas. On's being jumped on by Monkey. Karis is also over. Shun is around. This gets to be interesting. They kick through too. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike into the safeguard. Now Viper's here with the Make It Rain. The double up, half of about health bar disappears. And Viper keeps striding on in. The Crescent Guard, Shun safeguards back out. Monkey's in danger though, because he's caught by the fire and firepower of Knight as he brings down the jungler incinerated by the Dark Child.
Okay, this time BLG are quicker on the roam. It helps that they have the Misfortune. You can walk around quicker with the strut. It helps that Bin and Knight are demolishing the side lanes. Knight flashed forward onto Karis just to get control of top lane. Didn't get the kill, but got control of it. That leads to this play in top side to a certain degree. It means that W are just a little bit of a half step behind where they would like to be when they're walking over to these plays. BLG very well played from them this time to make sure they turn up in numbers at the right time. Now, on walking into the enemy jungle, Monkey does get a decent amount of damage down onto the Seraphine, who doesn't have flash or ult. The kick disengage ends up saving his life, and then at that point, BLG have called the numbers over. WE were roaming over very aggressively, but they're not strong enough individually to see off someone like the Misfortune, or indeed this mid-jungle combo of the Annie Lee Sin, just causing absolute havoc when they get into range. Now, Dragon was taken by WE sometime along the way, so it's 1-1 into that score. Gold lead from BLG only increased about 500 from that play. Could have been a lot worse from WE overall. WE still have a scaling composition. They have a Rise, they have an Ornn, and they're going to pull out the ult there too. The Encore is off target. There's a flash into the corner of the Forge God, and that'll be a dead double bot lane.
And now Shun's around, and again, we said it was going to get a bit trickier as he came out of these fight, but oh, Knight! In they go to the skies, followed up by Bin, who's taken low but not down. They get into the Herald for another big battle charge. Huge amounts of damage. Knight will get a bit of a safeguard save, but the problem is Monkey's still doing a lot of damage. Another bit of incinerate, and the damage Shun is healing with the Sun and Sky. Monkey's trying to trade with his own passive, and Knight gets the triple. It's carnage, but BLG thrive.
Knight's Annie burns them alive. The death by touch must have been active for about 20 seconds throughout that fight. The big combo onto a bout means that the Ashe can't really stand and do the DPS. This was a really scary fight. I truly believe if BLG lose that play, I think WE have the scaling to see off that kind of fight into a win. BLG managed to clean it up. They get the extra kills afterwards. It's what, a 5 for 3 overall. starts with a teleport on Knight's Annie, who gets right behind them. The fight starts a little early because they're calling the play, but they don't track Cube again. Once again, they're not tracking every member on the map, and Viper flashes into Call of the Forge God. There's a Realm Warp afterwards. Karis guns him down, and it's left to a 5v3. How the hell do they get this working? Well, starts with a double combo from Annie onto the backline, and Jace follows up, and then the Battle Herald from the gods is like, he actually road kills him. He actually kills him with the Herald. That kill was by Lee Sin. We actually got a road kill in pro play.
Back to life. Karis is dead with the kick. The arrow comes flying on through. This teleport could suck. Cube is here. On's also around. Throws down the beat drop. Won't quite find it. This TP can now also suck from Bim, but they won't stick around and fight. So Kobe was perhaps not needed this time around. Viper's roaming. Again, the misfortune always quicker on the roam than most AD carries with the virtue of her strut.
Yeah, I mean, when you're teleporting as an Ornn, at least you got an ungodly amount of tankiness, so he was safe for there. Bin I was a little more worried for because he's a Jace. Good shot blast there, speaking of. That doesn't have the mirror amount of transformation just yet. That'll up his damage by a significant amount. Another Q lands. He feeling like it maybe
Viper on the flash encore. The bullet time follows, and Era is going to be dropped into the dirt. Cube just get the charge forward, but doesn't get the knock up with it, just too far away. And Viper gets the double up beat drop comes into the sky, goes bin, the tower falls. No more turret shots, the structures collapse. A charge from Cube, but the Forge God is looking like a Forge God as he will find himself on the wrong end of an IRS inspection.
Only BLG can make a Misfortune flank look that good. And watch, he just dunks the ult on him. Where did he go? Where did he go? He just saw his Knight flashes for the kill. 9-1 on Annie. I think it's between Shun and Knight for player of the game here. It's probably Shun, I think, overall, but real shout out to Knight for having a really strong performance on the Annie with his teleports, with his engaged play. BLG, not been giving an easy job. They've definitely been called to account a number of times by WE, who have been, again, much like game one, roaming to the play very quickly out of vision and being able to have these very unforeseen plays. But BLG are responding much better than they did before. Flash to confirm the on-call, lands onto 2 on the other side. Great ult from On. Means that Cube sadly still gets the ultimate there and won't be able to, it means that Viper doesn't get a full channel on the bullet time. But hey, gets to turn around with the ult attacks anyway. Very creative play by BLG.
Yeah, and they get to turn onto this turret afterwards, do a lot of damage to the skies, and it's looking a little bit dicey because the health bar's on superb from BLG, and Cube at least gets some back. I mean, you take what you can get there, right? 3 kills on Cube, who is doing his best. He really is. I just don't know how much more you get to do as the snowball will continue. 9,000 gold ahead. Whatever your composition is at that point, that kind of lead tends to be pretty unbeatable. Baron has spawned. We do make this rotation to the enemy jungle, and Shun will try and scout out with a sonic wave or two.
Okay, so WE once again just trying to move about as a unit. That is going to be a dive onto Bin. The arrow lands, and that will be a dead chase. Good kill there. Can you get anything back? No, he can't. What's happening on the rest of the map? Well, Baron is alive. Knight does have teleport. He's got 10 Zark Seal Stacks too and 3 items as well. I don't think WE can start the Baron. There's going to be a push in mid and in bot. Objective bounty claimed by WE. I'm going to push in maybe for a second one here too. I think Annie has to recall. The wave play is not fantastic from BLG. Annie's perhaps the best of it. Leaves Viper alone in a 1v1. Shun thinking about flying over the wall. In fact, he's more than thinking about it. He's doing it. Gets knocked up though. The on kills a bit of a strife there. The kick is not bad. Here comes Annie.
They get so much damage, and Cube is left low. Not quite dropped by the turret, but no longer able to be part of this fight. Can maybe look to reset and come back out, but that's just unlikely at this point. Shun just get dropped low. Is about gets to throw down the Ranger's focus. Actually, does make that a bit more interesting. There's 2 more dead.
We also just missed On dying in the background there too.
Hang on.
So On died. Shun.
Viper's here, going to find the damage to try and run it. People throws down the make it rain, but the bullet time just not able to catch Cube. They're going to try and realm warp out. Knight's got a stun though, but can't walk because Karis had left that to prevent the stun out.
Yeah, luckily also didn't have Protobelt or Flash to close the distance. Shun, of course, dying earlier. I don't know why I said name in the middle of that. I was just looking down at the scoreboard and his name went into my mind. Haunting us from the afterlife because he's now Spectre on the narrative, Sam. You know, he died in that earlier fight. It turns up somehow later. Great play from Viper again to make sure he can get into the play just at the end of it. But WE are continuing to group up and force the issue. Credit to WE. They're looking a lot more how they played in 2025, where they just like force these group plays. They used to do it around Monkey and Vampire back then. That's why they played so much of stuff like the Nautilus. They could just like start these fights to say, screw it. We're not going to win lane. We're going to just play around 5v5s and just look for these great hooks or something like that instead. It's how they kind of formed a team identity.
I want you all back home to keep your eyes on About's inventory, on Akaris's inventory, because About just completed this third item. Potentially massive. The mortal reminder for all the anti-heal into what is a sustain econ. Karis just face check, though. Viper just get the damage. Arrow comes on down. It's on to On. They can maybe jump onto this server. It's been turned into a bunny rabbit. The kick back. Trying to get on top of Ura. The damage isn't fantastic right now. Bishop can go over the wall, but it's a sonic wave only onto Cube. Doesn't go in until just now. The flash away from WE. They're playing the 4v5 well. The core of the Forge God. Viper's stepping forward. Gets knocked up and knocked down. Bayan has gone into the skies. Will not find what he's looking for. Rune prisoned. They've killed everyone of the scalings here. I told you the items were coming. A Baron is there. BLG have fumbled.
An exceptionally good team fight from Cube. BLG's composition is not built for late game choke point team fights like that. Cube punishes them. Karis gets some great damage down. Viper tried to flash to kill About, realizing it was probably a one-way trip. A Knight couldn't get into the play. We'll watch this again. The Karis is initially caught out, but the play of the arrow onto the Seraphine means a lot of the disruption is gone. Shun does his best to try and get some damage with the kick. It's just not really enough at this point. It's only really damage onto the Lulu, who gets to stick back and make a mess of things. Bin flashes over the teleport. No, sorry, the E after teleporting in, but then he retreats in a really awkward angle. I wonder whether Bin should have teleported in a separate way. The wild growth goes on to Viper, which have been saved this entire time too, and Knight can never get into the play. It's bad terrain from BLG. Wonderful response from WE. Sam, WE could be going 2-0 in this series now.
Yeah.
I think BLG might have thrown another game. This draft is not good enough. They're catching her on the land.
That's not bad, actually. They do kill off the Lulu this time around. The knock-up, though, goes on the Shun, who flashes out, but it's into Monkey's waiting arm. To the sky, Vigo should be able to bring down the Shintan, makes it a bit more even. All the while, watch the Knight, who can look for the stun. Cube survives. Realm warped out, but stunned up. Can they find anything more? The Farsight alteration will give Bin the calibration to go looking for Shock Blast. They want to find more kills. They will not.
No, they won't. Okay, so BLG get rid of most of the Baron buffs from WE now. Great fight from then. The Encore catching out Urha. Who on the whole on the Lulu, yes, he's died quite a lot. I still think he's had a pretty okay game on the whole. WE as a whole been working quite well against the onslaught of BLG to at least hold on into the mid game. 11-1 is Annie. Knight 14 Magi stacks. Actually quite important because he's got the Swift Marches, the upgraded Swiftness boots. And the more move speed you have, the more adaptive force you have. Knight walking over vision right now. Needs to be a little bit careful here. And hang on, they might look for something. It's the doubled up solo laners. You walk across them. Oh my gosh, Knight needs to be careful there. He's got flash. They're trying to force that. Not sure they're going to be able to fully get him here.
Hang on, but Knight is just fast enough to get away. Cube's been monstrous with these Ornults.
No, I know there was some really negative comments about Cube, even in our own chat, but on post-match threads and everyone on social media. His last bit of the split, and then his first series in play-ins as well, I think was actually very good. Cube is on very good form right now. And his Ornn is one of his better tank champions. Teleport from Annie, who wants to stay out of Fog of War. Look for a flash stun to end the game.
Shock Blast lands onto About, but he's got enough lifesteal at this point to be able to undo a fair amount of that damage.
And he's just been spotted on vision. He still has flash again. But if you lose the next fight, look, BLG already toying with the scaling. No Call of the Forge God down, and he's spotted.
Monkey's in theoretically quite a lot of danger. The Encore just shy, and now Shun has to safeguard out. That's a big tool.
It is. The heal used by the Lulu to make sure they escape that with the move speed. Dragon alive. BLG, they can't really afford to back off. This is the thing. They back off and leave it a little too long. The Ornn surely causes too many issues.
Knight is on vision. He doesn't necessarily know it. There's wards in that push over by the Raptor camp. All the Wild Dragon's been started. Shun's actually healing off it using that Iron Will. Been looking for potential angle.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God's still down. Very good vision control from W to stop Knight from having just these killer angles. He's trying multiple angles. Just backing off to one pocket, going to another pocket of Fog of War. Where does he go next? Is he going to the river bush? Where does Knight go? Back in mid lane.
Lands, but immediately Mikhail on then gets jumped on. Monkey, though, can't quite confirm the kill he's looking for. They do get that turret, but it's only the one. In goes Knight, gets the stun, but it's only onto Cube.
It's not that much. Gets ignited on the way back as well. Encore off. Call of the Forge God's coming up in 10 seconds, and Dragon is still alive.
That could be problematic. The health bar is a bit mixed for everyone right now. Monkey still relatively weak because he's been killed so many damn times. Not at the highest point of power of the Shins. I would love that level 16.
Yeah, Knight really trying to get into another pocket of Fog of War as well. If he can get himself that flash angle, perhaps everything should change. They're actually going to go mid lane instead, perhaps. They have themselves a Realm Warp to reposition. They really don't want to go into the Annie. Knight, again, just circumnavigating. He might have found About. He's been trying this for a full minute.
Oh, he's going to walk into it. He's going to walk into it. No!
Knight one-shots About. Knight plays around the Fog of War for about 2 minutes solid and finds his mark.
Oh, Bao have been having such a good sequence. Not anymore. A moment, a lapse in judgment. And the Ashe is dead. Does it lead to anything more? Not really, but it will allow BLG potentially just run through this mid lane when the inhibitor's still down.
About to say, it
Maybe
might
it
lead
does.
to something more. Knight didn't even have to use his flash. He's got himself 18 Magi stacks. I mean, in what world do you expect the Annie to be there? But you have to be so careful about the Fog of War. Look, if I'm a WE player, especially about there, you just don't toy with Fog of War. You never walk in. They're going to go onto Annie. They're going to go for the Realm Walk forwards as well.
Wow, hang on, they shouldn't there. Karras comes in, they try to jump onto Knight, still got the stun available, does get it, trying to run away with the Molten Shield. All the while, the other side of it, Karras is in danger. The encore goes to nowhere, but Karras therefore can't step out. Now Bin's in the backline with his teleport shield. He says, yeah, I can take this now. The arrow lands onto the Misfortune, denies her ability to find a good bullet time angle. To just out Era is shredded. The cannon barrage of dreams comes along. Gangplank wishes as his desperate rival shows him how it's really done. Bin gets a shot blast, and the weaponry on full display from BLG. Firepower successful.
WE try to take out Knight as he walks away from the play, and they don't land the mark. A great flash over the Wolf Pit allows BLG to take another scrappy fight. They shouldn't really be winning at this point in the game, Sam. Not against the Ornn, not against the Shinzao frontline, but they're doing it anyway. Even with the gold lead, it feels very ropey, and that's why the BLG, when they did get that pick onto a bout, that felt like the real dam-breaking moment.
We are at 59, or 49 kills, by the way.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, it's not quite Weibo BLG upper bracket finals game 3, which is 2 kills a minute. We're not quite at that point just yet, but occasionally LPL will re-deliver us back to this very, very bloody state. 24 stacks on the Medjai's from Knight. Doesn't have himself a death cap to amp that up anymore, but I don't think he really feels like he needs to. Baron's up soon, teleports into the mid lane. WE, once again, they're going to go back to the well, try and group up, see if they can win the 5v5 this time. Ornn items continue to come through. They got to look for the 5v5. I know it's not been working for them, but it's still their best shot. Credit to WE, their instincts are on point. They are just against BLG, whose playmaking is so absurdly good. Even your best laid plans can be laid to waste.
You really need to pick up. They've tried to pick up on repeat, which has been mixed success, honestly. I think if you could kill Bin, if you could kill Shun, if you could kill Knight, I suppose, well, who's very, very strong, right? Then you feel a bit better because it's so much of that burst that just disappears. Hell, getting rid of the AD carry would feel pretty good at this point. Is at 3.5 items as well.
Yeah, Knight has lost his flash now. Of course, WE went really hunting for that. They were very afraid of that flash Annie combo. Shock blast in there. BLG needs to be very aware as well that if they're within long range, even within long range, but they're separated, Call of the Forge God and the Realm Warp will kill. If you get hit by that ultimate, you get hit by the Rise as you're CC'd up in front of him, you do die now. At this point, the Actualizer there from Karras, 3 items. Even though he's 4k behind, doesn't matter really. Rise is still Rise at these 3 items, and if you're someone, even like the Lee Sin, even like the Misfortune, you will get exploded like that. Knight, 12, 1, and 11. Has a Void Staff in. Doesn't have that flash, though, importantly, is the clean feed. Just has a bit of a stutter, bit of a judder. Baron alive. Dragon in 2 minutes would be Mountain Soul for BLG. WE would have to work their way up towards that. Shun puts a ward in, just spots the newly placed control ward. Vision control so important here. As we've seen already, this game is about Fog of War for the Annie. If Annie can get an unseen angle, the game is effectively over if she kills someone outright. She's going to be looking for those angles again. Knight's job is to stay off the Fog of War. Good hop to the side there, Shun, not having to use the flash.
That was very, very careful or close. He's got a death dance at this point, and again, we're hitting that point where the gold becomes somewhat immaterial. A Mountain Soul might change things. I'm not even joking. We are starting to get to the point where a number of people have got just that little bit of extra resists that can make a huge, huge difference for. Yeah. Eyes on Viper's infantry. He's got a Serpent's Fang now, which I think is probably quite astute here.
Works against the Lulu, works against a couple of different things too. Seraph's going to be big from Rise and late game here. Dragon's now in a minute. You see how tense this has all been. And he's still going to be about a minute and a half on cooldown, right? Or maybe a little more on that. Recalls coming through BLG. I think spot those recalls actually and be able to reclaim some vision on the map.
You'll start walking into BLG. What they do have is good upfront pick, right? Between the Lee Sin and the Annie and the Seraphine, the first person will get CC chained in. It is late enough that the damage is more than able to 100 to 0. Hang on. Monkey goes on top of on. The flash encore though does come on through, forces the sidestep. They get the safeguard on Tobias. They're going to do long in the bullet time. Does come on through, buys a bit of time. They can't kill on. And now Annie returns the favor. Annie, are you okay? Because she's the smooth criminal. Goes on top of the rest of the team. Shun lands a sonic wave, but gets room prisoned. Speaking of criminals, Detective Rise is here to show him straight to jail.
Knight has the stun up again, very scary. However, the junglers are both dead. There's no smites anywhere now. BLG are going to play around this next stun on Annie, can potentially look for the kill with his flash in the next 30 seconds or so when it comes up. He's going to have to face check. There's a teleport coming in from Jace. Bin, oh god, the teleport onto him too. He might have cooked a little too hard here. He needs to stay away from Fog of War. Where's that vision? That's the vision plant used to get some great information here.
They need to know where about is. If Bin can spot him, he's very much at shot blast range.
Knight has flash up now. They spot Bin.
It's just going to jump on top of him as well. Bin, hang on to the other side. Wait! About Flash dead and murder them! The Rangers focus! They turn their eyes to Garrus and About says, I might be 20%, but it's 20% higher than you!
Knight still gets the kill onto Ornn. It's a bloody fight. About does an incredible carry job, but he can't walk up to take the Baron because Knight is still around. That's the problem here. He has flash. He will get one shot by this Annie, and he's off of vision. That's why they can't go towards the dragon right now. If anyone walks up to it, potential of him, he might actually trade his life for 2 kills here. We'll see. Lee Sin is coming down the lane. Annie is still off vision.
Here we go. Shun's going to try and buy space. They don't want to pull the trigger. I think if they lose that there, it's potentially game over.
Knight is trying his best to play around Fog of War, but BLG play a little bit too much with vision. How much does he see here? How much does he see? Can he one-shot? I don't know if he one-shots a Shinzao.
It's going to get quite close. Yeah, he decides against it.
No, I don't think he one-shots the Shinzao, especially through the Death Stance. He would do onto About or Urha. He can't kill the others in one shot. He's also full build now as well. He's not gone for the... He might sell the Shadow Flame for a death cap at some point, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
In fact, he might be doing that. He thought about the Malignance. Thought about it. Rebuys it anyway. Thinking about his item build. I mean, WE, the tenacity of this team cannot be understated here. I mean, yeah, it feels like it is Knight at 13-1. They haven't been able to deal with him consistently, but they have been able to kill the others. About, particularly, late game AD carry Dream with a Lulu behind you.
He's got a Molten Edge as well. The Ornn upgrades are in. Feed stutters a little bit, but I don't blame it. It's nerve-wracking stuff. And the mid lane shove commences.
Okay, Shun, much harder for him to play things too now. At this point, doesn't have a GA, doesn't have flash. Onn has been caught out a lot in this series, both in game 1 on the Karma, now on the Seraphine in game 2. He was the person engaged onto on that mid lane. Knight once again. Now, the thing with Knight is, look, he's level 17. Doesn't really need to farm because he's full build. He can just hang off of Fog of War for the entirety of the rest of the game now. There's actually, he doesn't need resources, right? He can just hang out in Fog of War, just be like, okay, I can be anywhere. You have to pay attention to me. Now, if he steps onto a ward, and again, there's the Rune Prison, afterwards, the Realm Warp, the Call of the Forge God, he can die very quickly, but if he's in the right spot and W don't have vision, game over.
The problem is these side lane waves aren't looking fantastic, and look, they've jumped on a lot to mixed success. It's often been going incredibly deep to get him, and he's flashed away or encored or something, and yeah, you might kill him every now and then, but it's just not been...
He's on vision now. That's important.
That's true.
Every bit of information they get about Annie is so important. They're actually saving the vision plant somewhat there. Knight has been spotted there, as we've said, but the group up from W, very hard to deny here.
Karras went to go deal with that bot lane wave, has got the realm up yet to come in, the TP.
Yeah, you know, so Knight is teleporting for an unexpected angle. You'll see some of the best Annie players in the world, your Fakers, your Chovies, whatever you, teleporting like this to get off of vision to try and play around an unexpected angle. Monkey's going to walk into Shun.
Oh, hang on, this gets a bit spicy. They get the knock up, there's still a reset happening, just get over the wall. Not going to lead to anything more, but that does actually give WE priority in mid lane and potentially around this Baron pit.
Also, nice wasted his teleport now. He tried to look for that unexpected angle. Swing and a miss on that one. Again, you can see what he's looking for. BLG really struggling for the engage. Really struggling for it. And now every Ornn item is in. Everyone has an upgraded item. Even the Rod of Ages from Karras is upgraded now.
And Karras got an arm guard now. He's still got room to grow, right? Like, he's got 3.5 items as a rise. I don't really care that you are behind the Annie at this point. You still have the capacity to team fight.
You've overcapped on gold as the Annie now. Now, Baron's getting started. BLG maybe trying to bring WE through some vision control, which they've laid down. Again, the vision Feed just stuttering just a little bit now. About in bot lane. So this will be a free Baron for BLG. WE a little bit lax on the recalls, but they're setting up vision control and bot side. Perhaps thought, look, we can't really chance going into Fog of War. Not against this Annie.
They decide against it and they say, look, we're going to play instead around the dragon, which they know that BLG will want to play instead. If this goes wrong, though, it is lights out.
So BLG, give up bot side control. That might really hurt them. Now, WE, they have vision control on bot side. Do BLG understand that? Well, they do now. They spot him over the wall there. They'll scan out a ward. Here the arrow lands onto On.
Does get body blocked briefly. They get the knocker, but the encore into the bullet time! It's all a ruse. It's a bait. It's a disaster. And the bullet times out what WE had left to play with. It goes so very wrong. Gareth flashes to no avail. You bring down the misfortune, but her work was done. Clips empty because they're buried in the skulls of WE.
They're all out of ammo. Guns are smoking, overheating, barrels. The encore into the bullet time is such a good counterpunch. What a tense late game ends in a brief moment of time on the side of a bullet.
23 kills to 39 in 37 minutes. The blood ran heavy and thick, but BLG even the series score.
What a ridiculous late game. That's one of my favorite games we've seen this split so far, perhaps in the entire year.
Largely been a little absent. We'll see whether it works here. I think you can play through that Renekton, look to have Monkey take over the game like he did in game 1. We were up to live and already there's some level 1 shenanigans happening, so I might just hold on the Gyos for a second as Zera eats a lot of damage. The Loosened Singularity is going to force a heal.
It is. Zera going to be starting this lane very low HP. The lethal tempo from Viper allows him to have much more damage. It's not the fleet footwork. He wants the damage, and he's doing quite a lot of that. 2v2, just raw from Viper and On, getting great value. Loosened Singularity, not proccing the passive there. On mistiming his auto, so not getting the extra damage from the marked passive.
Yeah, that's the one. And again, though, I will note, and this is important, that Viper started with the E, the 90 caliber net, in order to escape from some of that damage. Did allow him to get a headshot for free, though. And you can do that on Caitlyn. If you're in range for an E, you can get that free headshot. Got 2 off in that trade and puts the bot lane into a very challenging position. Monkey starting on his Raptors, then going over to Red Buff. We'll see exactly what the decision is here. Because again, Nidalee, surprisingly good AoE. Might do a 3 camp into reset and get out of the map again.
Maybe, but with a Nidalee, you can kind of just do whatever the hell you want. You don't need the early back like an AD jungler for a long sword. Not all the time. Ward onto blue buffs. They have great information on where Jarvan is. That's a really good bonus there for WE. Now, Lux is pushing up into enemy bot side jungle, so Nidalee will likely know there's some game afoot here. Is pathing down towards bot side. We might see a fight over towards bot camps as Shun comes over to help with this. This is actually going to reset, I think. He's just holding on the edge of leash range. They spot Monkey now. Trap over the ward. Wall gives Monkey vision, as does the ward now. Do they have the flag drag?
Ooh, they do, and there's the light afterwards. Monkey's in danger, gets a primal, so survive at a time. Needs to try and get that swipe, that take down the flash forward. The red buff's there, and that'll be Shun who gets the kill. And now Era's in danger of flash on the light binding. The Piltover Peacemaker, but there's nothing peaceful about it. Oh, no! That goes wide! Oh, no. It's about to find exactly what it's all about. The light binding this time wide. Backstep on the Peacemaker. Does get the force pop, but the damage is dangerous. As another light comes flying on forwards, but the light at the end of the tunnel is just Lux blasting your skull into pieces.
Oh, Karis fails the play. Now, no camps are actually taken. Hang on, Viper. He has a flash. Monkey might be able to chase him down here. That would be a good pickup. Some lazy recalls. Erha's coming over, flashing to try and give the move speed to Monkey.
Flashes over the wall and Viper gets out. More flashes down.
I think Monkey miscommunicated with Erha there because Erha couldn't get himself. Erha was flashing to try and get the move speed onto Monkey, who then jumped too early. So I think Monkey kind of griefs Erha a little bit there. He wanted to get the extra move speed. On now back in lane. Recall from Viper a little bit late. Does, of course, have the kill gold he really wants to spend. Monkey is very slow on his clear now is the thing. Raptor respawn's coming up. Monkey will know about this. Shin can't 1v1 the Nidalee even still. No flash on either jungler. Shin needs to be careful here.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, guys. Welcome, Ingo. Quite literally. And actually that puts Monkey onto a very weird timer. Shun gets that topside Skull Crab, comes back down for his camp respawn, prevents Nidalee from getting back into the game. He's still got his full topside quadrant. In fact, Shun saying, I know these Raptors are going to respawn the other side. Exactly. I'm going to steal the camp away.
Yeah, this is a very LPL style jungling. In fact, he's going Raptors to Raptors now, wanting to make sure he's not even hitting the vision plant to make sure he's not spotted from Fog of War doing this. Shin will put the standard down. Now, I think LPL has the best junglers in the world. I've made no bones about that. BLG doing very well in the early matchups so far. You know, typically, the Nidalee does want... It needs to be ahead. Nidalee is not a champion that can deal with being behind. Monkey is now kind of skipping camps to make plays, but he's spotted on a ward outside of the Phalite.
Yeah, get the Piltover Peacemaker to kill that one out. He's going to try and get the Krugs, and we'll at least get that, but they have an idea that the Nidalee's there, so the Caitlyn Lux just hold their forces a touch here. The pickaxe difference is still going to be fairly significant, but it also, look at mid lane. Knight
Exactly.
has been
That's what I
bullying
was-
this Aurora.
Well, it's Karis going bot for the kill, missing the combo, dying, and then being out of lane. Now, Monkey's going to be spotted here. Is going to be the binding landing,
hang
which
on.
you land. This isn't kill angle because the trap's not in range. If the trap's in range, that's a kill angle, but there isn't that. Next cooldown's coming down. On is having an excellent early game. Now, I think On, in the first 2 games, probably the #1 criminal for BLG. Game 1, the Karma, stepped too far forwards too many times, got the Neferi fed. Game 2, it got close because it was the Seraphine who got caught out in a number of engages. Now, the encores were good from him. It's not been all bad. I don't want to be unfair to him. But On in this game, I think, is redeeming himself for some of the missteps earlier in the series.
Yeah, I think that Karma in particular had a little bit more sympathy for the Seraphine because bluntly, everyone was jumping for his head every time, and there was no front line. It was always going to be one of those games where you were going to struggle to not have people get on top of you, and I think the disengages on the whole ended up mostly okay.
And, you know, had the game-winning play.
Exactly,
So,
you know, you can't-
like I said, like the thing is though, this is BLG, current international champions, perhaps the best team in the world. We hold them to high standards,
Yes.
and we should do, which is why we call
Correct.
now, as opposed to WE, we don't call out the minutiae as much for WE because they're already outperforming our expectations. We'll do that, of course, when it's relevant, but BLG are a team where we expect excellence. Onto the dragon, but might actually look for a bot side play instead.
Yeah, those traps getting a little bit annoying there for Aero, just keeping away from about. They went looking to see whether there was a play angle, but no light binding landing, no Piltover Peacemaker landing, just makes that damage threshold a little high there, a little bit risky, especially with the heal up on Era. Monkey now back out on the map. Dragon still being started by this Jarvan, and the River in full command right now of BLG. Monkey might come and contest.
Viper getting the headshot stacked up on Dragon, can net over the back of the pit if needed. On is on an angle here, all right.
Hang on, Monkey needs to be very careful. That light binding, they don't know he's there. Finds it onto the Corki. There's the cleanse to get out. Viper left low. Shun's also down. They get caught in the pit. Flag and drag out for Shun, but dead is the Caitlyn. All the while, though, On trading with Karis. The twofold hex means On dies as well. It looked great until you realize the jump into the pit from WE caught out 2 members.
And Viper wasn't in position to E over the wall. I think he tried to, and he chose the wrong part of the wall. Viper needed to be positioned much differently to get over that wall at the right timing, and couldn't quite get there at the right spot. So W walk away with a big early game play. 2 kills onto both, 1 onto each bot laner, and they get the dragon after it was so helpfully leashed by Shun. Shun does make it out alive, so he's not going to be the one giving over gold there. But BLG, a reality check of how much they have to pay attention to this Nidalee. On very much trying to get the root onto important members. I actually think it's a mistake to go for the Corki. I think with the cleanse, that's not the target you want. You need to get it onto the Nidalee, if anyone. About just cleanses and walks away, whereas Monkey gets to walk in, fly things out, and you see Viper trapped in the Q animation, didn't have the E over the wall ready.
He had to use his E. I think also basically Karis managed to get the ult into the twofold hex into the weirding onto him as well. So it's just very good from Karis. I think it's also fair to call out, especially after that unfortunate misplay towards that bot lane. It does help even things up somewhat. Shun is still 2-0-1, but they lose that dragon. The bot lane advantage that was fairly significant now fallen away just a touch. And Karis getting ahead of this Mel is nice work.
Binding, landing onto Corki there.
Mel resets. Grub started by Shun. Bit of a misplay, obviously, in that bot side river. Puts him into an interesting spot. Cupid's going to come on down here. Karis with the shove in mid lane probably allows him to come and contest this. And sorry, Shun's going to be able to take the 1 grub and back away. Monkey is now coming, but a good chunk there onto Karis with the Radiant volley.
We haven't seen the Renekton come into the picture yet, but of course Renekton Nidalee used to be the top lane jungle for many years, actually. Q doesn't quite land.
This time around. Bless you. Hey, Alex.
I have.
I'm doing it mostly to annoy you.
Knight just keeping control in mid lane there. Been potential dive. I mean, the reason why Renekton Nidalee kind of fell off in some ways is kind of because of Cassante, because if you're going to survive the Renekton Nidalee, having an unstoppable does really help. Bound jumping falls onto Shun. Gets a decent amount of damage, but now his W is down. Flashes there. Cataclysm is available for him. Needs to be a little careful. They just want to reset the blue buff if possible, and they do so. And now Nidalee might be able to make it down here in time. So basically, they make sure the camp resets so the Jarvan can't get a quick steal away.
Does cost them a lot of plate spot, though, as Viper was just alone, shoving away, and the rotation over is still causing some strife because Viper and On are now 20 CS up in the bot lane.
And the plates to boot as well. So, top lane going very even so far. Actually dead on even in terms of farm. Then we'll have a little bit more from this wave coming in. So credit to Bin. You're not expected to get ahead in CS as Cassante versus the Renekton. Doing quite well there.
Ooh, hang on. Knight's going to get a reflect back on the spear. Prevents the mark at the very least. There's the hop on forward. Flash on in. Doesn't quite get the kill until the auto for the passive. Spirit Abjuration gets Karras the kill.
One. It's the passive. It's the passive which kills him. The Q misses. Can't get that on target. It's the passive which hits him in that last bit.
Yeah, the Spirit Abjuration.
Yeah, exactly. The Q misses. This the auto which takes him down with the passive.
On then gets the ward down into that Raptor. Just interrupt Karras' reset, slightly annoying. But hey, again, WE have not been allowing BLG to snowball fully.
Hex Optics in from Viper. Yeah, you are just reminded how much that passive does. I thought perhaps the Q going to the side wouldn't be enough, but the flash in for the takedown from Monkey as well. Adding the damage in. Now, the Nidalee does kind of need to do this now because they've not managed to get ahead in terms of farm or in terms of gold any other way. Good kill onto Knight. Didn't think he was in threat there. Very good punish. Of course, Knight typically has very, very high KDA. W have very much stripped that in this series. The LeBlanc in game one was caught out a number of times by Monkey. Monkey, I love his aggressive kill angles. He's been so impactful for WE playing like that.
Hex not quite landing, but the... Raging Volley also goes wide. Dragon's 30 seconds away. Are we going to contest this one as well? I suspect we might.
Well, oh, hang on. Reflect back, take his poke back on soon. Why not? Not actually sure the Nidalee mark does that much. It gives you the move speed towards them, I think, if you get the mark on them. That's the big thing there. Now, 20 seconds left. Now, double flashes down from mid-jungle. Now, that does mean the Cataclysm has more value. They can both hop out of the Cataclysm, but they're forced to use their mobility in that way. Knight trying to hang out in Fog of War again.
Now that one ward there making things a little bit tricky for BLG. I'd love to get rid of it. Can't quite. There's that ward over the wall as well. Just giving BLG a little bit more vision in the river. Backstep on that. Aqua Prison just go wide. One ward from WE. Just doing Lord's work here. Going to try and jump at Shun. I don't know how free that will be. The Tempered. Sorry, the Between Worlds and the Tidal Wave coming on down. And Shun is forced to flash out.
Yes, now that is going to be an ultimate down from Karras, whereas Shun can heal off of red buff from Krugs, which means that for the dragon fight, actually a little better, I think, for BLG. Yeah, I mean, the flash being down on Shun does hurt. Karras going around the corner again, trying to play her in Fog of War.
They can get the angle, flash away from the weirding, could have been a bit scary. Viper burns the additional summon, a nice angle from Karras, but now Knight's over, and they can look to play this, whereas Shun coming up from that bot side Tribrush about, trying to backstep and stand and deliver best he can. The light binding lands, they don't want to follow that up with the final spark though. Cube TP'd
in, and Cassante isn't. This is a 5v4 set.
Oh boy, and they get the reflect, that's not bad on the Karras, but they just go slicing and dicing at BLG! Where is your Cassante?
He doesn't have teleport. They don't see the teleport from Cube, who makes it an uneven numbered fight. They weren't tracking the Renekton. WE bring the extra member to the fight, and it causes the downfall of BLG. That's 1,000 gold lead. That's 2 dragons taken by WE as well in the early game. Urha ended up dying somehow amongst the midst of that too.
Viper got him.
Viper ends it. I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but hey, they'll take it. But they don't spot the Renekton. They don't spot him. So Bin is waiting to push in the next wave. They should have been aware this is a possibility. They just don't have the vision to quite see it out in time. Now, the root lands back onto Urha, but it's not the most important target. No, they all clump up. Frostbomb lands onto multiple people, and once this happens, it's just too late. They don't have the flash on Mel. Does get the reflect in good, but Cube, great flash E. No one's escaping at that point. Great teleport from Cube.
Yeah, ends up being, I think, a Q and a trap somewhere out of nowhere that does manage to pick up the Nami, so at least got something there, but wonderful flank. And Cube's having a great series. Honestly, he's been the better top lane.
Well, the Jace is pretty good, but then the Ornn was better. You know what, Sam? I'd actually stand with that. I can't believe it, but Cube is having a series where he is better than Bin. That is That is not something which long-time viewers of the LPL would be expecting, and I know that 2025 Bin was definitely a bit of a drop-off in form, but then you look at Bin around first stand, best player in the world, 5 best of 5s in a row. I think Bin proved himself to be the best on the planet, whereas Cube in the last few years has been one of the biggest problem points for WE. Maybe he's had a point to prove because of that. I don't know whether he feels that pressure on himself. And of course, Monkey's been exceptional too. Now, W coming in very motivated. I think BLG might have even been looking ahead to the next matchup, right, where it'll be against Anyone's Legend, who won earlier today. So we'll have top esports JDG and BLG Anyone's Legend if the match with Cleanser according to seeding, which will be incredible second round matchups. Clean feed stuttering as Viper draws a bead. They're on about.
Yeah, should be able to chunk out about here just a little bit. Indeed, does go down to half, and Viper's still, considering the amount of attention the bot lane has had in those 2 river fights, there's not a lot the Caitlyn gets to do, considering BLG's decisions to fight in the way that they have. Still in a fairly good point of power here. Has gone towards the Hex Optics, I think is just fine this game. We'll go to Infinity Edge second. There's a nice 2-item spike there, and you do get that first kill. Your ability to just keep autoing feels pretty good.
Yeah. About not bad damage there on the spear does more though. Monkey, yeah, punk poke bot, but gets dunked on.
Nice, that's good damage onto Monkey. The tidal wave denies On and Viper's ability to follow up though, splits them away.
And that's why Shun doesn't pull the ultimate. He just gets the chunk in and then backs off. Herald is available. On's gonna have to recall. Now the chunk onto Monkey is gonna get healed up by both his own healing, Primal Surge, and then some of the Honey Fruit as well. So a lot of that hard work by Shun actually denied here on. Very, very good early game. And of course the Shirelia's very useful item for him now. But Sam, W, I think they sense blood in the water. This is a BLG that can be beaten. They're starting to sucker punch them quite well in these fights, and they're bringing more members to the play. I think that BLG, the problem they're running into is that they're just not able to establish enough vision to know where WE are in advance. Now approaching the Herald.
Karras then rocket bells forward to Cataclysm to jump onto Karras, who then tries to get between worlds and does. That's not bad, but the final spark brings down one. The Nidalee dead to right. They can't pick up the eye of the Herald.
Okay, so Herald denied. That's a big play from BLG. It will stop some of the bleeding as W look to kind of early onslaught in with the siege of the Core Keep and the Nami. Flash forward for the W, forcing Flash out of the battle.
They might still be able to get something more if they get the Q3. Can't quite. The ace in the hole was coming. Heals him up with a little bit of value there with the ebb and the flow, which does some measure of healing for the Corki. He was under some duress. Gets away though. WE though, so with 2 dragons, up 1,000 gold or so. Feeling relatively happy, and again, nameplate off, WE competing very, very well. Nameplate's on, you raise an eyebrow, and I think, Alex, at this point, we have to kind of scrap the first half of the split for WE. This is not the team that went 0-16, and they haven't been now for, I think, a few weeks, and it's probably time, having shown up against LNG, and now again against BLG of all teams. This isn't a flash in the pan. WE look like they've got a little bit of something to them.
Now, for the LNG fans out there, it's got to hurt a little bit. You're like, why the hell did we have to play against this team?
Don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, like, us guys here just had like, well, you know, we really want 1x Sense to succeed. Great AD carry. Hang on. Hey, it's over vision here. This spots him out with the E, uses the Shirelias. Takes an auto attack back. The Lux not known for a great many things, but tankiness is not one of them.
Prismatic barrier in a dream.
Yeah, exactly right. Dragon now up in 10 seconds. About doing some good chunk work onto On. He hits one more skill shot onto him now. And that Lux doesn't really get to play the next fight. He needs to be so careful. One more skill shot and he's feeling really bad.
Goes in with the rocket, but hit for the light binding. Nicely done, the final spark. Karras went looking and On just cold reads him.
On knew he had one last shot in the tank. If he gets hit by one more skill shot, probably game over for him. He hits the shot though, and Karras goes down. That'll be no more dragon stacking from WE. They're still going to contest. They know how important this is. Knight's walking over, but the dragon's gone.
It is. Can they find a fight afterwards? They can't find an Aqua Prison. No, it's just going to be little too late. Mid lane shoved on through. Knight will get Solar Snare. The Force is about to back away. Allows for the crystallized proc down to just 10% HP or so. Viper went looking for a headshot. Can't quite find it with a 90 caliber net combo.
And a reminder, folks, for those of you who are tuning in, because I see some people questioning about the format, this is round 1 of playoffs. We have the play-ins last week. This is round 1 of the playoffs. So we have quite an extended playoffs bracket here within the LPL, because people are asking, oh, you know, does the winner go to MSI? We're not even close to that point yet. Don't worry, we have a long stretch ahead of us. Because we have everything up until, like, we have basically 3 rounds in the upper bracket, which determine who goes to finals, and then we have 4 rounds in the lower bracket, which then determine who goes to finals there as well. So we have a very long way to go before we determine our MSI participants. Of course, BLG are on the shortlist. They won first stand. They were a first team out of Group Ascend as well in the regular season. WE are 8th place team in Group Ascend, the bottom of the barrel, at least of the best of the bunch. Spear goes wide there again. Cube on the flank. He's been doing a good job, actually, of approaching from unforeseen angles.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? On. Looking for Lucent Singularity. Finds it. The light binding just wide. Again, the E slow. Makes things a little bit more scary if you get trapped within it.
Yeah, this is a comment from Misai in Onivia's chat as well. Talking about, well, you know, how crazy would it be if W did somehow make the run? They've done similar before, actually, way back in the day. Was it 2015? They were like winless and they went for that crazy run. Beyond that point, they've occasionally had splits like that. We've had miracle runs before. In fact, they've had more miracle runs than almost anyone else in the LPL, actually. Even last year. They had the roster, which took down both Top Easels and JDG in best of 5s. Of course, didn't make it internationally from that, and they bombed out the next split after. But still, headshot. Yeah, you're pretty squishy there, buddy. Caitlyn actually draws a bead on you. You are dead.
A bit scary between worlds we go, but Knight manages to backstep, as does Karis. Both skill shots being dodged with alacrity there.
Well, this is why, look, I saw a lot of, I heard this on LCS as well, trying to talk about, well, you know, why is Protobelt being picked so much? You know, is it just a Choviism? I think if you're playing on a champion who already has mobility, it's not very valuable. It's still good because of the stats, but I think there are better items. If you're on a champion like Mel into the Aurora here, Aurora uses it to get in range for things too. It's actually, again, uniquely pretty good on her because she doesn't really have high mana cost. She can build it. Yeah. She can build it first. If for engage option, that works quite well. But right here on the Mel allows you to sidestep Nidalee Spears, tidal waves, a burst from the Aurora as you just saw there. Very, very valuable because you don't need that much extra help for your damage. You're already quite a high damage champion there. Viper continuing the push in, doing well at holding mid lane.
Yeah, gets the headshot and tries to look for the E auto after, just shy. Also allows you to drop turret aggro, which can be quite nice. Monkey looking at the flank angle. On dodges away, shuns over the wall, looking to punish here. Could potentially look for the flag drag. He's actually going to be a little bit deeper. The final spark comes on through. Flash away. Dicey in the mid lane, but no one sticks around. And the bet is called off.
Nice run stuff. Some summoners blown. That's not bad for WE. They're actually getting the flash out of Jarvan. It's a big win for them. We did say, you know, like if you're traded for flash for ult in the short term, sometimes it can be valuable for BLG, but they still want the Jarvan flash for the flash knock up to get in range for the engage. Of course, the Lux has been doing a good job of laying down the E ult over the Cataclysm as well. Karis on the flank. Oh, he could look for Viper here.
Gonna look at Knight instead briefly. Viper goes get to 90 caliber net out. Knight just about survives. Viper's the one who did the netting. Sorry about that one, misphrasing, but that's okay. Does mean though the resets are gonna come on through about a minute until our next dragon will be sold point. Out throws out a rocket. Can't find Knight, but does stop the reset.
Okay, minute till dragon. Karis, WE in general, playing around vision very well. BLG have not really been able to get deep vision in, and again, across this series, the biggest win I think that WE have had over BLG has been they've been able to keep information warfare kind of in check most of the time. Of course, Annie in the late game of last game, that's where things changed, and Knight managed to play around Fog of War very, very effectively. But you just look at the vision which they managed to stop BLG from having, to allow Karis to get that angle in, to allow Cube to get teleports from unforeseen spots as well. That's been where a lot of their big fights have come from. Now, 20 seconds in, the full court press continues from WE. BLG have not been able to push up their lanes to get an easy access in. That isn't bad there. Monkey gonna get a heal up though from both Nami and himself. Only it really ends up buying some mana. Really, I would have kept that final spark on, ready for a bigger fight while they're full CC, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where, like, obviously the final spark procs your passive as well. You can do QRE auto. You've got a lot of damage down with the double passive procs.
Flash binding misses.
Yeah, unfortunate from On. Went looking for it. Goes wide.
Hey, alright. Where's the teleport? Karis on the flank. There's a blue trinket to spot him this time. Shun can also walk over. They spot him now because they see the blast cone explode in real time. Dragon for W would be their third. They would have loved Soul, but lost that last dragon. Karis still on the flank. Struggled to make an impact so far. Can he redeem himself?
Finding wide there onto Cube. Knight looks for the Solar Snare. Can't quite land it either. The pick just not quite landing right now. And the standoff continues down to half. Is the Dragon bin with the Intopo Strikes Part 3. When looking, pulls back about. It's about a third of his HP bar with the flag coming on down as well, but no one full sends. The traps come on down, and the lines begin to get drawn. Another one! 3 right from Bin! It's superb! The final spark, and Bin gets the kill. Cube trades on the other side, though, bringing down the Lux, but I think it's too little too late. Cube gets pulled down into the dirt. The Untofos continue to strike. The flag, the drag between worlds looks to get around. Karis is ping-ponging, but you're playing League of Legends, and the paddle is going straight to butt because you're getting spanked here as BLG find damage after damage.
But Sam, it's still an even fight. It's still a 2 for 2.
How did Shun die?
Shun died because Karis caught him with the ultimate. So Karis ended up ping-ponging to kill Shun. It means that it's actually ended up being, I mean, it looked great at the start. It absolutely did. Bin, awesome play onto a bounce. It ends up being even, and WE get the dragon. So WE actually walk away very happy from the scenario. Karis couldn't get the killer blow onto everyone, but just getting it onto Shun as he went forward. We'll watch it again in this replay here. Look, the start of it is in Bin's hands, right? And he ends up getting a great play onto a bounce. Both Knight and Karis kind of equal each other out. Bin very nearly gets the shove back onto the trap, but the binding does the rest of the work. Cube gets onto On, so that's the first kill of the fight. Things get messy from this point. W clearly call the retreat. Renekton goes down, but watch this here as Karis gets to play onto Shun, but then the ultimate comes through, instant kill. Karis then just pops back. He popped over the first time to see if he could kill Shun, pops back and gets out of safety. Actually, Karis has a pretty damn good job there.
Yeah, I think also a bit of a Lich Bane proc from Monkey came on through, which definitely helped. I did blink on Shun falling down there. It looked like it was going really well. And I ended up perhaps over-egging that one for BLG. You can see the damage numbers there. It's good from BLG, but now they're down to a point. They don't get as much as they're hoping for from it. And this game, 1,700 gold, I think means very little. That's a little better. The Golden Eclipse does not quite bring Monkey low.
Yeah, now we can just find a camp, I suppose. Oh, there's no camps up, actually. Normally, I'd like to heal off of that. Ultimate pulled out quite cheaply from Knight. But then again, not the longest cooldown for the Mel. Has that Ludens for burst value. Now, one of the problems with that last fight is that Knight was so kind of captivated by keeping Karis in check. It meant that he couldn't actually follow up for big damage anywhere else. He got someone to Cube, but not a crazy amount onto the backline. On no flash for flash bindings right now. Went over the wall. Does have the Val. Well, I didn't know if he had the Valkyrie. Actually, might have been on cooldown there. Shun didn't want to flash send it anyway, though.
Yeah, decided against that particular possibility.
W on Soul Point. I mean, this is a win condition now. They should have realistically got themselves sold by this point, by the way that the game was going. They took the first dragon of the game, reminder, against the head from BLG, as BLG kind of leashed it for them. BLG had to steal one back later as the one before this, where they kind of fought back quite well against W to take that against what felt like the grain of play. W do get this one though, and now they're still on track for a decent Salt. If they get Ocean Salt, this team is pretty damn good with it. If they hit just one, even Protobelt will activate it from the Aurora, right? It's quite easy for them to activate it with their range.
Yeah, it is. Again, you've got the 3 items on Viper, who is still very strong. It's a 3-item Caitlyn into a comp where Caitlyn headshotting people is very concerning. Of course, you do have to deal with the fact that you've got double heals from the Primal Surge, from the Evan Flow. This is a very deep TP. On's going to pop the Shurelias. Needs to be a bit wary. They're going to put the traps down and try and blow up the Renekton. It's a decent job so far, down about at half HP. On the other side, Bin is zoning off the whole team, and Bin is a lot tankier than that poor Renekton.
Oh, Cube, he's had some great teleports this series, and that simply wasn't one of them. Straight onto the traps. Viper puts like 3 just to make sure he's covering all angles there. Karis might look for an ult himself to kind of ping things back. That might break the rhythm of play. Shun has ultimate, has flash, might go for a dunk over the wall. He's thinking about it. Anyway, there he goes, gets onto Monkey.
Does get the smite for the slow, the solar snare after. In comes the golden eclipse. The tidal wave comes on through, but it's only really onto Cassandra. He doesn't get it back out to the back. Tries looking, but that time the ping pong got real bad. The final spark's down onto a bounce left at about half HP. The searing brilliance not going to proc there. The Knight was getting close to those execute thresholds.
Well, Monkey's dead for another however many seconds. 32. Yeah, that's going to be Baron now. That's Baron to BLG. And Sam, they can take the Baron, they can reset, and they can get back out onto the map in time for the next dragon. Q lands onto Karis, about jumping forwards. That's going to be a bit of mana taken from the Honey Fruit there from Knight. Actually, about, I guess he could steal with a big one. Not in time. They can reset in time. This a little late for the dragon setup, although about and her low HP and has low mana. They'll take the mid lane turret. They might choose to not fight the next dragon and instead just bide some time. It's not like BLG are on Soul Point themselves.
If BLG are going to dragon, it should give them an opportunity to shove out these side lane waves at the very least as well and try and deny some of that pressure. They are TPing towards this bot lane wave though, so they might try and shove that out and fight their way into river through that bot lane wave control. BLG into the river now. Monkey coming on over. Puts down one of those traps, looking for BLG as they approach.
Okay, so WE, they are going to give fight for this. They're a little bit late on the setup. Scuttle taken by Shun will give them some vision control, understanding where is Ward and where isn't. That's scary onto Monkey. The headshot gets close there. Here comes Shun.
Gets on top of Karis, has to go across the belt. Bin looking for the Uncover Strikes part 3. The Dominus comes flying. The ace in the hole. Cube needs to slice the dice. The all out. But Bin's damn scary at this point. They get a staring still. The green Bin goes low. The footwork, the flash. He survives. But what on the other side? Shun in the back of the cannon. The flash out Viper. There's someone going to flank angle. The Sheriff is here. I don't know who shot the Sheriff because she's doing the shooting. Everyone else gets melted. Eat another headshot. Viper with the triple.
Gets the 0 in on the site and has WE down the crosshairs. A triple kill to the Caitlyn, who's had control over almost all of the game he's been in. Great laning phase from him. Great control over mid lane. Viper's barely put a foot wrong in this game as BLG. They escape another dangerous game versus WE. I mean, credit to WE. They managed to stack those dragons. They put BLG into a hard spot. But it's just been those those flashpoints, right? Where things just come to a head, either around that mid lane skirmish earlier where Monkey ended up dying, or right here again. I think Shun's the real hero of this play. Just forces Karis out of position. If Karis gets damage onto the backline, it's really scary. Look, Bin goes very, very low here. In fact, does he even die at the end of this? I'm not sure. I think he ends up living just about. But yeah, it takes Shun getting like a crazy cataclysm, locking them all in the cage for Knight and Viper to get the damage down. Shun, what a hero. He's had a really good Lee Sin game, a very good Jarvan game, making up for quite a poor game 1 against that Neferi where he was the worst player. They cash out his opposing number again. Monkey dead again.
There we go, and it looks a lot better suddenly, doesn't it? Viper is a mean machine with that Bloodthirster on top of those gluttonous greaves, the ability to just heal your way through these fights, especially when the Hex Optics is active. You just churn through autos. Very difficult to bring low, assuming you get involved in that first kill. Oh my days, the 90 caliber net into the headshot angle, drops about 10% of about HP, and of course Viper with all of that healing just gets his shield back and he's kind of happy.
BLG. It's not been nearly as easy as we thought it would be, folks, has it? They're likely taking the lead in this series now, perhaps one more game to end things off. WE on the other side of things. I mean, real credit to the tenacity, to the ambition they've had. Tidal Wave comes through, Viper flashing away! It's not enough! Karis one-shots him!
Oh, the Aurora still got some teeth. Bin may now be in danger. Footworks to On, can continue to try and run away. WE sends blood in the water. BLG on the retreat, triaging. Knight over the wall. Solar Snare! Golden Eclipse! And About is dead. They overchase and BLG snap back. Punish the death of their AD carry. The flag and the drag. As the flag goes down, so do WE. Desperate to stand here. Is this the hill they die on? Not quite. And the play fizzles for now.
Oh god, Knight saving the play there with the snipe. Snipe, that's just wide from Monkey there too. BLG scaring the base. Monkey walking forwards. Whoa. That spear, if it lands, probably does kill him. The Q back. Does it keep him safe? There is a Protobelt and a flash for Karis. Too long on the dragon time for anything to happen there. Knight, do they know he's there? I'm not sure they do, actually.
I don't think he can realistically blow it on me.
Sam, he has a Protobelt. He's just waiting for the next person in. He's waiting for his ultimate to come up in 10 seconds. Knight has been so damn good at playing around Fog of War. Spotted now by the vision plant, I believe. And actually, was he fully spotted? He's going to get a full combo onto Cube. Doesn't one-shot the Renekton at least, but good damage onto him.
Yeah, he's a little far up here now, actually. No one's going to teleport on him. I did wonder whether him being alone there could have proven problematic. It won't, not this time. Minute and a half till Baron, 2 till Dragon, and we'll be going again.
Viper
just about brought low there again. Karis, for all he's not had the easiest time of it, still got the burst here to full send it at the AD carry, who is still vulnerable to the raw magic damage being built.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely he is. Knight quietly having a very solid game on the Mel. If he actually gets damaged down, someone dies. Someone dies. Shun, I think, probably been the best player on BLG so far in this game. Very good early game to see off the Nidalee's early pressure. Split map state now. Renekton pushing top lane. BLG pushing bot lane. Cube trying to get some gold out of that top side. Now, if they leave this too long, I mean, the Caitlyn will just shred through the towers. The headshot works on towers. One of the reasons why... Yeah, look at that. The headshot works on towers. basically takes most of the HP down there. Karis hit pretty hard there. The E not landing from Viper, was wondering if he had a kill combo. Redemption keeping them topped up.
Karis gets a flash before the trap arms, otherwise I think that would have been a very dead rabbit. Not going to be the case though.
Viper, sorry, Knight taking about half his HP from, I believe that was the Nidalee Spear landing. Brief 4v5 around the inhibitor there as BLG sent Cassante to deal with top lane. Baron, Dragon up now in a minute. Baron spawning before that. Spawning now, in fact, really. WE trying to get some control of bot side. They will not have inhibitors in the bot lane. Superman is in the bot lane because their inhibitor is up, but they will have it in the mid lane. Knight's still hanging around Fog of War, trying to find these little spots of vision where he can just sit there. So there's Knight there, actually, but trying to figure out this Fog of War plate, trying to see if he can get himself either Viper or Knight, just a kill combo out of it. The enemy team is squishy enough for them to get themselves very, very scary combos.
Beaten pretty low there. Hang on, here we go. Mushun coming on down. The tidal wave will catch on. That's a lot of damage, but the Lux survives. A turnaround headshot onto Era is scary. Cube on the flank could blow up this Lux. Now sees where that Renekton is. The Lucid Singularity used as a warding zone tool.
On is very low HP. Almost got hit by that Javelin there too. Getting some honey fruit, but I'm not sure they'll change that much. Karis not entirely sure he's spotted out there. Javelin lands onto Viper. The poke's working well for WE, and they're fighting for Ocean Soul.
Oh no, he's gonna blow up on! Look for the flank, and there was an Aurora waiting. They blow that up. Look at the minions in the picture-in-picture.
Okay, so WE, their base is in danger now. Does BLG try and play for a fast one? They could technically, well, they don't have teleports. That's the problem there. But if they hold WE here, the base might start to crack.
4v5 around this Ocean Soul. They didn't set up well. They were too late. On got chunked out. The vision is good from WE. Karis still on the flank. Still with the between worlds. Got the option to get into this banana bush and look for an angle. Does get onto the two members. Tries to blow up Bim. Not the easiest target, but it's done nonetheless. This looks good. The turnaround. The Golden Eclipse makes it a mess. Where's Viper?
He's in their base.
He's in the base. He just needs to keep Knight here. He's going to try this one. Doesn't take away the dragon. Nidalee gets it. Needs to hold people here. They've TP'd back in. Viper can't end the game, and now Knight's in a 1v2 as Monkey gets on top of him. The soul is there. The flash away. Monkey goes bouncing on it, and a takedown brings low the Madada.
BLG give up the Ocean Soul with that play, and the Nexus turrets stand. No turrets taken from that. Now, Knight saves the game. If he doesn't get the double root onto Karison about, the game is pretty much over. Nexus turret does fall there to the lowly cannon minion. Held in great regard here by BLG. BLG now have to face up against that Ocean Soul. That'll make things harder for the poke battle. Very much so. They have to play for burst, not for poke now. Viper choosing to push mid lane. I don't know if that's the correct play now, Sam, in retrospect. They didn't have the teleports to make that work. They went for the hero play, tried to look for the end. Monkey on the Nidalee is doing work, though. His javelins poke out both Viper and On from the play, forcing them to disengage. It really is all on that Nidalee and the damage she was doing.
Also, I think Aurora now has found a few clutch picks. Good dodge there from Viper. Z-Axis made that one look a little bit spicy, it must be said. Onto the Baron we go, because again, Knight only spawned and doesn't have the teleport.
Well, can he get onto the map in time? They don't have the Mel. Viper on a weird flank angle. Been trying to frontline for now, but he did actually die to the Corki quite fast last time. That's a good DPS check from about.
Yeah, a little bit easier so far. The damage comes down. Last time it was the Aurora who full sent it at him.
Yeah. Both carries got a kind of extended period of play onto him. Knight is now back on the map. If he gets a one shot, well, Ocean Soul's not going to heal you up enough from that. If your HP hits 0, you can't regen.
And again, the Bloodthirster, Viper looking for the chunk onto about. The Ocean Soul keeps him relatively topped up. Split up a little bit of WE. And again, for all they've got the Ocean Soul, the shove against them with all of these turrets down. It's making things very frustrating for them.
It's another late game. W have forced BLG to it. Now, BLG, what's the plan? Do they look for a reset? I mean, Elder's up next. WE bringing BLG to the late game. And Monkey, incredibly on the Nidalee, is making this champion work in team fights. You know, the Nidalee, the poke has been absurd. BLG, they've not been able to get the vision control down at the right points. They've been, On's been caught out multiple times. Great early game from him. That's a little scary. Reflect back onto Cube there. Knight almost at max level of that rebuttal, so we'll have more cooldown on that and higher damage percentage reflected back as well. Baron started again by WE. The reset to come through from BLG, and this is going to go down pretty quickly. They're not going to be able to get here in time. Baron should be gone, I think, down to half HP. They can't contest. Do they look for the fight afterwards?
He's got a flash angle, can try and get in, can't. Taken. WE claim it.
Shun has to flash away from the CC, tried to get in range for Cataclysm as well. W get themselves Ocean Soul and Baron against BLG at almost 40 minutes into the game. There's a death cap from Karis now, who will be one-shotting pretty much everyone on the other side but the Cassante. WE, what a wonderful game and a wonderful series for them. This is a team which no one expected much of, especially after that early split went so badly wrong, but I'll reheat something that you said earlier. This isn't the same WE that went 0-16 in games. They're looking so much better than that. This is a team which can scare even our best team from regular season.
I'll contest that. There were expectations. They were just absolutely abhorrent ones. They basically said, WE, you may not win a game this split. That was the expectation. We were hitting that level of despair and dismissal. Not anymore. Karis now has the death cap. The Void Staff, Shadow Flame for Monkey as well into a composition that would not enjoy that. Knight's got the Medj Eyes. He's still very scary. There is the capacity to blow someone up, and then the Ocean Soul means very little.
Knight reflecting those spears back. Of course, Monkey needs to be careful of the Mel on that front, but gets a second one on a low cooldown. Not much you can do about that. Okay, so the Baron will end up timing out just before the Elder, but WE can still use that to push in the grand majority of map control. WE should be favored in this game, Sam. It's incredible. Mikhail's used very quickly by Urha that did not want to get caught out at all. Knight looking to get as much wave clear down here and hold the Renekton at bay. Those spears are so terrifying.
Viper gets caught, but it's got a shield. Manages to 90 caliber net away. Good disengage.
He was almost caught in his Q cooldown. That was actually not bad timing there from Urha, because he caught Viper in his Q animation, which is very scary for the Caitlyn. It's very long, especially when you're against bits of CC, which could catch you out during that. Viper has his summoners up, needs to keep those summoners available. I think W were just going to do a bit of a, just see if they blink first, see if they can get some summoners for free. Knight will have his flashback up for the play. Shun takes a decent amount of damage there. Again, Monkey doing his best as he can to just keep BLG penned back before the Elder spawns.
Everywhere, all the way through that little entrance into the Raptor bush. And again, if they get their final tier 2, I think the gold will drop down to about 3,500, which is more than playable, especially with Soul.
W, great vision control, great play from jungle, good drafting as well. Now, I do think that the Renekton Nidalee hasn't really been used as a CC bot combo. It's not been used in that way, but Monkey's good enough at the Nidalee itself. The first jungle Nidalee in the LPL since last year. We haven't seen any of it in 26. We saw one game of it top lane from Keshi, who played it down in Group Nirvana. He's up in Group Ascent now, of course. Maybe we'll get to see some more of that versus our top teams here in the LPL. Dragging down 40 seconds. Viper is full build. He has an Edge of Night to make sure he can ignore some extra poke. Ult onto a bout, but again with Ocean Soul, with the healing for both Nidalee and the Nami, it's very, very hard to actually get damage which sticks.
I actually think now killing Viper is going to be really annoying, because again, it's been the Aurora getting the combo off that. Edge of Night is going to delay and deny quite a lot of that. That Rocket does remove it.
And that's down for 40 seconds now. So that's basically off for the rest of this. Of course, the Proto Belt also breaks the Edge of Night too. Struggles to get a lot of value there. Shun spotted. Here comes the
about
wave.
Has to flash away on the other side. Oh, good. That's not the blazing eclipse. Viper flashes the twofold hex, but still goes down. Karis goes golden, but flagged and dragged. On the other side, though, Monkey does manage to annihilate another person. Golden for a second. GA buying time. Slice dice cube on top of the Jarvan. All the while, the Untopa strike part 3 won't land, and that's going to be the death of Shun on trying to trade onto a bout with Bin, but they've lost their carries. They don't have damage. It's into Ocean Soul. They want to bring down a bout and can't. They need to get the waves.
Bin's gonna die here. He can't run away from all of them. WE should at least get Elder off of this. There's 40 seconds. They're teleporting to the
They've got a wave clear.
40 seconds until Caitlyn comes back up. Viper dying in mid lane after doing so much damage, I think is still the killer blow. WE are gonna go to match point against BLG.
The TP's in. Lux has to find a way to clear the waves. Got a final spark, and that will have to be it. The Lucent Singularity to clear out some of these minions. Needs to get a very good ultimate across as many minions as possible.
I don't know if you'll be able to survive the animation of the R, though. That's the problem. Needs to stop them before they get in range. Tries to get as much wave cleared down. It's just not the special.
Viper's up.
Viper is up. Can they race it? He's got a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Yeah, they have to back away. The binding! The binding lands! Now he can keep going. The Hex Optic is active. And Viper can continue to hunt for more. Where's the TP angle? Can Knight find somewhere behind?
There's no wards down there. Game still goes.
Jungle's dead.
Game still goes. And Sam, you're absolutely right. The jungler is there for Elder Spawn. That is terrifying for WE.
Oh, no.
Bin can come back up. He has teleport. I don't think they can rush it. Knight is on vision. You need to be so careful here. Doesn't have flash. Only has one W. About to over the tidal wave.
They charge him! They want the damage back, as out comes the final spark of the Cataclysm. They do trade back. Bin's TP'd in. The health bars don't look fantastic, but again, remember the Ocean Soul. The ebb and the flow. They're going to keep looking forward, trying to catch someone else to slice the dice. Cube splits their headshot onto Era. It's 80% of his HP bar, but the fish survives for now.
Smite's down for Shun now. But now BLG don't have the smite. smite themselves. Knight does get caught out. The W is used onto the Corki auto attacks. Can't get the tidal wave after a misplay from Knight. Can they just walk at the Elder? Karis is down. They might just walk at it, but Monkey's up in 5 seconds. If you do it now, I think Karis gets up in time. So they're going to have to look for more trap lines. They're starting it a bit late. Bin wants to push out mid lane. Try and get some pressure there, but Monkey's got the smite. They need to look for the fight instead, Sam. They're going to have to get a one-shot with the Lux Q again. On makes a game-changing play. Can they get Cube? They can!
Oh, it's a soap opera! Everyone keeps finding a new way to make it exciting. Cube down, square rooted, but the Elder then gets started. There's minions in the base.
Okay, there are. So Karis doesn't have teleport, can't get in here. Knight can respawn and clear the bot wave. The smite is going to be there. About goes.
Oh, Lord! That's very dangerous. You know, Monkey needs to be afraid. Gets the Primal Surge, will stay in the pit. Has to hop out. The pound's available. Knight's TP'd in, looking for the angle, look for the solar snare.
Oh god, okay, Shun's back up for the smite. They want to keep it away from Monkey. They need to
my God.
They cannot hit the Elder anymore. They might even have to tank the spears coming over. Shun on the other side.
They're being corralled. They're being corralled. There's going to be a counter because he doesn't care. He's running straight towards the Elder. They want that instead. The blazing golden eclipse comes on down. Karis is killed off on somehow as he does get into the pit, but they're going to break into the base.
Nidalee has the lich raid. Nidalee has the lich raid. He's going for the back door.
Reset. About an Aura stopping them from resetting. He's on the Nexus turret. There's no one back. There's no one back. Lich Bane. Lich Bane, Nidalee. Monkey C. Monkey do.
WE get themselves the backdoor win. They will move to match point.
Yet. Buckle up, folks. Giles. The WE fans, I think, just out-volume BLGs. The belief is there, isn't it? A little bit of chunk early on. Again, the double range is still pretty obnoxious. Viper would have clear for free, but it's still going to be the early shove. Cassiopeia will have it into the Akali. You can play around this bot lane, though, as the Olaf, and that's why he started weak side, moved to his strong side. WE with the very potent mid game. That's kind of what we expect, where you want to get that Olaf and that Shen snowballing. If it does get later on, again, the fact that you have got that kind of just ranged, consistent damage of the Ziggs of the Cassiopeia, and actually, bluntly, the Trundle and Ambessa later on can get quite dicey. You go in as the Olaf and the Shen, and suddenly the DPS check gets that little bit more challenging. BLG have been greatly disrespectful this series. Greatly. Some of their objective setups have been poor. Particularly that last game gave over a lot to WE that they really shouldn't have done. They've also not played the weak side particularly well, and WE have been so prepped. Carrot's going to get dropped real low here. Not quite out of the game. The Deathfire touch keeps him burning, though. Then, with the early shove, Bin's been largely quite quiet this series, honestly. I think Cube has been, on average, the better top laner. Which is a remarkable sentence to make, isn't it? Ooh. My brain's still a bit fried, guys. I can't believe we're here in this capacity. Sean's gonna go look in, put a ward down, whip that with that. Actually, put his ward down already. Just over by that bush. Actually, maybe look at Karis. Ah, this gets dicey. The pillar is a little bit spectator bugged. Ura is here with Monkey, so he actually gets to hold on to his flash with the Twilight Shroud put down. Worth noting, of course, this is Karis Akali.
his most iconic and potent pick, I would argue. Knight on Cassiopeia, though. Reminder, his solo queue name before he became a pro was Orochimaru, the seven-headed snake of Japanese legend. A world ender, that one. Because he was a Cassiopeia one-trick. So Knight is quite happy to see the cast back in meta. Mid lane, Karis are going to get the shove monkeys here. This could get a bit spicy, actually. Ura's here as well. Knight has to flash. Ooh, the flash. Tangle Bomb don't matter because Olaf lands the undertow. Monkey going to get chunked out. Go away, who you had. I don't want you right now. Monkey trading with the undertows. The tough it out. Shun does get that kill. Now On's flashed and got involved. That puts Karis into a tricky spot. Where's the trample? Just get the Tangle Barbs. The Shuriken flip away 1-for-1. Both junglers get those kills, but Knight is the one that dies. Oops. I don't think Shun can afford to steal some camps. That TP was not fantastic, Knight. And again, the errors from BLG, the unforced ones have been somewhat unforced. On will Hex Flash over the wall. About first back cult. Yeah, I think he knows where this bread is buttered. It's like, I am going to not kill Viper, so I might as well farm it best I can. Knight with that one death. Still up in gold here, because of course Karis only got the assist. But hey, so be it. It's another quite early game, though, and BLG really found their signature lane advantages, have they? I like this Olaf, folks. I really do. I think the Moss Stomper plus that Tough It Out shield, I think is going to be quite astute. We shall see whether at least, well, that monkey munches on a dragon. Then bonking his way through that one. Doesn't quite find everything he was looking for, but it's close enough. Does get that plate. That's always nice. How's volume, folks? We sound all right here? BLG or WE? I really think WE will win. Look, nameplate's off. I like WE's comp. I think it's quite astute. I think they've got really good mid-game spikes. I think the Olaf is able to do quite a lot of work into a comp with that Shen that could be very, very dangerous to disengage, really. I don't think it's going to be that simple. About forced to flash, though. That's not great. Nice trade there with the heal to give Viper a bit more move speed. Nameplates aren't a little bit different, right? I think Viper's an excellent Ziggs. I think Knight is an excellent Cassiopeia. Bin on the Ambess has become one of his more iconic champions, especially as he's kind of finally picked it up properly. They'll go for this invade on the red buff. Sound great. Perfect. Thank you, baby. AL will decimate every team. I mean, they looked a lot better than BLG did here today, didn't they? Though I will say, part of it is I think people are seriously underestimating WE because understandably, they remember the first half of the split. They remember the team that went 1-13 in series score, that went 0-16 before winning a single damn game, that were falling apart at the seams. This is not that team. Very clearly so. This is two best-of-5s back-to-back where they have just been incredibly resilient. Not perfect. Some dumb TP, some poor individual play here and there. But some of the drafts have been clever. Some of the play has been very good. Harris knows they're on a vision right now. He's going to try and bait them. Just say, come on, jump over the wall. Do it. Come on. Do it. Can they catch someone fumbling there? No, they won't. But Monkey's just been excellent. Monkey and Q have outplayed Shun and Bin. I don't think Shun's played that badly. I think Shun's been pretty decent. But Monkey's been on another level. He's really been on it today. Monkey diff from Monkey D. Raffy. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? Where's the game state out? Monkey's gone for this invade. Brolaf yells for Demacia. Karis around in the river. It has got that level 6. Had it for a little while now. Man, these actually managed to stay relatively even with Knight, despite the early trade we saw that was looking pretty dire. Karis feeling pretty happy there's the headbutt to interrupt the reset. It's going to give, actually, because of that delayed reset, the opportunity for Trundle to run in and steal away the Grump on the other side and even up that camp steal. Actually, quite nice from on that. W will spot out that Shun is here, does have the smite. But you know it's on cooldown. Could get a little bit stolen away if that's not too careful. It's got a blast gun, so should be out to safety. BLG picked WE, by the way, Alex says in YouTube chat. Indeed they did, didn't they? Ha! That might have been foolish. Worth noting, Cube with a steadfast presence. Not steadfast presence, Stand United, Poppy and Shen. I keep doing that. Stand United and steadfast presence are not the same ability. Ah. One of those little foibles I have. That and Twisted Advance and Nature's Grasp. Realm Warp and Rune Prison. As opposed to Rune Warp and Realm Prison, as I sometimes say accidentally. Rebuttal and Repudiate, yeah. Great one. Definitely happens. Well, of course, the irony is, of course, that Mel's W is one of, like, debate, a rebuttal. And it's less violent, if you know what I mean. It's kind of like that actual deflection, that like more political game. Reflecting someone else's violence back at them. A deft political touch, whereas Ambessa is a lot more direct with her Repudiate. It's a more aggressive turn, that active action of corrective action. Fate's Call and Tempered Fates are the two for Callista and Bard. You've got the unstoppable trio, unstoppable force, unstoppable onslaught of shadows between Hecarim, Malphite, and Scion. Few of those. To Dragon we go, though, perhaps musing on similar names. Might have to wait because Viper is maybe being forced to take a bow here. Monkey was roaming, but they don't land enough damage and Monkey can't quite get in range. They get a little chunk, but Viper's safe enough. Bin has now roamed down. Shen can join with that Stand United. Not at that Titanic yet. Assuming that's the build here. The Dragon we look. Shun wanting to start this one up. First Dragon went the way of WE very early. Olaf got that capacity. Karis roaming. Here we go. On the flank. On comes over. Gets the headbutt. About flashes away from the satchel. Now on. In danger. Will put down that Tempered Fate. Has got to be a little bit away because he's flashed into Era. Oh no! The undertows. They lose the Dragon. The Mega Inferno Bomb comes on down. Dragon for one. Perhaps not as problematic as I decided it would be. But that was an unfortunate flash. Oops. I have seen better, folks. I have seen better. Reset after that one. Gold lead mildly in favour of BLG. Off the laning phase mostly. Okay, jumping to Era. Can't quite find him. Cube gets jumped. That's a bit dicey. He went a little deep there. Face check. Does about get away. The public execution too slow on the cast time. Not quite on the right angle. And the Shen survives the attempt on his life. Bin now in danger. Blast cones away. The minefield down. Shun a little low. The red buff smote away. But the undertows begin to fly. And the Ragnarok's here. Deadly flourish. The Shen ult. Stand United. Fall divided. Olaf survives. About trades out with the Cassiopeia. WE are winning this fight. Bin needs to try and trade. He's Drake outstepping. Does get another. But will likely die as the smite comes collapsing. The reckless swing. And Ambessa
Ragnarok and rolls in her grave. It's a mess. It's a 4 for 2. But it is WE who come out on top. Across all of the mines ever was Karis there. They go for the red buff invade. They try to jump Shen. They try to blow him up. They can't quite get the CC chain. The miasma's a little late. Cube gets to talk through everyone. The public execution is wide. And Cube gets to reset and re-engage. Ben ends up a little deep then looking for that play. And at this point, Monkey full sends. Ragnarok's in. Has the stand united. And this is where it gets really, really tricky. The Petrifying Gaze is good. Otherwise, I think this becomes even more of a rout. The problem is Knight flashes that R2, and that's great. But the problem, of course, is that About still managed to finish things up. Back to live. is in danger, like he does fall. Sean gets that kill. The problem is now Knight is in a 1v1. He's not winning, and that will trade things out. It's never a play for free for BLG. Monkey's 4-1. He's gone for the Hex Plate. He's nearly in a stride breaker. He's 1,200 gold ahead. And Shun's 2-1 with the same CS. Monkey has been on a generational tear here. Ooh, public execution interrupts. That was a TP. He was TPing. In goes Karis. Rocket belt in. R1 trying to deny the potential Herald take. Goes back in with the Shuriken flip. Denied somewhat. Has to R2 out. The Deadly Flourish comes on in. Herald is summoned immediately. Oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. They jump into it. Battle heralding. Gonna try and get the drive on in regardless. Monkey's gonna get knocked up. Doesn't have the Ragnarok quite yet. They come back out on with the double pulverize. Headbutts back into the team. Should now try to trade. The Pop Blossom! Where did he come from? Out of vision. Karis on the background's got the Shuriken flip. And About kills Viper on surviving, but not for long. Because Karis comes on in and it's a kunai to the neck. It's 10-4. You can hear the audience roar. WE. Much maligned. We're laughed at. Derided. 0-16 in games for part of this split. 1-13, I believe, in series score. Might just have found the fights that beat BLG, the reigning LPL champs, the first stand champs. 3-1. Let this be a lesson to you. However fall you fall, however desperate it looks, it is possible. WE, the lineage of world elite, are beating the world's elite. Game's not done. We like the composition, we like the early lead. But Cube is about to be attacked, attack the global, no flash. Does have an ult, but does need to back away and sharpish. Titanic Hydra makes him a little bit tricky. Up comes the rest of WE from the river. They want this turret. With the Titanic Hydra a little bit difficult to confirm. 3 grubs for WE. They'll shove through mid. No one's really here to defend right now. Of course, you have got the Ziggs ult. So that ability to just say nope. Press R on the wave. Karis, Twilight Shroud, trading with Bin, but Bin trades better there. Has got Eclipse now, you may have noticed. Dragon goes to Monkey. Will do. No one's really coming to contest. They're going to try and invade and play for these turrets instead. BLG want gold and want it now. It's only second Dragon. On's here. A little bit better from BLG. Finding some stability. Titanic Hydra helps clear the wave. Right here in the form of the Olaf. Where's the gold leads right now? In for About, who's got Storm Razor, Ghostblade into a no-tank composition. Yeah, you can justify this. You can justify this. I think the move speed differential against people like Trundle, Ambessa, Alistair, Cassiopeia actually as well. Really, really nice. Dodges away with the Twilight Shroud speed up. Very nice, Karis. Shuriken flips away. Could re-engage, would be a little risky, I think. Wants to reset and look for a Shadow Flame at some point soon. Down a little bit of CS now is Karis, not having quite as much fun into the Ambessa as they were the Cassiopeia early on. About to speed his way out. He's got the passive speed up and Storm Razor move speed differential if required. I'm imagining this will be either Rapid Fire for the safety or Lord Dom's third. Both, I think, are viable. Depends how confident About feels.
Karis on the flank. Dangerous, that. Cube.
Oh boy, I hope you're having fun, folks. I know I am. Guys, if you've not hit that follow button yet, not hit that subscribe button yet, now is probably a good time. It will be the Lord Doms. Yeah, WE, big lead, and then kind of lost a couple turrets, kind of invalidated that a little bit. Still, I think, in a good position this game. We like the comp, as we've said. WE kind of at their point of power here, though. They want to kind of leverage this to a Dragon Wing condition shortly. Sterax. Stride Breaker, that's the name of that item, is done for Monkey. Not quite. I was going to say Dusk and Dawn, but I'm seeing the Chain Vest in inventory. Might actually go for something a little bit tankier here with Dusk Cube. I don't know whether he needs that. I think the Dusk and Dawn might be more valuable in getting that initial pop. I suppose he is the front line here. Ghostblade away. Again, I think Shun's going to have a fairly challenging time. The other thing is, building some armor on the Shen is going to give a valid target for Shun to ult here. So I'm not entirely certain that's the right call. Thanks for the subscription there. It really does make a huge difference. Again, we are pushing for Partner Plus and kind of getting to that point where it really is viable if we just keep shilling for it and go, yeah, guys, can we get a couple subs? Guys have been gifted, got those gift subs gifted to you. Can you maybe just like actively resubscribe on it? It'd be really nice. Like for 2 months, something like that. Knight's Vow might be goated. Yes. To be honest, it might well be. That genuinely Knight's Vow for the Olaf might be the play, and just saying, you know what, Dusk and Dawn is lovely, I can go that third, but Knight's Vow just to keep that alive is fine, and the fact that Subjugate gets a bit more value might be okay. I thought it might be something like a Stride Breaker, but it's not. Hang on. Oh no, it's fine. It was looking at Monkey's inventory, not Cube. I thought he'd sold some stuff. But yeah, it might well be the Knight's Vow. You're correct on that one. Bin scares me also, so how effective the alt nerfs are. Yeah, so Ambessa basically had her alt cast time increased. So what that means is Ambessa alt almost has to be follow-up now because its reliability as a first piece of engage is much reduced. It's so much easier to just walk away from. You don't have to flash. You don't necessarily need to get caught against walls. You can still walk out. Very scary. On his Nico as well, I think should be pretty exciting. I think this is a pretty good comp right now. In a good position to snowball. They do need to snowball from here, because I think if they stall out, Ziggs and Cassiopeia have got some pretty mighty scaling to their names. They're not going to be simple to get to, I think. I know there was someone saying, hey, I'm really not sure about Viper and Ziggs. Viper's Ziggs, last time he pulled it out, did something stupid like 50% team damage. Teleporting in for this dragon. Here we go. On. Finds an angle. Doesn't necessarily get everything he's looking for. TP's here. Bin on a flank angle. Wards, though, looking pretty good for W. I honestly think I prefer W's warding most of this series as well. I think it's really hurt BLG. And these dragon setups and fights have been a little poor. Karis on a flank angle. Coming off a pretty good Aurora game, all things said and done. Dragon. Down a half. Threatening an angle here. He's a minion. Just a little minion. The dragon's taken by the tunnel with a flash pop blossom. Makes this spicy. Shun needs to get out. In goes Cuba to the back line. And they blow up a couple more. Bessie does kill off the Nico. The public execution well wide. Nice flash away. And now Bin needs to try and run away. Knight's trading, but he's going to get dragged low. Monkey has got all the reckless swings in the world. He toughs it out. Bin doesn't find it. The curtains are goal. BLG out team 4. Monkey's Olaf in a clutch scenario again. And the Nico engage. Rocket belt. Flash over the wall. Ult. Sends herself a mile. Yes, she dies. She's the only one that does. But it sets everything else up spectacularly. The only flash on BLG's team now is Bins. Karis has kept his. Everyone else full sent it. Mortal Reminder is done for about... And that feels apt, this game, doesn't it? It feels very apt. Back to life we go. Watch Ura here. On sees him. Can't stop him. Flash. Rocket Belt. Pot Blossom that still catches Knight and Viper despite their flashes. And in goes Karis. Threatens one. Resets with the R2. Back in with the Shuriken flip. The public execution is flashed away from by about. Very cleanly done. And then Knight has to try and DPS, stand and deliver. But Monkey is so fed. The Olaf has hit the stat check marker. It's a blind kill onto On with the curtain call as well. Looked like he had vision when we were live. He certainly did not. And there WE now. 3,000 gold ahead. BLG did get the dragon at least. So they stopped Soul Point, but I think it came at cost, and they've lost their mid turret. This map is getting mighty small. Olaf's got Spirit Visage, of course. And it's with Ocean Soul, so, you know, pretty valuable that. And again, you get a lot of shielding from your Tough It Out, that W. You get a lot of healing on low HP because you're Olaf. I'm assuming it applies to the Shenot. They'll be likely coming down on top of you as well. And of course, the damage this game is also coming from double AP carries and a Ziggs and a Cassiopeia. Public execution just wide. Don't find it. This gets a bit dicey. Deadly Flourish is going around Shadow Flame and a Void Crystal. Blighting Jewel, rather, for Karis done. Pen is in. Look, Bin is scary. There's a world where if Bin one-shots about out of nowhere, one-shots Karis out of nowhere, you can play at the 4v5. A Monkey may not just have enough gas in the tank as it gets a little bit later. You can stall well as BLG this game. Cassiopeia and Ziggs is a hell of a lot of very frustrating wave clear. So it's not like Bin and the rest of BLG are without their own tools. Viper, again, he's relatively safe. He's sitting next to the wall where he can satchel over if required. Rocket Belt. Monkey's looking for an angle here. The satchel's are on body blocks. Does need to. Smite over this. Blue buff, not going to happen. It is taken away. Ura left a little low. No, none of that stuttering. Thank you, clean feed. Oh, hang on, Monkey's dropped on the wrong side of this. That's a Ragnarok. I would love to free press the feed. Look at the chance. The Ragnarok. The Stand United on. Remember, he's not tanky to Olaf, who does true damage. Alistair ult means nothing. Blast cone away. Been in the background. But he's now in a 1v4. Needs to keep sprinting away the public execution. Lacerates a few hamstrings. And now Shun might find something. Hang on. Public execution. Karis dodges the public execution. Gets the kill. Goes back in with a shuriken flip. Bin is low. Got the Twilight Shroud, but here comes Knight. Shredding out well the body block. Shuriken flip away. Needs to keep dancing the bouncing grenade. Viper and Knight so damn scary. Rocket Belt. And a bouncing grenade gets something. 3 for 2 BLG. Catch Monkey. And make it work. Bin goes man mode. Needed to. And that's the threat the Ambessa poses. Karis nearly got a lot in that back end of that, but been just about able to dodge away from a 5-point strike at the back end of it all. Sheesh. Dragon's up, and of course, with WE just fumbling that. It's a bit scarier again. We're down a lot of ults, still down a fair number of flashes. Knight's got his, On's got his. Could be big ones. Nico has hers. Olaf about to have his back. There it is. Importantly, Viper doesn't. Are WE giving this dragon up? I think they are. I wonder whether that might prove to be a mistake. I guess they just didn't have setup. And that might be the stall required to get BLG to a point where their damage thresholds break what the Olaf could be doing. Karis is still scary. Trying to clear out some of this vision. And the pillar can be annoying for the Olaf. Of course, trapping him in there with you is perhaps a mistake because then you're trapped in there with him. Here we go, jumping on the Ragnarok again. Alistair's not tanky to Olaf! You're not, the Reckless strikes. Come on forward, the damage onto On's not good enough, actually. Maybe they've gone too far. Hang on, he's fine. Petrifying Gaze, they've gone too deep. Monkey trying to trade the Pop Blossom's good for the public execution. They don't kill On! They full sent and failed! They full sent and failed! And BLG have stabilized and righted the ship. And an inexorable climb back into the game. On wasn't looking tanky, but he was tanky enough. The heal, the flash. And that's not so great. I'm telling you now, I wonder whether Cube needed more damage. He's got Unending Despair. And I think they needed a little bit more burst. If that was Dusk and Dawn, they are dead. So, they run at the level 11 Alistair. They think they can kill this. And they're close. Again, On is not actually that tanky to the true damage. But they don't kill it, and then they get a little bit too deep. And the damage from Ziggs and from Cassiopeia is disgusting. Public execution comes on him. Monkey tries to survive. But Finn then gets to run at Karis. And Monkey has no longer got the Ragnarok, and so it's just not that potent. Here we look again. We pause. Baron is BLG's now after that play. And they get to keep walking. Get to keep turning this game right back around. Cube with his ult in 5 seconds will be able to join. OWE, this game was in your hands. Might still be correctable, right? But Soul Point, Baron, 1,000 gold lead. The Cassiopeia, very much online. The Ziggs, 3 items, 3.5 items, plus those 2 half items of the Oblivion Orb and the Void Crystal being very valuable items. 3 items on Bin. I think some of these gold leads are becoming problematic. Yes, the Olaf can still kill people, but you have to have better target selection, and it has to be better than this. Has gone this halfway house of lethality and crit. A Dirk in inventory. I wonder whether he's going to be looking at an Edge of Night here. Might be, you know. Could be a Collector, but I don't know whether I like that this game. Serpent's Fang a possibility, I suppose, as well. Not that many shields. There's a Locket. Zambessa Repudiate. Seraph's on Cassiopeia. Maybe enough value. But enough to delay an Infinity Edge? Not sure. Turret falls. It's still BLG in the later stages. And they have fumbled these already. It has come down to the wire, to the 40-minute game. Repeatedly this series. 37 game 2, 40-odd game 3. We're at 33.5 here. It's Ocean Soul. Available for BLG. There in the river first. Karis spotted out on his flank angle. Shen shoving down this bot side river. Dragon started. WE need to force their way in. Monkey leads the charge. Can have someone join him. There's the Ragnarok. And the Stand United. They begin running.
Karis on the flank does get out of the miasma. On looking for an angle out, flashes away to safety. Monkey has lost his Ragnarok. They're trying to turn onto someone. They will get Bin low but not down. Dragon's going low. Monkey's also taken out. He just doesn't have the stats anymore. And Bin survives. Ocean sold to BLG. They didn't keep the snowball rolling. Ragnarok ends. And WE are left exhausted and hollow. Sold to Billy Gaming. And a game that has fallen through the fingers of WE on the verge of the 3-1. Now have to face the terrifying, inevitable tones and notes and song words, or vocalizations perhaps, of Silver Scrapes. DJ, cue it up. Karis on the flank angle. They want to end here. Still 15 seconds. They don't want to wait. They don't want to roll the dice again. BLG smell blood in the water. And the Sharks are circling. Karis on the flank angle. Up, back on. Throws down that one. Goes on the Viper. That's good damage. Karis still straight with the R2. Doesn't get the kill. The Ocean Soul value is strong. But it extends for now. Shun's gone low. Does go down. Now it gets spicy. Cube into the backline. Viper goes down. The curtain call. Night flashing. Pop Blossom. They get more. They've gone too deep. Hang on now. This gets spicy. Can they find more? Ben's going to keep on dancing around. But he just runs out of juice. And the Drake Hound will find themselves in the kennel. Hang on! 50 seconds! They can try and shove it in! They're going to try and end. They've got to try and make this happen now. They've got 3 grubs in a dream. It has to be fast. It has to be damn fast. They're going to make sure that they can shove through this. Cube's going to try and tank up the turrets, the waves. It will be tight. 20 seconds on Viper. 40 on Knight, 30 on Bin. They will have the unnumbered fight. 5v2 to 3. Inhibitors down, they will run for it. WE! Stake it all on a last-minute base rush. On needs to get to the wave. He's trying to stop them, but the next is towards the falling. I think they've done it! BLG fail the shove! 3-1 WE! 0-16! No more! The disrespect! Much